The story begins with two men sailing on a small boat along a river between the mountains. Standing quietly on the boat, our protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that it had been a long journey. The scene then shifted to the past. Inside the clan palace, chaos filled the area. Our protagonist struggled while being held back by a man with tears in his eyes. In front of them was the aftermath of his mother's death. His father stood with his back turned and coldly ordered everyone to stop causing a scene and leave immediately. He also ordered that the incident must never be spoken of outside the clan. Hearing those words, our protagonist was shocked. His father then declared that from that day onward, the Bakley clan would not seek revenge. Unable to understand, our protagonist demanded an explanation while trying to break free. His father replied that everything was being done for the sake of the clan and warned him not to recklessly pursue revenge. Furious, our protagonist shouted that his father could not even avenge his own wife or speak against those responsible. In his anger, he declared that his father was not worthy of being called a man. Sometime later, our protagonist decided to leave the clan. He realized he was still too weak to take revenge. As he ran away from the Bakley clan, he vowed to grow stronger, establish his own sect, gather followers, and build enough power to punish everyone involved in his mother's death, including those who stayed silent. Even if it took decades, he intended to make them pay. 12 years passed. Inside a burning sect building, a middle-aged man desperately begged for mercy. He tried to negotiate, offering anything our protagonist wanted, and even suggesting he could persuade the Murim Alliance as well. Now fully grown, our protagonist stood calmly with long black hair and a bloodied, broken sword in his hand. He ignored the man's pleas and quietly stared at the damaged blade. The man continued shouting, insisting that his offer was reasonable. Our protagonist finally answered that there was indeed something he wanted. The man immediately became hopeful and asked what it was. Our protagonist laughed lightly and answered that he wanted the man's life. The man became irritated and warned him to stop joking around. In response, our protagonist calmly raised his broken sword and said that if the man would not hand it over willingly, he would simply take it himself. Enraged, the man threatened to tear him apart. In the next moment, our protagonist suddenly appeared behind him and remarked that the man's mouth was as filthy as his face. He struck the man in the back with his fist, sending him crashing through the floor and creating a crater below. Our protagonist quietly watched the crater with a bored expression. Suddenly, the man leaped out from behind him and attempted another attack, shouting that he would send our protagonist's head to the Murim Alliance. Without panic, our protagonist drew his sword and cleanly sliced the man in half from head to toe. Afterward, he walked through the burning building and opened the main gate while still holding the bloodied sword. Outside, a brown-haired girl named Moyong Hyong greeted him while carrying a scroll. She explained that she had been told to deliver it once the task was complete. Although his face was covered in blood, our protagonist smiled brightly as he accepted the scroll and thanked her for waiting. Moyong awkwardly suggested that he wipe the blood off his face first. Our protagonist opened the scroll and read through it. After finishing, he used the blood on his face to write something onto the document with his fingers. While looking at the scroll, he smiled to himself and wondered whether this was truly the end or perhaps a new beginning. He then tossed the scroll back to Moyong and told her to deliver it to the Murim Alliance because he was retiring. Moyong asked whether he planned to return to his hometown. He replied that he had already accomplished everything he wanted within the Alliance. She then asked if she could visit him someday after retiring as well. Our protagonist agreed and joked that she should come find him if she ever became bored. When she asked where she could find him, he turned back with a smile and answered, Hubei Province, Hualong County. The scene shifted back to the present. Still sailing on the river, our protagonist reflected on the past 12 years. After leaving his clan, he had joined the Murim Alliance and developed his own martial arts. Through his achievements, he eventually rose to the rank of captain. Now, at last, the time had come to establish his own sect. He had saved enough money to buy a manor, and the perfect property had recently gone up for sale. Holding a pouch of money, he grinned happily and laughed himself. Pointing toward the sky, he loudly declared that even the heavens seemed to be helping him. The middle-aged boat peddler awkwardly laughed and wondered if he had picked up a crazy passenger. Our protagonist quickly apologized for getting carried away. He explained that he was on his way to complete the purchase of a manor for the sect he had always dreamed of creating. The peddler asked whether he was a young sect leader. While rowing the boat, he quietly muttered to himself that there was only one manor available nearby, and wondered if it was the rumored haunted property. Noticing the muttering, our protagonist asked what he had said. The peddler brushed it off and simply wished for the future Sect to prosper safely. Adjusting his straw hat, our protagonist thanked him confidently and remarked that all that remained was signing the contract. Soon after, the scene shifted to the manor itself. The moment he saw the condition of the place, our protagonist froze in disbelief. The seller, Yiriang, proudly spread his arms and described the manor as spacious and grand. Our protagonist immediately grabbed Yiriang by the clothes and accused him of attempting to scam him. Panicking, Yiriang insisted that the property had been extremely difficult to obtain and begged him to look around before making a decision. After calming down, our protagonist entered the manor with him. Inside, the place was covered in dust and clearly abandoned for a very long time. While walking through the grounds, Yiriang explained that the manor contained 45 rooms spread across the main and side buildings, along with 5 training halls, including 1 large hall. Curious, our protagonist asked which sect had originally owned such a place. Yiriang admitted he did not know because the manor was ancient, though he insisted it would become an excellent sect headquarters after some repairs. Although our protagonist agreed, he sensed there was a hidden problem and directly asked what was wrong with the place. Yiriang crossed his arms and admitted that every previous owner had mysteriously died from sudden heart failure on the very first night after purchasing the manor. Because of this, rumors spread that the place was haunted. Even bodyguards and exorcists had failed to prevent the deaths. Hearing this, our protagonist stared at him threateningly and asked if he was seriously trying to sell him such a property. Sweating heavily, Yiriang quickly explained that this was exactly why he was selling it for 1/10 of its normal value. The moment our protagonist heard the price, his attitude completely changed. Laughing cheerfully, he grabbed Yiriang's hand and handed him the payment pouch, saying he had almost misunderstood his intentions. Tears streamed down Yiriang's face as he accepted the money and handed over the deed, praising him as expected of a captain from the Murim Alliance. Our protagonist accepted the deed with satisfaction. At that moment, a strange system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, stating that the deed had been received. Our protagonist froze in shock as his body trembled slightly. Yiriang noticed his reaction and asked what was wrong, but our protagonist dismissed it as nothing. Afterward, Yiriang left while joking that if our protagonist survived a single night there, he should come visit him again. Once alone, our protagonist shut the doors and shouted excitedly that he finally owned his very own manor. The sudden loud voice frightened the people outside, causing them to run away in fear. Overjoyed, he slapped one of the pillars while laughing and declared that all he needed now were disciples. Dust immediately scattered everywhere from the impact. Covering his mouth, he realized he should probably clean the manor first. He then began cleaning the entire place at high speed. He wiped the floors, cleaned the ceilings, polished the pillars, and carried buckets of water through the halls until only the main hall remained. Satisfied, he opened the doors to the main hall and prepared to finish the last bit of cleaning. Inside the room, however, he noticed a long sword placed in the center. Curious, he approached it and wondered if the previous owner had left it behind. Thinking it might sell for a decent price, he smiled and began unsheathing the sword. The instant he drew it, his eyes widened. The room suddenly transformed into a battle simulation. Confused, our protagonist looked around as a system notification appeared before him. It identified him as the evaluatee, stated that the objective was sect establishment, and displayed his overall grade as 2nd grade, while noting that he held the highest rank among all evaluators. Still confused, he questioned what was happening. Suddenly, a small metal orb shot past him at tremendous speed. Although he barely avoided it by leaning backward, it still grazed his face and cut several strands of hair. Fully alert now, he unsheathed the sword completely and looked toward the small crater created by the orb. Another notification appeared, announcing that the test difficulty was being adjusted. Recalling Yiriang's explanation, our protagonist realized that this was likely what had killed the previous owners. As he pieced things together, a cannon emerged from the wall of the simulation chamber. The system announced the beginning of the test and labeled the difficulty as extreme. Our protagonist drew his sword confidently and accepted the challenge head-on. Another notification identified the trial as the test of martial prowess. Immediately afterward, the cannons began firing steel orbs toward him. Our protagonist moved rapidly through the room, dodging and slicing apart every incoming attack, while proudly declaring that he would show why he had once served as a captain of the Murim Alliance. After a long exchange, the firing briefly stopped. Looking down, he realized his sword had been severely damaged. Before he could react further, the attacks resumed, forcing him to barely dodge another barrage. Sliding outside the cannon's firing range, he noticed the attack stop and concluded that the area beyond the wall was safe. While resting briefly, he observed that his sword was close to breaking. Suddenly, another sword appeared before him. Surprised, he picked it up and realized the system was providing replacements. Carefully studying the battlefield, he noticed that the cannons were protecting something on the opposite side of the room. He immediately rushed forward. The moment he neared the center, multiple additional cannons emerged from the walls and opened fire simultaneously. Caught off guard, our protagonist rapidly sliced apart the incoming steel orbs while continuing to advance. Eventually, his sword shattered in half. Angered, he struck directly at the cannons, creating a massive explosion that filled the room with debris. At that moment, he activated his martial techniques, flowing Moon Stride and Phantom Field. Energy surrounded his blade as he rushed through the center of the room and unleashed Crescent Slash. He drove the sword into the floor with tremendous force. The recoil pushed him backward, and the sword shattered completely. Immediately afterward, the simulation collapsed. Our protagonist returned to the original room inside the manor. Still crouched from the impact, he slowly stood up while gripping the remains of the broken sword. Thinking the attack was not over yet, he prepared himself for more steel orbs. However, the broken sword suddenly disappeared from his hands. A system notification then announced that the test had concluded. Looking around, our protagonist noticed that the manor itself now appeared restored and much newer than before. Exhausted, he sat down on the floor. Another notification appeared, informing him that he had passed the test of martial prowess and that all manor functions had been unlocked at their highest grade. Soon after, a sword surrounded by a blue aura floated before him. Surprised, our protagonist wondered if the system was rewarding him with a weapon. He stood up, grabbed the sword by its hilt, and remarked that after everything he had gone through, the reward was only fair. Another blue notification then appeared, explaining that the trial would conclude once he named the manor. Our protagonist looked at the message and commented that now it wanted him to choose a name as well. Closing his eyes briefly, he smiled and declared that he had already decided. Placing one hand on his waist, he confidently announced the name of his sect, the Righteous Heavens Sect. The system immediately confirmed the registration of the manor under that name. At the same time, a white symbol appeared imprinted on his hand. As the system continued its announcements, our protagonist sheathed his sword in irritation and demanded that whatever ghost or spirit lived inside the manor should reveal itself already. Instead, another system notification appeared before him. Initializing the Sect system. Seeing the message, our protagonist stared in shock. Someone hurried down the long corridor before Beakley Woon forcefully pushed open the door to Yiriyang's room. Yiriyang, who had been calmly writing inside, looked up in confusion and tried asking if something had happened the previous night. Before he could finish, Beakley Woon grabbed him by the collar and angrily demanded an explanation about the strange thing following him since last night. According to the contract, only the buyer was supposed to see it, yet this unknown system notification kept appearing beside him. When Beakley Woon pointed at it in frustration, Yiriyang could only stare blankly because he could not see anything at all. He wondered if Beakley Woon had injured his head somehow. Exhausted and irritated, Beakley Woon eventually dropped into a chair while muttering curses under his breath. Yiriyang casually suggested taking the estate back if it bothered him that much, but Beakley Woon immediately refused since he still needed the estate. Hearing that, Yiriyang reminded him that he should focus on preparing for the Sect founding ceremony, because there would be plenty of work ahead. Beakley Woon then explained that he wanted around 20 sets of ritual robes made and asked if there was a good fabric shop nearby. Yiriyang said he could recommend a few places, though making deals would not be easy because most merchants were trying to connect themselves with Dragon Hall. Seeing Beakley Woon's confusion, Yiriyang explained that Dragon Hall was a powerful trading guild that had supplied fabrics to the imperial court for generations. Their influence across the martial world was enormous, and even major sects avoided offending them. He also joked that fabrics from Dragon Hall were far beyond Beakley Woon's budget anyway. Though embarrassed, Beakley Woon admitted it was true. Yiriyang then added that merchants might refuse to trade because rumors had already spread that the estate was haunted. He advised Beakley Woon to simply visit the fabric district himself. At that moment, the strange system notification beside them reacted as if offended by being called ghosts or devils. Annoyed, Beakley Woon snapped at it to stay quiet. Still confused, he suddenly realized something important. The contract had only been signed the previous day, so how had the rumors spread so quickly already? Yiriang nervously raised his teacup and tried to avoid the topic by commenting that rumors naturally travel fast. That reaction alone gave Beakley Woon the answer he needed. His expression turned cold as he accused Yiriang of spreading the story himself. Trying to defend himself, Yiriang argued that it could count as publicity for the sect. If people heard that Beakley Woon was alive and unharmed after moving into the estate, it would prove the place was safe. Instead of calming him down, the explanation only made Beakley Woon angrier. He blamed Yiriang for dragging him into ownership of a haunted estate in the first place. Later, while visiting the fabric district, Beakley Woon tried greeting merchants politely, but before he could properly explain himself, one after another refused to sell to him and slammed their doors shut. One person even threw a bowl directly at him while yelling for the cursed owner of the haunted estate to leave. Beakley Woon stood there trembling with anger, repeatedly reminding himself to stay calm and avoid looking insane during his first public impression. Just then, a commotion nearby caught his attention. A young boy was desperately holding onto a man's pant leg, refusing to let go while begging him to save his sick sister. The man, however, reacted with irritation and tried to shake the child off. At that moment, an elderly man rushed over, calling out an alarm and addressing the boy by name. He asked what had happened. The boy, Xiao Wu, immediately accused the fighters of deception, saying they had promised to heal his sister and taken all his money instead. The accused man snapped back and struck Xiao Wu across the face, harshly declaring that his sister's condition was beyond help and that even the clinics had abandoned her. Hearing this, the old man stepped forward in anger, questioning their conduct and recognizing their attire as belonging to the White Sword Sect. He criticized them for treating a child so violently. Nearby, another member of the White Sword Sect stood by and instructed his companion to resolve the matter quickly and avoid drawing attention from their sect master. With a nod of agreement, the man drew his sword and coldly stated that the boy had refused to leave earlier despite being told to go. The old man, named China Myong, stared back and asked if they truly intended to stain their hands with blood over this. Before anything further could happen, Beakley Woon suddenly intervened from behind and struck one of the men with a flying kick, knocking him to the ground. The accomplice froze in shock. He then demanded to know who Beakley Woon was. Standing between the old man and the boy, Beakley Woon calmly introduced himself as the sect master of the Righteous Heaven sect, adding that while the title was still new, respect should still be given when asked. The White Sword sect member reacted angrily, insulting his unknown sect and accusing him of interfering in their affairs. He rushed forward, but Beakley Woon sidestepped and countered in a single motion, injuring the attacker's forearm and forcing him down. As the man writhed in pain, Beakley Woon remarked that judging others purely by reputation was a mistake, especially without understanding their actual strength. Another White Sword sect member immediately charged in, threatening him and declaring that opposing their sect would have consequences. Beakley Woon simply replied that he did not know what that meant and calmly struck him down with a single punch, leaving him in the same state as the first. The remaining man, now shaken, questioned whether Beakley Woon was the one connected to the rumor about a merchant group acquiring a haunted estate under the Murim Alliance. He expressed disbelief at how far the rumor had spread. At the same time, Yiriang, sitting elsewhere, choked on his drink in shock upon hearing the situation had escalated further. Beakley Woon then pointedly remarked that because of the rumor, he had been unable to purchase the ritual robes he needed. He pressed the remaining opponent for an answer, while casually provoking him to step forward instead of hiding behind others. The man, unable to tolerate the provocation, launched himself forward and accused Beakley Woon of challenging the White Sword sect, vowing to make him pay for his arrogance. His strike came down, but Beakley Woon had already moved out of its path. Just then, the previously defeated White Sword sect member suddenly got back on his feet and rushed in to attack Beakley Woon from behind. In response, Beakley Woon quickly assessed both directions as the two opponents closed in on him at the same time. Despite the pressure, he remained composed. He reacted instantly, striking one man's face with his left elbow while delivering an upward punch into the other man's abdomen. The second attacker cried out in pain and fell to the ground. At the same time, the man's sword was driven into the ground nearby as he collapsed. Beakley Woon then addressed them firmly, stating that if they considered this a challenge, he would accept it as such. He added that he was always open to sparring and warned them to leave and not worsen the situation if they valued their condition. After forcing the White Sword Sect members to retreat, he turned to the old man and the boy and asked if they were unharmed. Shu, who had been carefully watching the fight, then spoke up and asked if Beekly Woon was looking for someone skilled in sewing ritual robes. Beekly Woon asked for clarification, and Shu explained that his sister was highly skilled at sewing and requested help for her condition in return. He then bowed deeply in gratitude. Beekly Woon quickly refused, clarifying that medical issues should be handled by a physician. At that moment, the system interface appeared again beside him, displaying new information about a potential partner ranked at Tier 3, though only Beekly Woon could see it. He reacted with mild curiosity, noting the rank and asking for more details. Shu then explained his situation in a subdued tone. Their parents had died the previous year, leaving only him and his sister. His sister's sewing skills had supported them, but recently she had developed a strange illness that caused her limbs to become painfully cold. Hearing this, Chin Gamyong let out a troubled breath, acknowledging the seriousness of a condition that made the limbs feel frozen. Beekly Woon then turned to him and respectfully asked for clarification. After a brief hesitation, Chin Gamyong revealed that he ran a small fabric shop in a nearby village and had often given work to the boy's sister. However, they had recently lost contact, which worried him. Shortly after, Shu led them quickly toward a thatched house. Upon arrival, he hesitated and looked around nervously, questioning whether the structure would even hold. Excited, he called out that he had brought a warrior who could drive away evil influences. Beekly Woon immediately corrected him, insisting that he was not such a person. Inside the house, they found Shu's sister sitting by a fire, warming her hands directly over the flames. Beekly Woon was momentarily stunned by the sight. She calmly greeted them, and when asked who she was, she responded without much concern. Beekly Woon observed the situation in silence, noting how she exposed her hands and feet to fire, yet remained composed. He concluded that her condition was likely more serious than expected. At the same time, the system issued a notice stating that the fire's heat was balancing the cold energy within her body. Beekly Woon considered whether this was related to a yin cold energy technique. After a pause, he introduced himself politely and explained that her brother had asked him to help. She identified herself simply, and Beekly Woon reacted with a quiet sigh, acknowledging the severity of her condition. Shu's sister gave a faint smile and explained that she needed to do this to prevent painful cold burns in her limbs. Still uncertain, Beekly Woon asked what she meant by cold burns. Meanwhile, Chin Gamyong stepped forward anxiously, calling out to her by name and asking what was happening. She greeted him weakly, surprised to see him there. He responded with concern, saying he had been worried after losing contact. She apologized softly, explaining that her condition had made communication difficult. At that moment, Beekly Woon urgently requested to check Sayo's pulse. She turned toward him with tired eyes and asked if he meant pulse diagnosis. He confirmed, saying he needed to examine her condition briefly. Without hesitation, she extended her hand. As soon as Beekly Woon placed a fingertip on her wrist, a surge of yin energy rushed into him. The system immediately issued a warning about excessive yin energy absorption, labeling it dangerous. Beekly Woon reacted with irritation and told it to stop alarming him unnecessarily. The system's analysis indicated that excessive yin energy had already invaded her body. Beekly Woon could also sense it instinctively, an overwhelming cold force circulating within her. After a moment of focus, he quietly said he understood her condition. Sayo reacted with hope, asking if that meant he had found a solution. He explained that her body likely had an unusual constitution that naturally attracted yin energy from the surroundings and stored it internally. He compared it to rare cases he had heard of, including the Sword Empress, the Master of the Sword Pavilion, and one of the 10 Heavens, known for her unmatched swordsmanship. Sayo listened in awe, admitting she did not fully understand but recognizing it sounded extraordinary. Beekly Woon then clarified that while such a constitution could be beneficial for martial artists, her case was different. She was absorbing too much yin energy while lacking sufficient yang energy to balance it. If the imbalance continued, her condition would become fatal within 3 months. He added that she likely already felt the effects. Unexpectedly, Sayo smiled calmly and said that if that was true, then there was no cure. She dismissed it as something beyond help. Chin Gamyong reacted immediately, suggesting the use of spirit elixirs, but Beekly Woon shook his head explaining that such remedies would only provide temporary relief and not solve the root problem. The condition would eventually worsen again. He began thinking about the core issue, how to restore stable yang energy within her body. At that moment, the system spoke directly into his mind, suggesting the use of essence to enhance recovery abilities, stamina, and inner energy regeneration. It noted the cost of activation as 50 essence and confirmed it could be used immediately. Beakley Woon felt slightly uneasy about the idea of boosting multiple internal functions at once. The system then issued a challenge task: recruit the first disciple. Hearing this, Beakley Woon paused. He realized that resolving Sayo's condition and taking on a disciple could be achieved at the same time. Without further hesitation, he spoke his conclusion and told her that he believed he had a solution. Then he extended his hand and directly asked her to become a disciple of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Sayo looked at him in confusion, asking why he was suddenly making such a request. Beakley Woon told her to trust him for now. However, she hesitated. Having never been involved in martial arts, she found the sudden offer suspicious. In her mind, she recalled how people in the martial world often spoke of righteousness while acting in self-interest, and how her own parents had died after being dragged into such conflicts. She assumed this man might also be using her situation for his own benefit. Her gaze lowered to Beakley Woon's hand, noticing visible signs of cold damage on it. This detail caused her pause. Beakley Woon looked at her steadily and made it clear that none of it mattered to him if he could save her life. In that moment, Sayo's heart began to race as she reconsidered her decision. She gave a faint, uncertain smile and accepted that she had no other option if it could truly save her. Finally, she clasped Beakley Woon's hand and asked him to take responsibility for her condition. The system immediately confirmed that the challenge task was complete and that the first disciple had been successfully recruited. It then advised that Sayo was suffering from cold burns caused by exposure to yin energy, and that essence could be used to activate recovery functions. At that moment, a wave of warmth spread through Sayo's body. She looked at her hands in shock, realizing they were slowly warming. The system indicated that her stamina and inner energy recovery rates had slightly improved. Beakley Woon observed the change and confirmed that the recovery process was working. He concentrated the spiritual energy, stabilizing her internal flow and gradually restoring balance to her yang energy. A faint sense of relief crossed his expression as he confirmed that the condition was improving. Sayo stared at her palms in disbelief, noticing the gradual return of normal sensation in her limbs. Nearby, Sayo rushed forward and embraced her tightly, calling out to her in relief. Chin Gamyong, observing the scene, asked if some form of healing technique had been used. Beakley Woon replied vaguely that it was something similar. Hearing this, the old man let out a light laugh, while Chin Gamyong expressed admiration for what he had witnessed, remarking that Beakley Woon's abilities were impressive. He added that he now understood why the Murim Alliance leader took interest in him. Beakley Woon reacted with curiosity, questioning whether the elder knew the Murim Alliance leader. By the flickering firelight, Chin Gamyong finally introduced himself properly. He revealed that he was the master of Dragon Hall, a major trading organization known for its influence and supply networks connected to the imperial court. Later that night, at the White Sword Sect, tension filled the hall as the sect master reprimanded his subordinates. He had heard that they were humiliated by an unknown sect and demanded answers. The subordinates knelt in fear and apologized repeatedly. In anger, the sect master struck one of them with a wooden board as a warning, declaring that their current suffering was insignificant compared to what was coming. He then ordered the rest to be taken to the punishment chamber despite their pleas for mercy. Even as they begged for forgiveness, his decision remained unchanged. Turning away coldly, he spoke of Beakley Woon and the Righteous Heaven Sect, stating that they would prepare a proper response for this humiliation. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon remained silent after hearing Chin Gamyong's true identity, realizing he was speaking to the master of Dragon Hall. He acknowledged that such a figure was far from ordinary. Sayo quickly bowed in apology for her earlier behavior, but Chin Gamyong dismissed her concerns casually. He then turned to Beakley Woon and extended an offer. He proposed that Beakley Woon join Dragon Hall, promising full support for whatever he wished to pursue. Beakley Woon remained calm and expressionless as he considered the offer, aware that Dragon Hall was a powerful merchant consortium supplying the imperial court with valuable goods. At that moment, the system updated with new information, identifying a Tier 1 lead connected to Dragon Hall. From Beakley Woon's understanding, Dragon Hall was a gathering point for countless experts, influential enough that even major sects would treat it cautiously. Its master held authority capable of influencing both orthodox and unorthodox factions within the Murim world. After evaluating the situation, Beakley Woon still hesitated. Although the opportunity was valuable, it did not align with the future he envisioned. After a brief pause, he calmly declined the offer, expressing gratitude but stating that he had already taken on his first disciple and could not accept. Shin Gamyeong was clearly displeased by the refusal and questioned whether Beakley Woon understood what it meant to reject Dragon Hall. Beakley Woon replied without hesitation, acknowledging the offer but instead proposing a partnership. He suggested that if cooperation was possible, he would build a reputation worthy of Dragon Hall's name. This response offended Shin Gamyeong, who felt the young sect master was being arrogant. He mocked the idea that an unestablished sect could bring honor to such a large organization. Beakley Woon remained steady and unfazed. He clarified that within 10 years, he intended to grow his sect into a force that could stand alongside the top orthodox sects and rival the unorthodox factions. Hearing this, Shin Gamyeong dismissed it as unrealistic and laughed at the bold claim. However, Beakley Woon did not back down. He explained that the reputation he spoke of was not for Dragon Hall itself, but for the alliance he intended to build. His seriousness caused Shin Gamyeong to stop laughing and regard him more carefully. He asked directly what Beakley Woon truly wanted in return. Beakley Woon stated his condition clearly. What he sought was access to Dragon Hall's future resources and support, specifically a disciple exchange to build long-term ties. After considering this, Shin Gamyeong agreed. He decided to send one of his disciples to the Righteous Heavens sect, noting that whether a genuine connection formed would depend on the disciple herself. Before departing, he issued a warning that if the sect ever acted against Dragon Hall's expectations, consequences would follow. His presence briefly carried an overwhelming pressure meant as a reminder of his authority. Beakley Woon met the pressure calmly, refusing to yield. The negotiation ended with mutual acknowledgement of the agreement. Shin Gamyeong then ordered his attendants to bring out brocades, presenting them as a deposit and reward for the day's dealings, insisting they not be refused. Beakley Woon accepted the gift after a brief calculation of its value, noting that it was substantial. Sayo also expressed quiet satisfaction at the outcome. After the meeting ended, Shin Gamyeong departed with his entourage. As he rode away, he reflected that Beakley Woon's confidence reminded him of his own younger days, though he still considered it reckless. He then ordered his carriage to head toward the unorthodox alliance to meet an old acquaintance. The next morning, Sayo presented Beakley Woon with a newly completed outfit. As he wore it, the system displayed improvements to merit, prestige, and influence. Beakley Woon examined the garment, noting its quality and comfort, and expressed satisfaction with the craftsmanship. Sayo responded with a pleased smile. At that moment, the system issued a reward notification for the successfully crafted outfit, offering several options including a high-tier unbinding manual, a high-tier talent elixir, and an option to unlock an innate trait. After considering the choices, Beakley Woon selected the innate trait unlock. The system confirmed the decision, stating that from that point onward, he would be able to unlock the traits of his disciples. She was 17 years old and possessed an extreme constitution with extraordinary martial potential. However, due to her long illness and inactivity, her physical condition had weakened significantly. Her listed traits included diligence, adversity, and responsibility. The system also warned that her inner power was still too weak to unlock any traits at the moment. Beakley Woon carefully read through the information while muttering each listed trait to himself in confusion. When he attempted to select one, the system explained that disciples first needed to grow stronger and level up before their traits could be unlocked. The explanation immediately irritated him, and he complained inwardly about the unfair restriction. As he stared at Sayoa while thinking deeply about it, she became visibly flustered under his gaze. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon silently decided that he would simply help her grow stronger as quickly as possible so her traits could eventually be unlocked. Without wasting time, he immediately announced that formal training would begin. The sudden declaration made Sayoa nervous. She began doubting herself, wondering whether someone with no martial arts experience could truly learn properly. She worried that she might disappoint him despite all the help he had already given her. Then she remembered the reassurance he had offered during their first meeting, when he calmly told her that everything would be fine as long as he could heal her. Remembering those words, Sayoa finally steadied herself and decided to trust him completely. She then nervously asked what martial art she would learn first. A short while later, she followed his instructions and assumed a training stance. Baek Lee-woon explained that the technique was the horse stance, a basic foundational exercise used to strengthen the body. Seeing such a simple exercise, Sayoa looked slightly disappointed and admitted she had expected something more impressive. Baek Lee-woon calmly explained that restoring her weakened body came before everything else. Right now, proper conditioning was far more important than flashy martial techniques. When Sayoa timidly asked how long she needed to maintain the stance, Baek Lee-woon casually replied that the goal was 30 minutes. Hearing that, she stared at him in disbelief. Ignoring her reaction, Baek Lee-woon immediately ordered the training to begin. Time slowly passed in silence, while Sayoa struggled to endure the exercise. Eventually, unable to hold back her doubts anymore, she quietly asked whether someone completely inexperienced like her could truly become a martial artist. Baek Lee-woon answered without hesitation. Of course she could. After all, an extreme Yin constitution was a body naturally capable of accumulating immense inner power. Baek Lee-woon explained that although an extreme Yin constitution naturally leaned toward Yin energy, everything would change once a Dantian fully formed. At that point, the accumulated energy could properly circulate and stabilize within the body. After explaining this to Sayoa, he quietly fell into thought. Someone born with an extreme Yin constitution could push Yin energy to extraordinary heights. To him, a disciple with such natural martial talent was an opportunity he absolutely could not overlook. At that moment, the system displayed another notification praising his judgment and informing him that his insight stat had increased. Before he could think further, loud noises suddenly came from outside. Moments later, Yiriang burst in while loudly calling for Baek Lee-woon. Without wasting time, he shoved a scroll into his hands and explained that it had come from White Sword's Sect. The moment Sayoa heard the name, she immediately reacted with anger, clearly remembering the incident from the previous day. Seeing her expression, Baek Lee-woon finally connected the situation to the group he had fought earlier. Curious, he opened the scroll and read its contents. The letter announced that White Sword Sect would soon hold a grand martial contest and formally invited the Righteous Heaven Sect to participate. Yiriang then explained the situation further. White Sword Sect was the dominant sect in the region, and its sect master was infamous for his harsh personality. According to rumors, he often used martial contests as excuses to pressure weaker sects or force smaller organizations into submission. Even Yiriang found the situation strange because White Sword Sect normally targeted sects with at least some reputation or influence. The Righteous Heaven Sect was still almost unknown. The moment he casually referred to the sect as insignificant, Baek Lee-woon, Sayoa, and Shu all immediately glared at him at the same time. Caught off guard, Yiriang quickly panicked and tried to explain that he meant no offense. Meanwhile, Baek Lee-woon remained calm while analyzing the invitation. From what Yiriang described, he concluded that White Sword Sect likely intended to pressure the newly established Righteous Heaven Sect before it could gain momentum. Instead of worrying, however, Baek Lee-woon actually found the situation interesting. To him, this could become the perfect chance to spread the name of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Unlike his relaxed attitude, Sayoa felt deeply anxious. She worried that with a sect consisting of only 2 people, she might only become a burden to him during the contest. Baek Lee-woon looked surprised by her concern and clarified that the participant would be the chief disciple, meaning she alone would represent the sect. Hearing that, Sayoa immediately steeled herself and declared that she would simply train even harder. A second later, the reality of what she had just agreed to finally hit her, and she shouted in disbelief after realizing she would truly be competing alone. From that day onward, Sayoa trained relentlessly from morning until night. By evening, she would collapse onto the floor, completely exhausted and struggling to breathe. Even while enduring the harsh training, she could not stop questioning Baek Lee-woon's methods. Throughout the day, he only made her practice the horse stance repeatedly, while endlessly repeating a simple downward sword strike that even children could imitate. With the Grand Martial Contest less than 2 weeks away, Sayoa became increasingly worried about what Baek Lee-woon was actually planning. Yet every time she remembered his calm expression and reassuring smile, telling her not to worry, she found herself regaining confidence. Eventually, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer, Sayoa forced herself back on her feet and decided she would directly ask Beakley Woon about his true intentions. Seeing lights still coming from Beakley Woon's room late at night, Sayoa felt relieved that he had not gone to sleep yet. As she quietly approached, she noticed something unexpected. Softly calling for the Sect Master, she soon realized that Beakley Woon was completely absorbed in talking to himself and had not noticed her standing there. In reality, he was complaining to the system while struggling to sew clothing by hand. Every few moments, the needle pricked his fingers, causing the system to repeatedly display messages mocking his self-inflicted injuries. By then, it had already announced the same warning more than 20 times. Annoyed by the constant notifications, Beakley Woon muttered for the system to stay quiet while continuing his work. At the same time, he worried that Sayoa might already be questioning the repetitive horse stance training. Even so, he remained focused on finishing the outfit he was making for her, secretly hoping she would like it. Watching the scene silently from outside, Sayoa quietly stepped away without letting him know she had seen everything. At that exact moment, the system informed Beakley Woon that Sayoa's responsibility trait was beginning to awaken, which caught him completely off guard. Soon, the day of the grand martial contest hosted by White Sword Sect finally arrived. The streets around the venue were crowded with noisy spectators and martial artists from many sections. Near the registration area, a young man chatted casually with Wong Pao about why the Sect Master had suddenly organized such a large contest instead of simply arranging a normal duel with the Righteous Heaven Sect. Wong Pao vaguely explained that rumors claimed members of White Sword Sect had recently been defeated. According to him, the contest was likely intended to remind smaller sects what would happen if they opposed White Sword Sect. Both men briefly recalled the humiliating image of their sect master being disgraced, which only deepened their resentment. The young man mocked the unknown sect for foolishly challenging people far beyond their level. At that moment, Sayoa and Beakley Woon approached the registration table. Sayoa politely asked where she should sign, and the young man immediately pointed it out while secretly staring at her appearance in surprise. He even wondered to himself whether the Righteous Heaven Sect recruited disciples based solely on looks because she was unexpectedly beautiful. Sayoa calmly wrote down her name while Beakley Woon stood quietly beside her. Neither of them offered any additional explanation before leaving the table. After they walked away, the young man quietly commented on how strange Sayoa's outfit looked. Although he tried saying it under his breath, both Sayoa and Beakley Woon still heard him clearly. Beakley Woon immediately looked embarrassed, while Sayoa covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Trying to ease the awkwardness, he nervously asked whether she truly liked the outfit. Sayoa honestly admitted that the stitching was somewhat clumsy, but she still genuinely liked it. Once all the participants had gathered, So Yoing stepped on the main platform and officially announced the opening of the White Sword Martial Contest. He declared that the event existed not only to strengthen ties between righteous sects, but also to serve as a stage for the younger generation of martial artists. To further excite the crowd, he revealed that a special reward had been prepared for the victor. With a signal from So Yoing, an attendant opened a treasure box beside the platform. The moment the contents became visible, the entire crowd reacted in shock. Inside was the little azure pill. The system immediately explained to Beakley Woon that the little azure pill was one of the rare spirit pills created by the Orthodox Pill Sect. It could strengthen the blood and chi while greatly assisting in the formation of a dantian. When So Yoing officially announced that the winner of the contest would receive the pill, excitement instantly spread through the crowd. Many people praised the White Sword Sect Master for his generosity. However, after stepping down from the platform, So Yoing's expression immediately darkened. When two disciples approached to report that the tournament brackets had been prepared, he coldly insulted them before revealing his true intention. In his mind, this contest was never about friendship or unity. He intended to use overwhelming power to crush the Righteous Heaven Sect publicly and ensure they never dared oppose White Sword Sect again. As his disciples listened to his cruel plans, they immediately obeyed without question. Soon, the crowd gathered around the arena as the third regional qualifying round of the contest was about to begin. At that moment, Sayoa was extremely nervous. Her hands trembled slightly as she asked Beakley Woon whether she would truly be able to perform well. Beakley Woon calmly told her to remember everything she had gone through during training. Still uncertain, Sayoa reminded him that most of her training had only consisted of practicing the horse stance. Beakley Woon reassured her once again, telling her to trust the person who had trained her. He confidently explained that she had already become far stronger than before, even if she did not realize it herself yet. Although his answer sounded somewhat casual, Sayoa still chose to believe him. She steadied herself and resolved to do her absolute best no matter what happened. Gripping her sword tightly, she slowly stepped onto the arena. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon remained completely confident because he could already sense the tremendous hidden strength inside her body. Soon, the referee officially announced the beginning of the third qualifying round. Her opponent, Chung Sam, introduced himself as the third senior disciple of the Blue Moon Sect. Sayoa calmly responded by introducing herself as a disciple of the Righteous Heaven Sect. The moment Chung Sam looked at her properly, he immediately mocked her. To him, she looked like someone who had barely learned how to hold a sword. Rather than denying it, Sayoa honestly admitted that she had only trained for about a month. Hearing that, Chung Sam became even more arrogant and looked down on her completely. He could not understand how someone so inexperienced dared to stand in the arena. Then the referee signaled for the match to begin. The instant the command was given, Sayoa moved first before Chung Sam could even finish speaking. Remembering Beakley Woon's teachings, she attacked immediately with all her strength and drove her sword directly into Chung Sam's abdomen. The sudden strike caught him entirely off guard, leaving him unable to defend himself. With a cry of pain, Chung Sam was sent flying backward from a single blow. The entire arena fell silent in shock. Everything had happened so quickly that even the referee froze for a moment in disbelief. Around the arena, the spectators struggled to accept that the match had been decided by one clean strike. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon calmly reminded himself that he had told Sayoa to trust him. Recovering from the shock, the referee quickly declared Sayoa of the Righteous Heaven Sect as the winner. Hearing the result, Sayoa became visibly excited. Looking toward the stands, she saw Beakley Woon giving her a confident thumbs up. Watching her victory, Beakley Woon reflected on the true purpose of her training over the past 2 weeks. More than techniques, he had taught her the mentality required of a martial artist. Afterward, all of Sayoa's remaining matches progressed just as smoothly. Beakley Woon understood something most people overlooked. Striking with full force was actually difficult for beginners because inexperienced fighters usually hesitated out of fear of seriously injuring others. Sayoa, however, was different. Once she attacked, she committed fully without hesitation. Because of that mindset, nearly all of her matches ended in 1 or 2 swift surprise attacks before her opponents could properly react. After another victory, Sayoa happily rushed back to report her success to Beakley Woon. Standing below the arena, he quietly thought that she would likely advance through the main rounds without much trouble. Feeling relieved about her progress, he finally turned his attention toward the other arenas to observe the remaining competitors. At that moment, a referee loudly announced the entrance of a White Sword Sect disciple. The surrounding crowd immediately focused their attention on a nearby arena. There, Jing Guang from White Sword Sect was already overwhelming his opponent with relentless attacks. The other fighters struggled desperately just to keep up and repeatedly begged for a moment to recover. Jing Guang ignored him completely. Eventually, the battered opponent finally surrendered, admitting defeat outright. However, Jing Guang did not stop attacking even after the surrender. Perhaps because he had become too absorbed in the fight, a dangerous aura began rising from him as he prepared another strike. Realizing something was wrong, the defeated fighter screamed in fear and begged him to stop. Even so, Jing Guang still swung his sword down mercilessly and struck the man directly in the face. The referee immediately rushed forward and shouted for him to stop because the match had already ended, but it was already too late. The defeated fighter lost several teeth from the blow before collapsing unconscious onto the arena floor. The referee officially declared Jing Guang of the White Sword Sect as the winner. Hearing the result, Jing Guang only clicked his tongue in irritation, as though the outcome had still disappointed him. Watching from a distance, Beakley Woon silently judged him. The boy had already dominated the match from the beginning, yet still resorted to cruel and unnecessary attacks. To Beakley Woon, Jing Guang seemed like an especially unpleasant person. Not long afterward, Sayoa happily ran over and excitedly announced that she had successfully advanced into the main rounds. Beakley Woon immediately congratulated her, and Sayoa proudly explained that she had followed his instructions exactly, attacking with full commitment and winning far more easily than expected. Seeing her confidence grow, Beakley Woon quietly felt satisfied that his teaching methods had worked. However, while talking, Sioa suddenly felt uncomfortable as she looked toward Jingguang. She could sense a heavy, killing intent coming from him, which made her uneasy. Curious about Beakley Woon's opinion, she asked him to predict how strong Jingguang truly was, since there was a high chance they would eventually face each other in the main rounds. Before he could answer, another voice interrupted them. Turning around, they discovered So Yoing standing behind them. The White Sword Sect master congratulated Sioa for reaching the main rounds and casually brought up the previous conflict involving his disciples. Beakley Woon calmly responded that perhaps White Sword Sect needed stricter disciple training instead. Ignoring the remark, So Yoing casually patted Sioa on the shoulder and praised her talent. However, he also remarked that her next opponent would likely be Wu Jie, implying that her journey in the tournament would probably end there. Then, with a smile hiding his true intentions, So Yoing suggested that Sioa could always join White Sword Sect instead if she wished. The moment he attempted to recruit her openly, Beakley Woon brushed his hand away and stepped in front of Sioa protectively. He thanked So Yoing for acknowledging her ability, while also commenting that White Sword Sect disciples certainly displayed some skill themselves. So Yoing's expression stiffened slightly at the subtle provocation. Soon after, he called for Wang Pao. Wang Pao quickly arrived and respectfully responded to his sect master summons. So Yoing then ordered him to escort Beakley Woon and Sioa to their guest chambers. After receiving the order, Wang Pao politely introduced himself as a first-rank disciple of White Sword Sect and guided them toward the resting area. At that moment, the system displayed information about him to Beakley Woon. Wang Pao was 21 years old and possessed exceptional talent, particularly in quickly understanding and mastering martial techniques. As Wang Pao led them onward, Beakley Woon suddenly appeared beside him and casually praised his physique, foundation, and natural build. The unexpected compliment caught Wang Pao completely off guard. Embarrassed, he awkwardly thanked him while stiffening nervously under the attention. Eventually, Wang Pao showed them their assigned guest room and politely wished them a comfortable stay before leaving. The moment he was gone, Sioa immediately tried bringing up concerns about her next opponent again. However, Beakley Woon suddenly changed the topic and asked what she thought about Wang Pao instead. He even casually suggested that Wang Pao might someday become her junior brother within the Righteous Heaven sect. The abrupt shift in conversation completely confused Sioa. Meanwhile, elsewhere in White Sword Sect, memories from Wang Pao's past resurfaced. Years earlier, So Yoing had personally praised Wang Pao's physique, strength, and talent before accepting him as a disciple of White Sword Sect. At the time, Wang Pao had been overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration toward his sect master. Later, during a training session, Wang Pao was suddenly defeated by Jingguang, despite being 3 years older and more experienced. The surrounding disciples loudly praised Jingguang's overwhelming talent, while Wang Pao could only protest weakly that it had merely been training, and there had been no reason to attack so seriously. Watching the scene, So Yoing coldly turned away in disappointment, dismissing Wang Pao as nothing more than a weak disappointment. He reminded Wang Pao that his role was to dedicate himself entirely to supporting his junior brothers. Those harsh words deeply affected Wang Pao. Suddenly waking from sleep, Wang Pao realized he had been reliving those memories in a dream. Confused, he rubbed his eyes and wondered why such memories had resurfaced now. At that moment, Jingguang entered the room and greeted him casually, causing Wang Pao to look up in surprise. Wang Pao looked surprised to see Jingguang appear before him and immediately asked why he had come. Jingguang casually explained that he wanted to warm up before the upcoming matches. Already exhausted, Wang Pao apologized and admitted that he was not feeling well enough to continue training. Jingguang showed no concern at all. To him, Wang Pao's condition was irrelevant. What mattered was satisfying his own needs. He coldly mocked Wang Pao's large physique, saying that such a body should at least be useful during training. After Jingguang left, Wang Pao sat alone in silence, gloomily blaming himself once again. Time passed, and soon the day of the semifinals arrived. Before the match, Sioa carefully discussed her opponent's swordsmanship with Beakley Woon. Wu Jie specialized in illusion sword techniques that made it difficult to predict where the real attack would come from. However, Sioa also understood that illusion techniques relied heavily on finesse, meaning flaws would appear if the user failed to maintain precision. Beakley Woon then asked how one should deal with illusion swords. Sayoa answered that the key was avoiding deception. He agreed, but explained that, at her current level, there was actually a much simpler solution. He calmly outlined his strategy and instructed her to follow it exactly. Although confused at first, Sayoa eventually accepted his guidance after Beakley Woon confidently assured her that she would definitely win if she trusted him. Nearby, Yiriang remarked in surprise that Sayoa had already reached the semi-finals after training for only a month. He congratulated Beakley Woon for raising her this far so quickly. Clearly pleased with himself, Beakley Woon simply replied that congratulations could wait until after the finals, because he intended to win the entire tournament. Yiriang stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he was truly serious. Soon afterward, the semi-final match began. Standing in the arena, Wu Jai mocked Sayoa openly. He admitted she had advanced far, but insisted that luck alone could not carry her any further. According to him, everyone present expected her defeat. Sayoa answered confidently that at least one person believed in her victory completely, her Sect master. Wu Jai burst into laughter, calling both master and disciple equally crazy. The referee then officially started the match. Sayoa immediately rushed forward and declared that she would be today's victor. Wu Jai reacted instantly and skillfully blocked her first strike. Even while fighting, he remained arrogant and believed disciples of White Sword Sect existed on a completely different level from ordinary martial artists. Soon after, Wu Jai's illusion techniques began pressuring Sayoa heavily. Unable to tell which attacks were real and which were feints, she gradually became overwhelmed. Her expression slowly filled with panic as she struggled to follow his movements. Maintaining constant pressure, Wu Jai struck her again and sent her stumbling backward. When she managed to block another attack, he mockingly praised her before unveiling a new technique. As he moved, he scattered streams of strange purple liquid throughout the arena. The moment the liquid approached her, Sayoa remembered Beakley Woon's instructions. Illusion sword users were often weak in close combat, which meant Wu Jai would naturally try to maintain distance. Her goal was simple: close the gap and land even a single clean strike. With that thought in mind, Sayoa charged forward directly toward him. Wu Jai confidently manipulated the streams of purple liquid toward her while believing her movements were completely predictable. Even so, Sayoa forced herself onward and endured one of his attacks directly. Watching from the sidelines, both Yiriang and Beakley Woon observed the situation carefully. Yiriang looked tense, while Beakley Woon merely narrowed his eyes silently, his expression unreadable. Eventually, Sayoa collapsed onto the arena floor. Seeing her down, Wu Jai smugly declared himself the winner. He looked at her with both contempt and disappointment, believing she had finally reached her limit. However, while regulating her breathing on the ground, Sayoa suddenly shouted that the match was not over yet. To everyone's surprise, she rose back to her feet almost immediately. Wu Jai demanded to know what she still intended to do in her weakened state. At that moment, Sayoa suddenly felt her determination surge again. She dashed forward at incredible speed, while Wu Jai stood confidently, convinced he still had complete control of the match. Declaring that she would finish everything with one final move, Sayoa closed the distance instantly. Before anyone could properly react, Wu Jai was suddenly sent flying backward. Yiriang immediately shouted in excitement that they had won. However, some White Sword Sect disciples instantly protested, accusing Sayoa of pretending to be defeated before launching a surprise attack. They loudly claimed the victory was unfair. Beakley Woon calmly dismissed the complaints and questioned whether White Sword Sect intended to act so petty over a legitimate match. One disciple became so emotional that he even began challenging Beakley Woon directly, but So Yoing immediately stepped in and apologized for his disciple's disrespect toward another sect master. Beakley Woon accepted the apology calmly. Even then, So Yoing continued speaking, insisting that the true problem was that everyone had simply assumed Sayoa was already defeated before the match had actually ended. White Sword Sect ultimately acknowledged defeat in the semi-final duel, and the referee officially declared Sayoa of the Righteous Heaven Sect the winner while confirming the loss of the White Sword Sect disciple. Overjoyed, Sayoa immediately ran to Beakley Woon and excitedly announced her victory. Beakley Woon calmly praised her performance and joked that Yiriang would be paying for everyone's meal that night. Watching the scene from afar, Wang Pao quietly turned away and left in silence. As he passed by, So Yoing suddenly ordered him to secretly poison Sayoa's food so she would be paralyzed before tomorrow's final match. He also instructed Jingguang to completely destroy her during the duel, even if it meant crippling her arms and legs. Wang Pao hesitated at the order, unable to respond immediately. Seeing that hesitation, So Yoing slapped him across the face and angrily insulted him. According to him, if Wang Pao lacked talent, then the least he could do was learn to obey intelligently. He even mocked Wang Pao for being surpassed by his younger disciple. At that moment, Beakley Woon suddenly appeared nearby and sarcastically remarked that White Sword Sect certainly trained its disciples harshly. Hearing the comment, So Yoing stopped and coldly accused Beakley Woon of interfering in another sect's affairs. Beakley Woon calmly replied that regardless of the situation, treating a disciple so cruelly was excessive. So Yoing responded that even weak disciples were still the responsibility of their sect master and should be guided rather than abandoned. He then reminded Beakley Woon that this matter did not concern him and suggested he leave instead. Before the conversation could end, Wang Pao unexpectedly begged to be accepted into the Righteous Heaven sect instead. Both Beakley Woon and Wang Pao himself were shocked by the sudden statement. Beakley Woon explained that compared to White Sword Sect, the methods and atmosphere of the Righteous Heaven sect seemed far better suited for Wang Pao. The suggestion immediately angered So Yoing, who accused Wang Pao of already becoming attached to the opposing sect. Wang Pao desperately denied it, but So Yoing no longer cared. Instead, he proposed a wager. According to So Yoing, Sayoa possessed too much talent to remain in a small sect like the Righteous Heaven sect. He claimed that if she stayed there, her abilities would eventually go to waste. He then proposed that whichever sect lost the tournament final would hand over one disciple to the winning side. Beakley Woon accepted the wager without hesitation. Wang Pao immediately panicked and begged them to stop, but So Yoing ignored him completely. Before leaving, he coldly warned Beakley Woon to prepare for losing his only disciple soon. Afterward, Beakley Woon privately asked Wang Pao why he believed he had been chosen in the first place, and told him to think carefully about where he truly wanted to belong. Meanwhile, Sayoa also learned about the wager. Beakley Woon explained that having Wang Pao join them would likely make a good addition to the sect, and that leaving such talent wasted in White Sword Sect would be unfortunate. Even so, he gently asked Sayoa whether she believed she could truly win the final match. Sayoa hesitated slightly. She admitted she would do her best, though she remembered him previously saying the odds were only 50-50. Beakley Woon acknowledged that, but reassured her that he genuinely believed she could win. Seeing the confidence in his eyes, Sayoa gradually regained her own determination and promised to fight with everything she had. Elsewhere, So Yoing was also giving strict instructions to his disciples. He ordered them not to embarrass White Sword Sect again and demanded victory at all costs. The disciples loudly accepted the command. Wang Pao also quietly warned Jingguang not to underestimate Sayoa. Jingguang dismissed the warning confidently. According to him, he would never make the same mistakes as Wu Jai, and he believed Wang Pao was placing far too much faith in Sayoa's luck. He arrogantly declared that he would crush those hopes completely. Soon, the referee called both finalists into the arena. Even before the match began, Jingguang continued mocking Sayoa, admitting she had done well to reach the finals, but insisting that her luck would end there. Sayoa immediately answered back, saying no one yet knew who would truly fall in the arena. The referee then officially started the match. Jingguang initially assumed Sayoa would avoid direct confrontation and rely on surprise attacks again due to her apparent lack of experience. Instead, she immediately charged straight toward him head-on. To Jingguang's surprise, Sayoa landed a direct strike against him almost instantly. At that moment, Jingguang realized her inner power was far stronger than he had expected. Meanwhile, Sayoa remembered Beakley Woon's earlier advice. Her opponents naturally assumed her inner power was weak because she appeared inexperienced, but they failed to consider the overwhelming reserves granted by her extreme constitution. Knowing she would only get one true opportunity, Sayoa leaped high into the air and aimed for a decisive strike. However, Jingguang reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the attack. The moment he closed the distance, he countered with a powerful punch that sent Sayoa flying several meters away. Although he admitted her inner power was impressive, Jingguang still looked down on her as nothing more than an inexperienced novice. Without giving her time to recover, He launched a relentless barrage of attacks. As Sayoa struggled to block the assault, she realized just how strong Jing Guang truly was. Completely confident in his superiority, Jing Guang declared that he would finish the match within 10 seconds. Even under heavy pressure, Sayoa refused to retreat. She gripped her sword tightly and forced herself forward once again, determined not to lose the trust Beakley Woon had placed in her. At that critical moment, the system suddenly activated Sayoa's responsibility trait. Her three temperaments, balance, adversity, and responsibility, merged together with responsibility at the center. As a result, the inherited trait clear reflection like water was unlocked, greatly enhancing her judgment and awareness in extreme situations. Sensing an opportunity, Sayoa prepared to counterattack. However, Jing Guang immediately crushed her move and overwhelmed her before she could properly react. In the next instant, the weapon in her hands was knocked away and seized by Jing Guang himself. Confident that victory was finally secured, he praised her for enduring this long while questioning whether she could survive his next strike. Faced with the overwhelming attack rushing toward her, Sayoa could only stare in shock. Below the arena, Beakley Woon urgently called out to her. Right before the attack landed, Sayoa suddenly remembered the unwavering trust Beakley Woon had placed in her. At that moment, the hidden power inside her erupted violently. Dust exploded across the arena as a wave of cold energy burst outward, instantly sending Jing Guang flying several meters away. Watching the sudden reversal, both Beakley Woon and Yiriang could not hide their surprise. Even so, Yoing reacted in shock after recognizing the power as cold chi cultivation. Streams of cold chi now wrapped around Sayoa's arms, spreading freezing energy with every movement she made. Even she herself seemed surprised by the sudden chill surrounding her body. Realizing the match had effectively ended, Beakley Woon immediately climbed onto the arena platform, only to be stopped by the referee, who reminded him that outsiders could not interfere during a duel. Beakley Woon angrily pointed out that the outcome was already obvious. The referee hesitated briefly while looking at Jing Guang writhing on the ground in pain before finally announcing Sayoa as the winner. Hearing the result, both master and disciple looked at each other and smiled proudly. Meanwhile, So Yoing exploded with anger, furious that White Sword Sect had been humiliated again. Beakley Woon gently helped Sayoa stand and asked whether she was all right. Despite her exhaustion, she happily reminded him that she had kept her promise. Beakley Woon could only smile softly at her determination. Around them, the crowd began openly praising the fight and congratulating Sayoa for her victory. The referee then officially raised her hand and declared Sayoa of the Righteous Heaven Sect the champion of the White Sword Martial Contest. As the cheers continued, Beakley Woon took the opportunity to address the crowd personally. He formally announced that the Righteous Heaven Sect would hold its founding ceremony 1 month later and respectfully invited everyone present to attend the celebration. The spectators immediately reacted in surprise after realizing the sect had not even officially held its founding ceremony yet. The fact that White Sword Sect had lost to such a newly established sect shocked many people. Hearing the crowd's reactions only enraged So Yoing further. He accused Beakley Woon of using White Sword Sect's reputation to elevate the prestige of the Righteous Heaven Sect ceremony. He also accused him of deliberately concealing Sayoa's cold chi cultivation in order to deceive everyone. As So Yoing prepared to attack Beakley Woon directly, Wong Pao hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Furious, So Yoing demanded to know why Wong Pao was interfering. Wong Pao calmly warned him to preserve his dignity as a sect master. That response only made So Yoing even angrier. Declaring Wong Pao a traitor for defending the Righteous Heaven Sect, he immediately moved to attack him. At once, Beakley Woon stepped protectively in front of Wong Pao and confronted So Yoing directly. He firmly declared that Wong Pao now belonged to the Righteous Heaven Sect and warned So Yoing not to casually touch his disciple. Beakley Woon then calmly added that if So Yoing refused to accept the result of the duel, he would personally accept a challenge instead. Before anyone could react, Beakley Woon suddenly grabbed and twisted So Yoing's wrist, causing the White Sword Sect master to cry out in pain. He tried to pull his hand free and curse them, telling everyone to get out of his sight. Even then, he swore he would never forget his grudge against the Righteous Heaven Sect. When asked if he still held regrets, he admitted he did not, but wondered whether someone as useless as him could ever start over. Beakley Woon openly praised him, saying he was already an outstanding martial artist and that he would prove it himself. Hearing those words, Wang Pao remembered how others once mocked So Yo as a fool. Jing Wang also looked down on him, saying his older brother was all noise with no substance. Unable to hold back his emotions anymore, Wang Pao burst into tears. With newfound determination, he thanked Beek Li Woon and promised not to disappoint him. Soon after, Beek Li Woon stepped onto the stage and officially declared the duel finished. Yuri Yang mocked the situation, claiming Miss Iowa had won while Beek Li Woon took all the credit for himself. 2 weeks passed after the duel, and Wang Pao trained diligently within the territory of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Curious, he asked Iowa whether they practiced anything besides horse dance training. Delighted to hear him call her senior sister, Siowa proudly accepted the title and reminded him that the sect master valued strong fundamentals above all else. She encouraged Wang Pao to continue training patiently and not rush his growth if he wanted to become as capable as her. Confident in her own strength and stamina, Siowa then casually told him he could start carrying water on his own from now on. Wang Pao immediately realized that many chores were waiting ahead of him. Meanwhile, Beek Li Woon reflected on how accurate his judgment of people had been. Wang Pao possessed excellent analytical ability, a calm mindset, and the physical endurance needed to support his techniques. Not long after, Yuri Yang asked about the preparations for the founding ceremony. The response was that everything was progressing smoothly thanks to his support as an investor. Due to the publicity surrounding the duel, invitations for the ceremony had been flooding in. However, among them was a summons from the Murim Alliance, which immediately caught everyone off guard. Beek Li Woon stared silently at the scroll before finally burning it. The summons demanded an investigation into allegations that the Righteous Heaven Sect had copied the Beek Li clan's basic martial techniques. Yurong found the timing strange, especially since Beek Li Woon had left the clan 15 years ago. However, Beek Li Woon understood the situation clearly. The Beek Li clan's way was to exploit any weakness or opening they could find. Though the Righteous Heaven Sect's martial arts had been developed through 15 years of his own enlightenment and contained none of the Beek Li clan's techniques, the real issue was the Murim Alliance itself. If the investigators sided with the Beek Li clan, avoiding accusations of plagiarism would become extremely difficult. Losing the investigation would not only prevent the sect from passing down its martial arts, but would also force them to pay massive compensation. Worse still, even if another investigation were allowed later, the standards would become far stricter than before. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yuri Yang turned and walked away with only one thought in mind. He was going to strike back. Beek Li Woon remained deep in thought, anticipating that the opposition would likely target the founding ceremony. To counter this, he decided they needed to gather basic martial techniques from other well-known sects to prevent any room for criticism or claims of plagiarism. The challenge now was identifying where to obtain such foundational techniques. At that moment, Sayo rushed in and informed him that guests had arrived. Beek Li Woon turned toward the entrance, where Namong Wu quietly remarked on the estate's ownership, calling it the property of a stingy old man. Chung Ha immediately warned him not to touch anything, threatening to throw him out. Beek Li Woon questioned their identity, and Namong Wu stepped forward, greeting him as the merchant group leader from before, now addressing him as the leader of the Righteous Heaven Sect. The remark drew laughter from him, while Beek Li Woon observed calmly, noting that the situation could potentially overturn the entire balance of power. Meanwhile, in the capital, discussions continued over the political implications of the Beek Li clan's influence. It was argued that if the Beek Li clan formally submitted a request through its strong connections, the Murim Alliance might not be able to oppose them. Concern grew that the situation could escalate, though Game dismissed hesitation and insisted the crisis was far more serious than previous disputes involving the White Sword sect. When asked about the difference in scale, he decided to send a letter requesting it be delivered immediately. The recipient questioned where it should go, and Yurong responded that instead of fearing both the Murim Alliance and the Beek Li clan, they should disrupt the situation by involving the Unorthodox Alliance. At the Beek Li clan, internal discussions intensified. The Outer Hall Master was criticized for interfering again, particularly regarding the investigation into alleged copying of basic techniques before the founding ceremony. Beek Li Changjiang defended his actions, stating it was not the head's sole decision. The Elder Council evaluated the heirs. The eldest son Sani was deemed lacking in martial insight and talent, while the younger San was considered highly talented but too hot-tempered, and also a daughter. The elder corrected that gender was not a restriction for inheritance within the clan. Beakley Changjiang was questioned about why Beakley Woon had been allowed to leave the clan despite being highly gifted in both character and intelligence. The council insisted he must be brought back so he would recognize his place within the Beakley clan. Beakley Changjiang accepted the responsibility, stating that while he had fulfilled his duties as a father, growth required adversity and exposure to external challenges. He instructed that Woon should be made to understand that he remained under the influence and responsibility of the Beakley clan. He firmly declared that he would personally bring Woon back. As time passed, the day of the Righteous Heaven Sect's founding ceremony arrived. Liu reassured others that no sect had ever escaped a basic technique plagiarism investigation. Beakley Changjiang, however, remained confident, insisting he was not worried and reaffirming his intention to bring Woon back. When questioned about his fixation on Woon, it was noted that although he was only one member of the clan, he held exceptional potential. It was even believed that if Woon had remained within the Beakley clan and continued training their arts, he could have become the greatest swordsman of the era. Still, Beakley Changjiang believed the clan needed him and intended to see how he would respond to their summons. At the ceremony, the drums echoed continuously as Beakley Woon stood prepared for the auspicious moment. A system alert briefly indicated his rising heart rate. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, leapt down, and thrust the ceremonial flag into the ground, marking the official founding of the sect. The impact sent dust and sand into the air as the dragon emblazoned banner rose and fluttered prominently in the wind. Addressing the gathered crowd and guests from afar, Beakley Woon formally introduced himself as the leader of the Righteous Heaven Sect. First, Beakley Woon addressed the gathering, stating that while he had many matters to share, one issue needed to be clarified before formally establishing the sect. He openly declared that the Righteous Heaven Sect had been accused of copying the Beakley clan's martial arts. The announcement left the audience confused, with many questioning whether this was an admission of guilt. Beakley Changjiang, however, reacted with growing interest, finding the situation more engaging than expected. Liu observed the situation and remarked that it seemed as though the Righteous Heaven Sect had already given up, though Beakley Changjiang interpreted the matter differently and began to suspect there was a deeper plan behind Woon's actions. At that moment, Woon called out, noting that the Murim Alliance investigation delegation was present and invited them to step forward. Beakley Changjiang responded by acknowledging the group, and the crowd within the Righteous Heaven Sect became visibly unsettled at his presence. Woon then formally requested a public investigation to verify the allegations of copying, conducted openly before 10,000 attendees. Beakley Changjiang immediately objected, arguing that such investigations required strict procedures and could not be publicly performed before a final verdict. Liu further emphasized that the venue, organized under the Murim Alliance, was meant for mediating disputes between sects rather than for enforcing accusations, as if it were a prosecution against the Righteous Heaven Sect. Internally, he reasoned that the alliance could not appear biased before the smaller and mid-sized sects that formed its foundation. When asked to proceed, Li Su agreed, and a demonstration began. He executed a technique identified as a core basic move of their sect, initiating it with a single kick that formed 3 visible force lines, drawing the attention of everyone present. Liu immediately claimed that the technique had been copied from the Beakley clan. Woon confirmed that it had been inspired by the triad concept of heaven, earth, and man. Beakley Changjiang acknowledged the resemblance and further noted that the same movement pattern also overlapped with techniques from the Naman clan. Following a direct assessment, it was revealed that all 23 foundational techniques of the Righteous Heaven Sect bore similarities to martial arts from various sections. Liu questioned whether the entire process was merely a fabricated demonstration, while Woon challenged him to specify what part he considered false. He further argued that since no representatives from the other sects were present to validate the claims, there was no authority to judge the matter conclusively. At that point, Namong Wu and Chengha both stepped forward, identifying themselves as representatives with knowledge of the respective sections. Namong Wu explained that he had been nearby and came after hearing about the founding ceremony. He confirmed that the similarities were undeniable, noting that their Namong techniques also followed a structure beginning from Earth, forming the human aspect and ultimately reaching toward heaven, reflecting the same conceptual framework. Chengha added further evidence by presenting additional materials, including confirmation letters from other sects raising similar concerns of imitation. He explained that if such claims were accepted, then the Beakley clan's techniques would also inevitably fall under similar scrutiny when compared with other sections. Beakley Changjiang objected again, insisting that the argument was still based on assumptions rather than proof. Namong Wu countered by pointing out that this was precisely the same reasoning the Beakley clan itself had used, treating structural similarity in concepts like heaven, earth, and man as evidence of copying. The leader of the Murim Alliance's investigation team scoffed, questioning whether they would truly resort to such sophistry. Beakley Changjiang immediately erupted in anger, demanding to know what he meant. Beakley Woon calmly observed the situation, appearing satisfied with how events were unfolding, while the elder shouted his name in frustration. Liu, meanwhile, questioned how such verification was even possible, asking whether they had distributed records of all basic techniques across sects in advance. The implication was confirmed, though Woon did not directly respond, instead stating that he had already presented his argument, and now it was the Moon Sword's turn to reply. Internally, he considered that if the Beakley clan were forced to admit their techniques had been copied, they could be implicated in claims involving 23 sections. He questioned whether the elder would truly accept such a risk. Beakley Changjiang, growing increasingly unsettled, asked if that was all. Suddenly, the elder drew his sword and launched an attack toward Beakley Woon. Namong Wu and Chungha shouted in alarm, but the Righteous Heaven Sect leader immediately ordered them to stop, declaring it a personal matter. Beakley Changjiang confronted Woon directly, reminding him that regardless of circumstances, he still carried Beakley blood and was meant to be the heir guiding the clan's future. He accused Woon of still being bound by unresolved ties and questioned whether he harbored resentment for failing to avenge his mother or protect her. He warned that if Woon intended to destroy the Beakley clan out of hatred, he would not allow it. As the confrontation escalated, Beakley Changjiang unleashed an attack that sent him tumbling back, while stabilizing himself by driving his sword into the ground to control the force. Woon responded calmly, stating that he did not deny his bloodline, and that claiming he held no hatred would be dishonest. However, he explained that he had grown more understanding over time. When asked why he did not return to the clan, he replied that as sect master, he needed to continue strengthening himself and was no longer the same person who had left the Beakley clan. Beakley Changjiang pressed further, questioning how long the Righteous Heaven Sect could withstand pressure if the Beakley clan decided to suppress them, implying the sect had no real chance against its influence. Before the confrontation could continue, Woon interrupted, asking if he truly intended to proceed right then and there. Beakley Changjiang paused, visibly shaken, as memories from the past surfaced, recalling when Woon was still a child who once confidently claimed he had already blocked one of his techniques. Those memories disrupted his resolve. Woon stepped forward and spoke as Sect Master, stating that the Righteous Heaven Sect's fundamentals and martial arts were not copied from any school. He also addressed Beakley Changjiang as a descendant of the Beakley clan, asking him to wait a little longer, promising that the truth would eventually become clear. Beakley Changjiang remained silent, consumed by conflicted thoughts. Eventually, he rose, turned away, and declared in the name of Moon Sword that the Righteous Heaven Sect had not copied the Beakley clan's martial arts. Without another word, he departed. Elsewhere, the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance remarked that he had considered intervening if things had worsened, but it was no longer necessary. He reflected that Woon's presence felt like a legendary weapon, remarkably rare and powerful. His companion urged him to quiet down, while another observer privately regarded Woon as something extraordinary and expressed curiosity about him. Meanwhile, in another location, Gao remained indifferent as she observed the situation, already considering Woon as a potential first trading partner. Days later, the aftermath revealed an unexpected issue. The sect remained empty. Sayoa expressed frustration that despite 3 days passing, not a single disciple had joined. Woon reassured her to remain calm and not be overly anxious. Sayoa then worried about how they would recruit disciples, and even suggested sending Wang Pao to handle recruitment. Hearing his name, Wang Pao panicked at the idea. Woon then instructed Sayoa to deliver a document to the Hawun merchant group, describing it as a recruitment method. When Sayoa opened it, she discovered it was an application for cooperation with the Murim Alliance. The scene then shifted to the residence of the 3 strategists of the Murim Alliance. He reported that disciples of the Mujiang Martial School had submitted a petition refusing the upcoming internship. Yeagle Piong asked for the reason, and was told that although graduation was approaching, the students considered the internship system unfair, claiming the assignment criteria had always been biased. Within the Murim Alliance, which includes institutions like Mujiang Martial School, Merwin Martial School, smaller sects without strict hierarchy, and major schools backed by prominent families, the situation had long been uneven. Yeagle Pyong noted that while Mujiang appeared disadvantaged on the surface, it still had orthodox trained disciples who had managed to hold their ground. However, the situation this time was different. The current generation of Manhwa disciples was unusually strong, and Mujiang had already suffered 3 consecutive years of losses, severely damaging morale. When asked again about the refusal, it was explained that they were still trying to convince the students, but even the schoolmaster seemed to tacitly accept their stance. Yeagle Pyong understood this, noting that prolonged suppression would naturally push anyone to try to restore confidence. At that moment, a carrier pigeon arrived with a letter. After reading it, Yeagle Pyong was instructed as deputy strategist to gather all martial trainees. The internship would proceed as planned, with an operation scheduled that night in the forest near Hulong County. Meanwhile, Xian Wang abruptly woke from a strange dream, sitting up and gasping as though unsettled. He briefly reflected with irritation, thinking about Miha. As he prepared to leave, Munchiok reminded him that it was not yet his turn for watch duty, but Wang replied that he could not sleep anyway. The conversation turned to the internship issue, with Wang admitting responsibility for encouraging the refusal. He worried it might be perceived as arrogance and result in their reassignment to train under an obscure sect. Munchio suggested confronting the sect master directly if dissatisfaction continued, but Wang cut the discussion short and ordered the shift change, telling them to rest. Elsewhere, Beakley Wu introduced himself as the sect master of the Righteous Heaven sect and announced the start of their entrance evaluation. He stated that the only requirement was to step across the sect's threshold. Xian Wang immediately ordered all Mujiang disciples to prepare for combat, and they surged forward in attack. Beakley One responded with a single calm push, easily dispersing them, leaving Wang coughing and struggling to recover. Munchio called out to him in concern, while Beakley One calmly noted that safety was only guaranteed once they managed to distance themselves from him. A report came in from the Ganu province near Mount Wuong, where someone asked for updates from the martial world. Naaman Wu explained that the martial hall's operations were currently split across 2 locations, and that a newly appeared sect had recently drawn attention, one that had never been heard of before. When asked about it, a man in front dismissed the concern entirely, stating that it didn't matter who they were. He speculated that the Merm Alliance might simply be attempting to restore balance, or perhaps an unknown master was behind the emergence. Beakley then intervened, stating that it made no difference. Regardless of who they were, victory would be his. In parallel, Beakley Woon's past was briefly recalled. Beakley San remembered the moment he had left without explanation, offering a cold apology before departing despite her shocked pleas. She had been left behind, unable to understand his decision. Even days later, she remained alone, still struggling with his sudden disappearance. Within the Mujiang Martial School, Beakley San, Beakley Woon's younger sister, resolved firmly that she would not forgive him until she understood why he abandoned the clan. Elsewhere, Beakley Woon intercepted an incoming attack and assessed Munchio's abilities, acknowledging that he was competent. A companion turned to check on Wang, asking if he was unharmed, while Beakley Woon casually asked for Munchio's name. Munchio responded carefully, questioning whether he was the sect leader of the Righteous Heaven sect and why he had attacked them. Beakley Woon explained that it was part of his evaluation method. Before teaching anyone, he needed to assess their level. When reminded that only one participant needed to reach the sect entrance to pass, he challenged the logic, stating that allowing those who failed basic assessment into further trials would be meaningless. He declared that he intended to break their confidence completely through successive defeats, leaving them unable to continue as a form of harsh training. Munchio tried to intervene, but Wu Gang stepped forward and blocked the attack, despite his heavy breathing and visible concern from others. Wu Gang then directly asked whether defeating Beakley Woon would count as passing the entrance exam. Beakley Woon agreed without hesitation and allowed them to proceed. As the group attacked, Beakley Woon effortlessly repelled them, each movement precise and overwhelming. He criticized their lack of resolve, mocking their earlier confidence and noting their hesitation under pressure. He dodged Wu Gang's attack with ease, praised his effort, and then struck back, pointing out that his movements lacked consistency compared to his earlier bravado. Another attacker suddenly attempted a surprise strike, but Beakley Woon countered instantly with his sword. The attacker, Dan Ryan, was shocked to find part of his hair cut in the exchange. Beakley Woon observed him calmly before shifting his attention to Munchio, noting his sharp judgment and experience in real combat. As panic spread among the remaining disciples, Beakley Woon tilted his head slightly to avoid another strike and prepared to counterattack again. Beakley Woon quickly recognized the flaw in their approach. They were not making proper use of their numerical advantage. He shifted his attention to Wu Gang for evaluation, pointing out that his movements were hesitant and questioning whether he was afraid of injuring him. From his assessment, Beakley Woon concluded internally that overall their abilities were not bad, with 3 individuals standing out in particular. He decided to further disrupt their coordination by provoking them. Coldly, he criticized them for falling into disarray upon facing a strong opponent, suggesting that their reputation for repeated failure was not unfounded. Wu Gang responded with a restrained objection, while Munchio immediately intervened, taking command of the situation. He instructed Wu Gang to take a defensive role, noting that although their opponents seemed overwhelming, he was still observing them rather than acting without structure. He then outlined a coordinated plan. They would create an opening together, with Dan Ryan assigned to deliver the finishing strike when the opportunity appeared. Encouraged, the group pressed forward again, but Beakley Woon dismissed their regained confidence as too late. Wu Gang charged in with his sword, but his attack was easily deflected, leaving his weapon lodged and himself thrown back by a counterattack. Seizing the moment, Dan Ryan and Munchio attempted a joint strike, which Beakley Woon identified as a coordinated effort but evaded with ease. He countered by grounding himself, then striking both of them away in a single motion before returning to a composed stance. He then reflected on the encounter, noting that what made fighting a master dangerous was their ability to exploit familiarity. Opponents became overconfident, believing he would not respond decisively. With that assessment, he effortlessly overpowered Wu Gang once again, sending him crashing back in pain. Observing their deteriorating condition, Beakley Woon remarked that he had expected more from them, at least some basic martial talent. He expressed disappointment, but reaffirmed that the rules of the test still applied. At that moment, he sensed a surge of killing intent and narrowly avoided a sudden attack with his sword. He became visibly energized, recognizing the technique as something familiar, the Great Disaster Sword. Intrigued, he pressed Wu Gang, asking whether he was risking everything just to pass the duel, and demanded to see his full capability. Suddenly, Wu Gang launched a rapid sequence of attacks from an unexpected angle, catching him off guard for the first time in the exchange. Beakley Woon, panting slightly, observed him closely and concluded that his talent was unusually strong. He laughed in response, while Wu Gang remained confused by his reaction. At the same time, a system notification indicated a significant increase in Beakley Woon's energy stat after a long period of stagnation. Amused and increasingly interested, he considered the possibility of recruiting Wu Gang. He then challenged him again, asking if that was truly all he could do. After the battle, Wu Gang abruptly woke from a deep sleep, disoriented and unsure of his surroundings. He questioned whether he was inside the Righteous Heaven Sect and realized he had pushed himself too far the previous day. When Jingguang entered the room and checked on him, Wu Gang remained dazed, even repeating his name as if trying to process what had happened. He then recalled the events of the previous night and grew alarmed, realizing he had used the Blood Sword Sect technique openly in front of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Fearing that he had been identified as a member of a demonic cult, he recognized that the situation had become extremely dangerous and admitted to himself that he had lost control in the heat of the moment. Wu Gang realized that if the situation continued to escalate, he would not only lose the duel with the Marun Martial School, but also risk being accused of acting as a demonic spy. Uncertain of what to do, he fell into thought. Before leaving, Jingguang reminded him that assembly time was approaching and instructed him to head outside if he was awake. Wu Gang responded softly, indicating he understood, but remained unsettled by the situation. He began questioning what he had witnessed earlier. Either Jingguang had not noticed anything unusual, or he had been wrong in assuming the Righteous Heaven Sect had already detected him. However, he quickly dismissed that possibility. The sect leader had clearly noticed him. The expression Beakley Woon gave him, along with his mention of the Great Disaster Sword, and his master, confirmed it. If he truly wanted, Wu Gang believed he could have already exposed him as a demonic spy. That raised a deeper concern. Why had he not informed the others? What was he planning? At that moment, Beakley Woon appeared and fixed his gaze on Wu Gang before smiling ominously and stating that he had arrived. This shocked Wu Gang, who felt as though everything was unfolding under his control. Beakley Woon then announced that out of the original 15 participants, only 5 remained after the preliminary round, which exceeded his expectations. The others reacted in shock, realizing how quickly the numbers had dropped. He then revealed the next phase. Over the following 15 days, they would engage in daily battles against disciples of the Righteous Heaven Sect, while spending the remaining time studying techniques. Sayo was instructed to distribute training weapons and equipment to everyone, which she promptly did, confirming each participant's preferred weapon and handing out gear accordingly. When she finished, she formally introduced herself as Sayo and explained that she would be assisting with their sparring sessions. Beek Lee-woon then instructed the group to greet each other properly and maintain basic courtesy. One participant, Wang Pa, introduced himself briefly. Beek Lee-woon acknowledged the exchange but quickly redirected the focus, stating that excessive conversation would waste time and that they should begin the matches immediately. Sayo agreed and suggested an unusual format, 5 versus 2, to save time. The group reacted in confusion at the proposal, but Beek Lee-woon accepted it without hesitation, further surprising everyone. Wu Gang observed the situation in disbelief, while Munchio expressed dissatisfaction, insisting they were being underestimated. He declared his intent to end the fight quickly and immediately launched forward, confident in his ability despite their previous losses against the Mujiang Martial School. However, Sayo effortlessly evaded his attack. Munchio attempted to continue pressing the offensive, gathering strength for a decisive strike with his wooden spear, believing it would finish the encounter. At that moment, a system notification confirmed the activation of a unique trait related to Mingjang. As Munchio struck, he was shocked to see an unnatural effect, his spear becoming covered in snow-like energy. Sayo calmly smiled and warned him that it would sting, then countered decisively, sending him flying with controlled force. Wu Gang watched in stunned silence, calling out Munchio's name in disbelief. Sayo then stated that it was her turn and ordered them to attack together. Wu Gang immediately rushed forward, throwing a punch with full force. Sayo acknowledged his technique, noting the quality of his defensive stance and the discipline behind his training. Hearing this, she briefly showed appreciation and even thanked him for the compliment, momentarily softening the tension of the fight. The exchange intensified as the battle continued. Wu Gang gathered his strength and warned that his next move would be difficult to counter. In response, Sayo was briefly startled when Wang Pao suddenly moved in to intercept Jingguang's attack, stepping in to support the engagement. Wang Pao, identified as a junior disciple, quickly gained the upper hand in the exchange and created an opening to counterattack. However, as he pressed forward, his movement was disrupted when his arm was suddenly restrained. At the same time, Dan Ryan and the others regrouped and declared that they would now fight seriously, forming a coordinated formation and surrounding Wang Pao. Despite being attacked from all sides, Wang Pao managed to block and redirect their strikes, realizing that the group was actively intercepting and adapting to each of their movements. Observing this, Wu Gang gritted his teeth in frustration, reflecting bitterly that even after 3 years of losses to the Mujiang Martial School, they were still struggling against members of an unknown sect. Beek Lee-woon quietly observed the battlefield as a rope suddenly shot toward Wang Pao's hand. Sayo reacted in alarm, but Wang Pao let out a brief cry as Dan Ryan was caught off guard, unable to understand what was happening. In the chaos, Wang Pao used the rope to pull and launch Dan Ryan forward with overwhelming force, sending him crashing into Wu Gang and knocking him back. Assessing the situation, Sayo concluded that only one opponent remained and stated that the outcome was effectively decided. The remaining participants stood frozen without making a move. When Sayo asked if he intended to continue, the atmosphere shifted as the opposing side realized they had been reduced to a single standing member. Beek Lee-woon, watching the conclusion, showed quiet satisfaction. The result confirmed his expectations. He then revealed that Sayo had only been formally training in martial arts for about 2 months, a fact that shocked everyone present. Wu Gang stood in disbelief, trying to understand how someone with such limited training could possess such refined strength and coordination. Beek Lee-woon then shifted the focus of instruction, explaining that future training would emphasize multi-person coordination techniques. Drawing from his experience in the Merm Alliance, he emphasized that coordinated group tactics were essential for victory, especially for those who had repeatedly lost to the Marwan Martial School over the past 3 years. He urged them to build trust in one another, stating that confidence in teammates would strengthen both coordination and individual ability. With that, he concluded the first training session and instructed everyone to rest. The group responded in unison with acknowledgement. Before dismissing them, Beek Lee-woon called Wu Gang aside and ordered him to stay behind. Wu Gang complied. Elsewhere, Wang Pao and another disciple exchanged polite remarks, with Wang Pao modestly downplaying praise for his abilities. As time passed within the Mujiang martial school grounds, a system notification activated a silence mode, isolating the area from outside sound. Noticing this, Beakley Woon acknowledged the perceptiveness of the system and shifted the conversation to a new topic. Standing opposite Wu Gang, he directly questioned him about the involvement of the Bloodsword Sect and the presence of the demonic cult's young sect leader within the Mujiang martial school. He warned that if no satisfactory explanation was given, consequences would follow. Wu Gang immediately became more guarded and considered escaping, but Beakley Woon abruptly launched an attack, cutting off that thought. He coldly stated that escape was not an option and repeated his demand for answers. As pressure mounted, Wu Gang's memories began to surface, pulling him back to earlier events. At the Bloodsword Sect the previous year, a cold voice had questioned Wu Gang about whether he had broken the arm of someone who was no longer able to resist. He had been ordered to stand, but he gave no reply. The Great Disaster Sword's voice then turned furious, criticizing his hesitation and demanding why he had not gone further, why he had not killed or at least crippled the opponents so thoroughly that they could never return to conflict. He reminded Wu Gang that as the young sect leader of his sect, his position within the orthodox martial world should already command fear, yet he continued to fall short of expectations. The pressure escalated further when he was ordered to kill his senior sister. Wu Gang was stunned and demanded clarification, but he was cut off immediately. The explanation given was cold and absolute. In the logic of the dark path, hesitation only leads to mass casualties. His compassion was framed as a fatal weakness. He was told that if he disobeyed, not only would his senior sister be killed, but so would everyone around him, and he himself would eventually be forced to inherit the Bloodsword Sect after killing his master. Left with no real choice, Wu Gang reluctantly accepted the order outwardly, declaring obedience and agreeing to infiltrate the Merm Alliance as a spy and eliminate his senior sister. Internally, however, he planned to delay and escape the moment he left his master's presence. In reality, Wu Gang suddenly snapped back to the present and shouted as he attempted to break through Beakley Woon's position. Beakley Woon observed his decision and noted that while his judgment of opponents was still immature, it was not entirely wrong. He acknowledged the attempt and urged him to reveal his true strength. Beakley Woon then engaged him directly, explaining that he had come for training and that orthodox martial arts alone would not allow Wu Gang to reach his full potential. He insisted that only by exposing his real abilities could Wu Gang prepare for future conflict, including the upcoming battle with the Mujiang Martial School. Wu Gang defended himself while struggling under the pressure of the exchange, realizing how different this situation was compared to the earlier entrance test. As he narrowly avoided strikes and tried to respond, Beakley Woon calmly evaluated his movements, noting that while his orthodox techniques were clumsy, they were still more useful than expected. However, he also stated that Wu Gang was fundamentally unsuited to unorthodox martial styles. This provoked Wu Gang, who demanded clarification. Beakley Woon responded that he was not suited for the killing sword, a style that required absolute willingness to eliminate everything in its path. Hearing this, Wu Gang recalled fragments of his past and grew more agitated, insisting that Beakley Woon knew nothing about him. Beakley Woon pointed out directly that Wu Gang's sword contained hesitation, identifying a lack of killing intent as his core weakness. Wu Gang pushed back, questioning how he could judge him so easily, but Beakley Woon answered with a strike, sending him flying. As Wu Gang struggled to recover, Beakley Woon pressed further, questioning what principle he actually followed. Wu Gang, frustrated and shaken, insisted that it was all or nothing and dismissed the idea of any deeper principle. Beakley Woon continued his pressure, stepping forward and attacking while asking why Wu Gang even held a sword. Wu Gang tried to respond, but was interrupted by another attack. Their blows collided with tremendous force, tearing into the ground and leaving visible damage across the battlefield. Finally, Wu Gang was forced down to his knees, struggling under the overwhelming difference in strength. At that moment, Wu Gang admitted there was a deeper reason behind his need to grow stronger. His thoughts returned to his father, an ordinary martial artist who nonetheless kept his word on the battlefield. When others retreated, he had been the only one to stand his ground. Even if the world dismissed it as a meaningless death, Wu Gang remembered it with unresolved anger, convinced his father had died unjustly. That lingering grief had nearly driven him to the edge. Yet he now realized that acting recklessly would only lead to a pointless death of his own. He understood that if he wanted anything to change, he had to survive and become stronger, enduring everything in the process. However, the path he chose had gone beyond his original intent. In pursuit of power, he had unknowingly become entangled in the identity of the Bloodsword Sect's young sect leader, no longer the young Master Wu Gang he once was. Beakley Woon fell silent after hearing this, and then asked whether he regretted the past. Wu Gang hesitated before admitting he did not know. What he did know was that he wanted to restore his father's honor and prove that his death was not cowardice, but the act of a warrior greater than most. As a son and heir to that legacy, he felt responsible, yet also lost in his current path. He even offered to accept punishment or exposure to the Merm Alliance, insisting that the others were uninvolved and that he alone had hidden his identity to infiltrate. After hearing this, Beakley Woon reacted unexpectedly, striking him and sending him flying before ordering him to stand. He remarked that Wu Gang reminded him of a boy lost in hatred. The conversation then shifted as Beakley Woon casually mentioned his own past, noting that when he left the Beakley clan to join the Mujeong martial school, he had already begun reshaping martial methods beyond traditional clan techniques. He explained that while others focused on strengthening their foundations, he specialized in adjusting and refining martial systems themselves. Wu Gang, surprised, asked if that meant he intended to teach him. Beakley Woon responded indifferently that the Merm Alliance would not collapse just because they ignored someone like him. Internally, however, he was clearly intrigued, recognizing Wu Gang as a potential successor connected to a powerful legacy. He then declared seriously that over the next half-month, he would completely dismantle Wu Gang's existing martial foundation and rebuild it from the ground up, warning that he would have to forget his current self and endure significant pain. He asked whether Wu Gang trusted him enough to accept that path. Wu Gang hesitated, questioning whether he could truly become stronger through this method. Beakley Woon reassured him that this was his role. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a Merm Alliance envoy, where reports circulated that the students from the Martial Aptitude Hall this year were exceptionally talented. Yeagle Pyong confirmed the information, noting that their results were unusually high. As a result, major leaders within the martial factions had already begun an underground competition to recruit and secure them. Sword Saint Ouija Hack, one of the top masters among the orthodox martial arts 10 Heavens, mentioned a sudden development regarding a wager proposed by the co-leader of the unorthodox Merm faction concerning the upcoming duel. The bet was placed on Mujeong Martial School's victory. According to the terms, if the co-leader wins, he would request a minor favor. If he loses, he would halt all expansion and offensive actions for 1 year. His method of judgment, described as betting with an eye, was questioned by others as arrogance, suggesting he believed he could see outcomes others could not. Despite skepticism, the offer was considered too valuable to refuse given the current disadvantage. If the opposing faction paused their aggression, it would provide time for the orthodox side to reorganize its forces. Determined to maximize advantage, it was decided that Mujeong Martial School must not lose this duel under any circumstances. A new referee was assigned, a senior graduate from Merwin Martial School, along with Chung Ryu, a rising prodigy recognized as one of the next-generation swordsmen of Wong's sect. Elsewhere, Chung Ryu heard mention of Mujeong Martial School and recalled its reputation, noting it had been some time since he last encountered anything significant from it. Meanwhile, within Mujeong Martial School, Beakley Woon oversaw training sessions where disciples expressed exhaustion from continuous sparring, especially in uneven matchups such as 2 against 5. Sayo also commented on the difficulty of the training, but Beakley Woon soon arrived and acknowledged their fatigue. When Sayo noticed him, she asked when he had arrived. He responded calmly and announced a reward. After training concluded, they would travel to observe the upcoming duel at the Merm Alliance. He further revealed that a nearby blacksmith, previously associated with him, would forge personalized weapons for the disciples if they managed to win more than 8 out of 15 sparring matches against Mujeong Martial School's trainees. Sayo reacted enthusiastically upon hearing this and immediately accepted the challenge. Later, during sparring discussions, Dan Ryan expressed confusion over how Sayo had already adapted to counter techniques they had only recently encountered. She calmly stated that earlier forms had been more difficult, implying rapid learning progress. Wang Pao also noted that Sayo appeared to read opponents unusually well, while attributing his own improvement to increased motivation. Beakley Woon then issued further instructions, explaining that rewards and expectations were tied to performance. Observing the disciples closely, He urged them to analyze one another's growth and understand the reasoning behind his training methods. He also intervened when Wu Gang attempted to act independently, restraining him with a binding rope designed to suppress violent prisoners without damaging their core energy. The restraint tightened whenever unorthodox martial energy or uncontrolled movement was used, though it could theoretically be broken through disciplined physical strength alone. Wu Gang reacted in frustration, while others questioned whether Beakley Woon was showing favoritism towards certain disciples. He denied the claim and instructed everyone to continue sparring without distraction. Beakley Woon then explained that Wu Gang was being restricted specifically so he would not interfere and could instead observe the training process. From a distance, Munchio and others continued intense sparring sessions, visibly improving through real-time adaptation. Beakley Woon observed that previous weaknesses, such as failure to control spear distance, were being corrected through improved footwork and responsiveness. Wu Gang, watching in disbelief, noted how quickly his peers had evolved, especially in developing new close-range adaptations that had not existed before. Sayo also questioned a sudden movement during combat, unsure whether it was intentional or an instinctive adjustment. Beakley Woon, observing all of this, asked Wu Gang whether he could see how much the others had matured in such a short time. He then remarked that Wu Gang likely wanted to draw his sword and join immediately, but was afraid of being left behind. At that moment, a system notification confirmed that Munchio had entered the spear body unification state, where his spear and body movement became synchronized, as if the weapon were an extension of himself. Munchio planted his spear firmly, entering a heightened combat state that marked a significant breakthrough in his martial development. He then began to execute martial techniques in earnest, struggling against the restrictions placed on him. Wu Gang finally asked to have the bindings loosened, insisting that he could not improve while being forced to stand still. Beakley Woon rejected the request, stating coldly that movement at this stage would prevent real change. He explained that while Munchio was gradually forming his own martial path through accumulated combat experience, Wu Gang was still imitating Bloodsword Sect techniques and even echoing his senior sister's style, which kept him bound to his past. Cornered, Wu Gang asked what he was expected to do instead. Beakley Woon responded that as long as he continued letting his body follow inherited techniques, he would never break his established habits. The purpose of the restriction, he explained, was precisely to force that change. He then focused on Wu Gang's internal condition, analyzing that if physical movement could not correct his habits, the issue lay in how his internal energy circulated. Wu Gang suddenly understood and mentioned the concept of bloodline-related cultivation. Beakley Woon confirmed his reasoning and explained further. He stated that while other disciples were experimenting with new fist forms to break out of old patterns, Wu Gang needed to go further by completely reconstructing his internal foundation. He explained that although humans possess 365 acupoints, martial artists typically utilize only a fraction of them, and Wu Gang would need to find his path among the unused points. Wu Gang internally deduced the process, opening new acupoints, channeling internal energy through them, and forcibly overcoming resistance from established circulation routes. However, the system soon detected instability. His internal energy had been invaded by impurities and began flowing in reverse, indicating severe risk. Beakley Woon immediately warned him not to rush, explaining that forcing the process could result in loss of his dantian if the unstable energy consumed him. Observing nearby, Munchio reacted in confusion, questioning the nature of such extreme cultivation methods. Wu Gang endured intense pain, but Beakley Woon ordered others not to interfere, stating that this was something Wu Gang had to resolve himself. Wu Gang steadied his thoughts, refusing to abandon the process, determined not to return to his past state. He focused on purging the corrupted energy and forcing circulation through the new pathways. A system notification confirmed that his internal circulation had entered a micro-heavenly cycle. He let out a strained cry before gradually stabilizing. After some time, he finally calmed, breathing heavily as he recovered. Concerned, someone asked if he was all right. At that moment, the pressure within him suddenly surged, breaking the binding restraint. Beakley Woon, observing the result with satisfaction, stepped forward and confirmed that Wu Gang had successfully removed the influence of Bloodsword Sect techniques. He described him as a blank slate now. Wu Gang acknowledged this and requested further instruction, insisting that he could not be left behind and needed guidance to form a new path. Beakley Woon agreed, stating that he would shape that blank slate into a new sword path and lead him back to the training ground. The surrounding disciples reacted with excitement at Wu Gang's return to the group. Elsewhere, in a forested area, investigators discovered a corpse drained of blood. Namong Wu examined the scene and noted the body had been completely bled out. Chung Ha, visibly frustrated, ordered him to stop speaking and pointed out the neck wound and evidence that the body had been suspended during the process, suggesting a deliberate method. She noted regret that the culprit had escaped again. Namong Wu analyzed further, observing that the victims shared no clear pattern, suggesting the attacker consumed blood indiscriminately. He added that the method was too disorganized to be attributed to a cult or demonic sect, instead suggesting it might be a sadistic serial killer or even a monster. He noted that while the damage was not on the scale of a great demon, the lack of traces suggested intelligence. He then proposed either retreating to request reinforcements or continuing the pursuit. Chung Ha firmly rejected withdrawal, insisting they could not allow further casualties and speculating that higher-ranking authorities would likely pursue the case as well. When asked for objections, Namong Wu agreed to proceed under orders. He then half-jokingly considered the likelihood of death in such missions and even suggested preparing insurance. Finally, he carved a message into a tree, stating that if he went missing for more than a month, others should contact the Sect master of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Beakley Woon briefly muttered to himself, sensing an uneasy premonition that trouble was approaching. Sometime later, he stood at the gate of the training hall and addressed the disciples, acknowledging their 2 weeks of intense training. He praised their progress, noting that most of them had clearly improved, though he pointed out that one among them still had not discovered his own sword path. He confirmed that Sayo and Wang Pao had each achieved 8 victories as promised, and therefore the group would proceed to the next phase, including the forging of personalized renowned weapons. He reminded them that they had every reason to take pride in their results and express confidence that they could complete the next stage successfully. He then revealed the second training phase in blunt terms. They would fight and refine themselves through direct combat against one another. Elsewhere, Beakley Woon reviewed a report from the Merm Alliance deputy strategist, learning that the number of missing persons in Hunan had recently surged. The opposing official explained that many of the recovered victims had their throats slit and their bodies completely drained of blood, with most being civilians traveling alone. Based on the findings, Beakley Woon concluded that a murderous demon was likely responsible. He asked how the Merm Alliance was responding. The report stated that elite young operatives had already been dispatched to Hunan, including Namong Wu and Master Chung Ha, while the Tiger Squad had been assigned to the hub province. Hearing this, Beakley Woon judged that the situation was being handled by capable individuals and felt reassured, noting their skill levels and adaptability. However, the mention of demonic activity triggered an unpleasant memory. He then abruptly asked when the situation would be disclosed to the Manhwa Martial School disciples. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Jin Guang was struck and thrown into a room, injured, while Wu Gang was seen engaged in a heated clash elsewhere, leading to confusion and disorder among the disciples. Beakley Woon, noticing the chaos, asked if everything was all right and was told that the situation was under control, though clearly tense. Frustrated, he criticized the disciples for causing embarrassment in front of guests. Yurong expressed concern about whether it was safe to leave things as they were, and the conversation shifted to the status of training at Manhwa Martial School. It was mentioned that the legendary fighter Chung Ryu had reappeared and was reportedly involved in training the next generation. Beakley Woon was visibly surprised, recognizing Chung Ryu as a top-tier genius of the next generation and one of the closest contenders for the title of the strongest martial artist. He reflected that such a person should not naturally excel at teaching, making Manhwa Martial School's current development even more unexpected. He then remarked on their apparent abundance of talent, drawing further attention from those present. Outside, Wu Jin apologized for the earlier disruption, taking responsibility for their shortcomings. Beakley Woon reassured him, stating that despite the chaos, the disciples had performed better than expected over the past month. However, when Dan Ryan immediately resumed training instead of resting, Beakley Woon snapped and ordered everyone to stop and listen properly. He then clarified his past, revealing that during his time at Manhwa Martial School, he had repeatedly faced Chung Ryu in tournament finals and had never once been defeated. This revelation shocked those listening. When asked directly about his identity, he confirmed that in the past he was known as the White Sword Dragon, a title he earned before leaving his master more than a decade ago. He dismissed it as history, stating that he was now simply the sect leader of the Righteous Heaven Sect. Realizing that the disciples had been doubting him, He then firmly reminded them that everyone had performed well over the past month and suggested they were overdue for a short rest. Even so, Dan Ryan immediately insisted on continuing training. Frustrated, Beakley Woon raised his voice and ordered everyone to stop being stubborn and listen. Finally, the group settled down and began to properly follow his instructions. At this moment, Munchio stared at his own palm in confusion. He told the Sect Master that no matter how intensely they trained, they recovered unusually fast by the next day, and their injuries healed far quicker than normal. Beakley Woon considered this and realized it was due to their inclusion on the temporary disciple roster, which granted enhanced recovery effects. Even so, he reminded them that rest was still necessary, especially to prevent mental fatigue, which could be just as damaging as physical exhaustion. He ordered them to rest properly for the day, adding that visiting Yuyong's daunting lake would also be a rare opportunity for martial artists. The disciples quickly complied. Beakley Woon then added a final warning. Although the arrangement was temporary, they were currently considered members of the Righteous Heaven Sect. If they caused trouble outside, he would personally force them to crawl back to the Merm Alliance to report to him once training concluded. The group immediately assured him they would behave. Excited by the break, they prepared for the trip, with some expressing regret that Wang Pao could not join them. Munchio organized the group, suggesting they first visit Daunting Lake's most famous locations before enjoying food together. However, when they arrived at a restaurant, they were informed that it was fully occupied on the first and second floors, while the third floor was reserved for distinguished figures of the region. Unable to afford or access it, Munchio quickly pulled the others away, insisting they find another place and avoid unnecessary spending. At that moment, a woman named Gall approached and offered to pay for their meal on one condition: that they tell her about the person currently training the young disciples here. She removed her hat as she addressed Beakley Woon directly. Wu Gang, observing her, quietly wondered who she was, noting her striking appearance and blue eyes, while recalling fragmented memories connected to her name. Meanwhile, Gall reflected on her own past. She remembered being told that she would be introduced to an interesting opponent and initially dismissed it as exaggeration. She had heard warnings about the sect's unpredictable nature, but still felt compelled to meet the person responsible for the Righteous Heaven Sect's current reputation. She had even planned to establish a fabric shop locally as a cover while searching for him, confident in her own skills. Returning to the present, she expressed surprise that she had not yet been contacted despite her efforts. Orion tried to defuse the situation by pouring her a drink and jokingly addressing her as sister, which slightly softened the atmosphere. Munchio added cautiously that they had initially suspected she might be associated with the Unorthodox Alliance due to her sudden inquiry about the Sect Master. Gall accepted the misunderstanding calmly, noting that her appearance often led to suspicion. Munchio quickly apologized for the assumption. She then questioned whether the Righteous Heaven Sect Master had ever mentioned her. The group hesitated, unsure how to respond, until Wu Gang bluntly suggested that he might have simply forgotten. This caused visible embarrassment, prompting Wu Jin to quickly cover his mouth. Wu Gang clarified that the Sect Master was likely too busy with training and responsibilities rather than intentionally ignoring her. He explained that current pressures, including preparation for the wager with the Unorthodox Alliance, had likely left little room for personal matters. Gall acknowledged this explanation, noting that the bet between the Orthodox and Unorthodox alliances before the Grand Tournament had led to a temporary suspension of conflicts, with both sides wagering on their ability to evaluate people. The group reacted in surprise upon hearing this, realizing the situation carried far greater political weight than they had assumed. In the wager, it was revealed that the Unorthodox Alliance had bet on Mujiang Martial School's victory, while the Merm Alliance had placed their support behind Marwan Martial School. Hearing this, Wu Gang slammed the table in anger, insisting that a grand tournament should not be manipulated by outside forces and that it was not something the Unorthodox Alliance should interfere with. Gall continued explaining the terms of the bet. If the Unorthodox Alliance lost, they would halt all attacks and territorial expansion for 1 year. In return, if they won, the Merm Alliance would only need to fulfill a single small request. Because of this imbalance and consequences, the Merm Alliance had no real choice but to accept. However, the result was that both sides now quietly hoped for different outcomes, and the participants of the tournament had effectively been turned into pieces in a larger political game controlled by the Unorthodox faction. Upon hearing this, Munchio became furious, accusing the higher authorities of treating them as expendable pawns. Others expressed similar anger, believing they had entered the tournament on equal terms, only to realize they were being used in a broader scheme. Some argued that since they belonged to sects under the Merm Alliance, even a loss would not damage their personal honor and might even bring compensation. However, Gall challenged this view, pointing out that such thinking ignored those who actually had something to lose. She emphasized that for people like them, there was no option to simply accept defeat. They had a fight to win. Munchio bluntly agreed with her assessment, while tempers flared. Wu Gang suddenly struck the table, cutting off the argument and demanding that they stop. He then questioned what the sect master truly intended, suggesting that Beakley Woon likely already knew about the wager and was acting with a deeper plan in mind. Elsewhere, two individuals discussed the growing tension, speculating that the Merm Alliance would continue to face mounting pressure. Beakley Woon, however, remained calm and stated that he had no intention of following the expectations of higher authorities. He declared that anyone who came to him would be treated as his disciple, implying he would act independently of their schemes. When asked whether this would amount to open resistance against the Merm Alliance, he casually asked for assistance. But Yang immediately refused, stating that opposing the Merm Alliance was too risky and not in his interest. He suggested that if persuasion was needed, it should be directed towards someone else in the group. Beakley Woon calmly remarked that the other party was not exactly hiding anything and questioned when he had realized the situation. The conversation was interrupted when a messenger arrived, reporting urgent news from the Righteous Heaven Sect merchant network. Martial artists from both the Merm Alliance and Unorthodox Alliance were gathering. Initially, the report was assumed to indicate a large-scale conflict between humans. However, the messenger quickly clarified that the real threat was different. The 100 demons were advancing toward Daunting Lake. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, the 100 demons roared and moved as one. Their killing intent surged outward like a tide, each of their instincts focused on one directive: hunt humans and consume them. Beakley Woon was already aware of the nature of the 100 demons. He understood that a Yakai realm forms when a great demon establishes dominion over a territory, transforming it into a corrupted zone. As long as one avoids entering that domain, survival is possible. However, lesser demons are drawn toward the location where the great demon has recently emerged, and their movement inevitably leads them toward human settlements. This coordinated migration is what is known as the 100 demons. The report confirmed that the 100 demons were heading directly toward Daunting Lake, originating from the Beijing direction, with an estimated scale of around 250. From this, it could be inferred that a great demon had already formed. The report further added that a month earlier, Chengha and Namong Wu had gone missing while investigating a series of disappearances. Beakley Woon frowned upon hearing this update, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Additional information indicated that traces had been found at the entrance of the Yakai realm. The messenger concluded that if there had been no return within a month, the matter was to be reported directly to the Righteous Heaven Sect. Without hesitation, Beakley Woon decided to move immediately toward Beijing. When someone questioned whether he would attend the Yuyang assembly instead, he calmly responded that a formal summons had already been issued for the major sects to gather there, but he had no obligation to participate. The confusion grew when another asked about the enforcement units stationed at Daunting Lake. Beakley Woon explained that they were not required to respond to the summons, as their primary duty was to protect the champions of the two major schools. He added that the Righteous Heaven Sect branch in Yuyang would handle proper coordination of their return. More importantly, he emphasized that the priority was to eliminate the great demon before it fully absorbed the Yakai energy. If it succeeded, the region would be transformed into a true hellscape. As he assessed the situation, he briefly recalled a fragmented memory of someone once speaking to him cryptically about fate and destiny, hinting that his path was unusual. He dismissed the thought and focused on the immediate crisis. Elsewhere, O Ryong expressed anger and frustration, insisting that the Righteous Heaven Sect should clarify whether the Merm Alliance was treating them as expendable pieces and what Beakley Woon's true intentions were. At that moment, a sudden interruption occurred as Guang Yun arrived. He identified himself as the local Merm Alliance commander stationed in Yuyang and announced that the 100 demons were already approaching, turning the entire region into an imminent battlefield. He ordered everyone to return immediately to the training area for evacuation. O Ryong objected, questioning whether they were being told to abandon the battlefield. Guang Yun corrected her, stating that it was not desertion but a tactical retreat, as protecting them was the Merm Alliance's highest priority. O Ryong argued that they were capable of fighting, but Guang Yun cut her off sharply, reiterating that it was an order. He emphasized that there were far too many major sects involved and that they were not suited for direct combat in this situation. When resistance continued, he firmly stated that objections would not be accepted, reinforcing that lower ranks must obey higher commands without question. Ouyang reluctantly complied. Wu Gang, however, sensed something was wrong. Although the explanation sounded reasonable, Guang Yun appeared unusually tense, as if concealing deeper concern. He then ordered everyone once again to return, declaring that break time was over. Ouyang, still unsettled, wondered aloud what was truly happening. Munchio quietly raised a concern, suggesting that the commander might not be telling the full truth. He questioned why they were being pushed back to the training area if the situation was truly as dangerous as described, speculating that the commander likely already knew the outer defenses would be breached. Wang Jin, confused, asked for clarification, insisting that everyone had heard the same report about reinforcement from major sects arriving soon. Before he could finish, Wu Gang interrupted, raising a critical possibility. What if those reinforcements did not arrive in time? In that case, the commander's intention might be to draw the battle into the city while keeping non-combatants in a safer zone like the training area. Munchio, maintaining a rational stance, argued that these were only assumptions and that they should follow orders from higher authority. His statement triggered anger from others, who accused him of being overly submissive. He calmly defended himself, stating that they needed to consider the Sect position. However, he was interrupted again by objections, with others insisting that fleeing would result in civilian casualties. They reminded each other that, as temporary members of the Righteous Heaven Sect, abandoning the people in crisis would contradict their role as practitioners of the righteous path. Wu Gang firmly stated that they could not retreat under such circumstances, and others echoed his sentiment. Ouyang reinforced this view, declaring that as enforcers of martial order, they were bound to protect the people rather than withdraw. Munchio then suggested a compromise, proposing that they retreat first and re-engage only if necessary. This reasoning was reluctantly accepted, and a plan was formed. Wu Gang was assigned to quickly assess the scale of the 100 demons, while Ouyang and Wang Jin were tasked with surveying the terrain. Munchio and another companion would scout possible ambush locations. From this point onward, they resolved to actively track and prepare for the incoming threat. Gull, standing at the rear, remarked with disappointment that she had been forgotten in the planning, highlighting her exclusion from the group's immediate strategy. Meanwhile, in the forest, Beakley Woon analyzed the situation. Recalling his earlier experiences with merchant escorts, he noted that survival training always emphasized retreat and situational awareness. He also reasoned that if Namong Wu and Chung Ha were still alive within the affected zone, their supplies were likely running out. He observed the increasing spread of the infestation and expressed concern that the situation needed to be resolved quickly. Elsewhere, the 100 demons raged, their killing intent intensifying. One of them complained inwardly that intruders had disrupted its domain and that, despite only recently awakening as a great demon, humans had managed to conceal themselves within its territory. Enraged, it demanded that they reveal themselves. Chung Ha and Namong Wu were hiding nearby. Chung Ha assessed the enemy's overwhelming bloodlust, reluctantly admitting they should have eliminated it before it fully awakened. Namong Wu responded irritably, telling her to stop dwelling on it, though he still maintained confidence in his remaining strength. As tension escalated, Chung Ha signaled danger, and they prepared for combat. She suddenly launched a surprise attack, drawing the attention of the 100 demons. Namong Wu followed with a coordinated strike, successfully landing a hit, though Chung Ha immediately warned him to stay alert as the enemy counterattacked. The 100 demons retaliated violently, forcing Namong Wu to be thrown aside in pain. Chung Ha called out to him in alarm as the creature advanced. At that critical moment, one of the demon's arms was suddenly severed in a single strike. The creature howled in shock and rage. Beakley Woon then appeared calmly, remarking that they were lucky he had arrived before things became worse. Chung Ha immediately recognized him and called out to the team leader as he stepped into the battlefield. Beakley Woon immediately corrected Chung Ha, stating that she should address them properly as the Righteous Heaven Sect. Namong Wu, still lying on the ground, muttered that Beakley Woon had arrived too late. Beakley Woon responded with a calm smile, saying he had been busy and did not expect to personally clean up the battlefield at that hour. He then turned his attention forward, preparing for combat as the 100 demons charged at him. Chung Ha called out that a single decisive strike to the head would be enough to finish it, though Wu Gang found the situation questionable, thinking it odd that a single great demon could supposedly be handled so simply by two people. The 100 demons remained standing, unharmed, before suddenly leaping and mocking them. Beakly Woon remained fully alert and ordered the others to fall back as needed. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared and greeted Beakly Woon, revealing familiarity between them. Beakly Woon recognized the Black Knight and remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting, expressing surprise at his presence. The Black Knight, in turn, noted Beakly Woon's growth and asked why he was there. Beakly Woon suddenly froze as terrifying memories from the past resurfaced in his mind. His face turned pale, and a desperate scream escaped him. A flashback revealed a younger Beakly Woon standing amidst a devastated battlefield, his body covered in wounds while countless corpses lay scattered around him. In the middle of that destruction, he desperately called out Heron's name after spotting her standing before him. However, Heron was no longer herself. Dark demonic energy completely surrounded her body, and the sword in her hand radiated a frightening purple aura. Struggling painfully, she admitted that she could no longer control her own body. Consumed entirely by demonic energy, Heron suddenly charged forward and stabbed directly toward Beakly Woon, who could only cry out her name in despair. Back in the present, Black Knight mocked him while recalling the incident from more than 10 years earlier, when he had been forced to flee after losing someone precious to him. Beakly Woon coldly acknowledged the truth. The woman before him was none other than Black Knight, ruler of the Immortal Valley and one of the rulers of the 3 great demon realms, a terrifying existence powerful enough to once destroy half of the Imperial Palace alone. Sweat formed on Beakly Woon's face as he struggled to understand why Black Knight was present when she was supposed to remain sealed away. For a moment, he even wondered whether this was only a clone. Black Knight turned toward him confidently, radiating overwhelming pressure like a true ruler. Nearby, a greater demon briefly appeared before Black Knight casually explained that she had already thrown that nuisance elsewhere. Beakly Woon scoffed and remarked that even demons seemed capable of loyalty and camaraderie. Black Knight immediately dismissed the comment, claiming she had no interest in insignificant beings. Beakly Woon responded with a cold smile and declared that he still had unfinished business with that monster. After dealing with Black Knight, he intended to hunt it down personally. Black Knight mocked his confidence, but Beakly Woon fiercely replied that 10 years was more than enough time for the world to change completely. He was no longer the same person he had once been. Lightning-like energy surged through his eyes as veins bulged across his body. Filled with determination, he swore that this time he would erase Black Knight from existence permanently. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the area as a sharp sword strike cut through the air. Elsewhere in a gloomy forest, Dan Ryan sighed in relief after noticing there were no powerful demons nearby. However, Xian Wugang immediately warned everyone not to lower their guard and ordered the group to retreat at once. After defeating several weaker demons, Wugang began wondering why the battle felt strangely easy. Qian Munchio quietly reminded him not to forget the hellish training they had endured during the previous 2 weeks. Wugang blankly claimed he had done nothing special, causing Munchio to angrily yell that the real problem was what awaited them afterward. At that moment, the disciples recalled Beakly Woon's terrifying training sessions, where he appeared with blazing red eyes and a frightening smile. Compared to that experience, fighting demons now felt almost identical to their training. Munchio explained that demon combat relied on identifying weaknesses and striking them precisely, exactly as they had practiced. As he watched the group move together smoothly, Munchio secretly admired how much everyone had improved in only a month. He even began wondering whether Beakly Woon had planned all of this from the very beginning. Wugang also realized that every member of the group had grown stronger. Even so, deep inside, he struggled constantly to suppress the blood sword sect martial arts he had once relied upon. The restriction left him feeling trapped while simultaneously craving even greater power. After some time, Munchio suddenly asked Wugang what he planned to do in the future if they survived this battle. The unexpected question left Wugang stunned. Munchio clarified that if they succeeded in eliminating the demons, and safely reach the tournament afterward, then they needed to think seriously about what their true goal would become beyond simple survival. Seeing Munchio's thoughtful expression, Dan Ryan teasingly asked whether he was feeling worried. Munchio calmly answered that he was only reminding everyone of something important they should never forget. Wu Gang merely sneered in response and declared that if such brutal training never led to a stage where he could truly prove himself, then he would rather go insane. He and Munchio repeatedly nodded before loudly urging everyone to stop hesitating and charge forward. Dan Ryan shouted in agreement, reminding the group to focus only on the monsters directly in front of them instead of panicking. Meanwhile, Xian Wu Gang stood at the front line, facing a massive horde of monsters. In a firm voice, he reminded everyone that survival was their highest priority. The disciples immediately formed ranks while Munchio ordered them to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. He strictly warned everyone against acting recklessly. Elsewhere, another commander rallied his own troops, reminding them not to fear the demons, because those creatures only became stronger when they sensed fear and anxiety. A spiky-haired warrior shouted back confidently, declaring that they were fighting to protect their families. During the battle, another group of warriors noticed something strange. The night parade of 100 demons had arrived late, and even more unusual, the demons were not advancing toward them. Instead, the monsters were fleeing in panic as though something far more terrifying was chasing them. Suddenly, a giant spear shot through the battlefield and pierced one of the demons instantly, leaving the spiky-haired warrior completely stunned. The top-knot leader quickly recognized Wu Gang and his group. Angrily, he demanded to know whether they had ignored the retreat order. Wu Gang calmly admitted that he had heard it. Even while dodging attacks from nearby demons, Wu Gang repeated that he was fully aware of the command. The leader became furious and demanded to know why they were still there if they understood the order so clearly. At that moment, another demon nearly bit through Wu Gang's neck. Before the attack could land, Munchio suddenly rushed in and drove his sword directly into the demon's mouth, saving Wu Gang's life. After recovering himself, Wu Gang firmly declared that although they were disciples of Murin Pavilion, they were martial artists before anything else. The determination in his eyes made it clear that he had no intention of retreating. The top-knot leader eventually sighed and gave them a final condition. They only needed to survive for 15 minutes until reinforcements arrived. Any punishment for disobeying orders would be handled afterward. The leader demanded confirmation, and Wu Gang immediately shouted his agreement. At the same time, purple demonic energy erupted across the battlefield as everyone prepared for a desperate fight. Suddenly, a black spike shot through the air at terrifying speed and pierced directly through Wu Gang's chest. Everyone froze in shock. A gigantic greater demon emerged and lifted Wu Gang's impaled body while growling that the human was unusually strong. Nearby, a skull demon lunged toward the injured Guang Yun, preparing to devour him. Before it could attack, Munchio flew in once again and thrust his spear through the monster's throat, saving Guang Yun's life. When the team leader asked about the situation, Guang Yun could barely force out a warning telling them to run. Grinding his teeth, Guang Yun admitted that this greater demon was on an entirely different level from anything they had faced before. Despite the warning, Munchio refused to retreat. He firmly declared that they had come there to help and ordered Guang Yun to get down immediately. While Guang Yun was pulled away by his comrades, Munchio's team charged forward and began clearing away the weaker demons blocking the battlefield. In the middle of the fierce fighting, Munchio failed to notice a deadly claw descending from above straight toward his head. A warning shout echoed from afar, but the attack was already too close. Munchio looked upward in horror as death approached. The team leader broke into a cold sweat, convinced that Munchio was about to die. At the last possible moment, Wu Gang suddenly roared and threw himself into the monster's path to save his comrade. As he moved, his master's warning echoed in his mind. He had been strictly forbidden from using the Bloodsword Sect martial arts again, because the demonic energy would permanently corrupt his meridians. Even so, Wu Gang ignored the warning completely. Filled with determination, he shouted that he could never stand by and watch another comrade die before his eyes. Swearing that he would never again allow such a tragedy to happen, Wu Gang broke beyond his limits and unleashed the ultimate Blood Sea Azura sword art. However, instead of releasing sinister blood-red energy, his sword erupted with brilliant golden light. The greater demon was caught completely off guard as the golden sword energy tore through its body. A painful shriek echoed across the battlefield before the monster was split apart. Watching from afar, Beakley Woon was stunned. He immediately realized that Wu Gang had surpassed his own limits. Meanwhile, Wu Gang quietly admitted to himself that he had no other choice. Having narrowly survived, Munchio turned toward him in complete disbelief, struggling to understand what had just happened to his sword. Wu Gang stood firmly with the blade in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden light. Even Munchio could not help shouting in confusion after noticing the unusual color. At that moment, memories resurfaced in Wu Gang's mind. He remembered Beakley Woon once encouraging him by saying that one day he would discover his own sword path. Now, he finally understood what those words meant. Another distant memory appeared. Black Knight once stood before a greater demon and calmly remarked that it possessed unusually strong demonic energy. The monster arrogantly declared that it would devour her to strengthen itself further. Without hesitation, Black Knight instantly cut it down with a single strike of dark purple demonic energy. More memories flooded Wu Gang's mind. He recalled watching overwhelming experts casually slaughter monsters that stood in their path, and he had desperately longed for that same strength. But his own reality had been far different. His childhood was filled with fear, weakness, brutal beatings, and despair. One memory in particular resurfaced vividly. As a child, he had once been hung upside down from a tree by a monster while screaming helplessly for someone to save him. The werewolf demon had leaned close to his terrified face and asked whether it frightened him. That moment left deep terror buried inside Wu Gang's heart. As the monster tortured him, he came to understand one cruel truth. If he wanted to survive, then he had to become something even more frightening than the demons hunting him. Back in the present, Wu Gang stared directly at the greater demon and declared that he was no longer the prey. Now, he was the hunter. The greater demon roared arrogantly and insisted that humans should fear its power. Wu Gang, however, showed absolutely no fear. His sword glowed brilliantly as he calmly prepared to face the monster head-on. Enraged by Wu Gang's fearless attitude, the greater demon charged forward furiously while Munchio shouted encouragement from behind. Wu Gang lightly leapt into the air and effortlessly avoided the monster's fiery attack. The ease with which the strike was dodged visibly surprised the greater demon. Landing smoothly, Wu Gang revealed a confident smirk before declaring that the warm-up was over. This time, he would attack. In an instant, he shot forward and closed the distance so quickly that even the greater demon was stunned. The flow of battle shifted immediately. Forced onto the defensive, the greater demon hurriedly raised its arms to block the incoming strikes awkwardly. At the same time, Wu Gang loudly ordered Jin and Dan Ryan to move in and support him. He also expressed gratitude toward Oriong, acknowledging the role everyone had played in reaching this point. What began as a solo confrontation instantly transformed into a perfectly coordinated team battle. Jin and Dan Ryan attacked from opposite sides simultaneously, trapping the greater demon in a pincer assault while Jin loudly chanted a Buddhist prayer. Watching his teammates move in sync, Wu Gang smiled confidently and praised Dan Ryan for starting the battle perfectly. At that moment, all 5 members of the pavilion stood together on the battlefield, officially declaring their participation in the fight to eradicate the night parade of 100 demons. From afar, Munchio and Guang Yun immediately sensed that the greater demon's presence was completely different from the weaker monsters surrounding it. They quickly realized this creature was the true ruler of the demon domain. Nearby, a masked ally supported the injured Guang Yun while urgently warning everyone to stay cautious of the demon's claws because its attacks were unusually unpredictable. Meanwhile, Dan Ryan charged forward fearlessly with overwhelming momentum and shouted for the others to leave the rear defense to them. The greater demon roared furiously as its crimson eyes burned with rage. Purple demonic energy gathered into a massive sphere in its hand before it launched a devastating attack. Dan Ryan reacted instantly. raising his sword and blocking the crushing strike without flinching. While the monster's attention remained occupied, Unjin rushed in from the side and delivered a heavy blow directly into its flank. Seeing the perfect coordination, Dan Ryan smiled confidently as though the battle had already tilted in their favor. Wu Gang also smirked and announced that the defensive phase was over. Once they defeated this monster, they would begin hunting the rest. However, the greater demon's thoughts were far simpler and far more dangerous. It only desired strength and food. Suddenly, instead of attacking the disciples directly, the greater demon turned around and charged into the weaker demons nearby. To everyone's horror, it grabbed one of the smaller demons and absorbed all of its demonic energy. The disciples were stunned as the creature began devouring its own kind. Wu Gang immediately shouted for everyone to kill it before it became stronger. The greater demon crushed another demon and absorbed even more dark purple energy into its body. Roaring with satisfaction, it proudly revealed itself as the apex predator of the battlefield. Unjin broke into a cold sweat while muttering in horror about how vicious the monster truly was. Munchio quickly realized the terrifying truth. The creature was not only feeding on demonic fear, but also drawing strength from the fear of humans. The realization caused several warriors to panic and flee. The greater demon clearly existed on an entirely different level from anything they could handle. Even so, Wu Gang refused to allow the group to collapse into chaos. From above, he loudly ordered everyone to follow his commands. He immediately began coordinating the battle, instructing Munchio to restrain the greater demon with spear techniques while the others targeted its weak points. At the same time, he continued shouting orders to maintain formation and pressure the monster without giving it even a moment to recover. Despite his confident leadership, Wu Gang noticed that Guang Yun was pushing himself beyond his limits. Singchan Trui's condition had already reached the point where even brief use of his remaining power could destroy him completely. Realizing they could no longer drag the battle out, Wu Gang ordered a final all-out assault. His sword erupted with brilliant golden light as he thanked the Marian Martial Hall disciples and declared that he would finish the battle in a single strike. With full power, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Whirlwind Thunder Sword. Golden sword energy exploded forward like lightning and crashed directly into the greater demon. Then a deafening sound echoed across the battlefield. Wu Gang's sword shattered. The weapon could not endure the overwhelming force of the technique itself, causing the attack to fail completely. For a brief moment, Wu Gang froze in disbelief. The greater demon instantly closed the distance and grabbed him before he could react. His body was torn apart amid horrifying screams as the monster overwhelmed him completely. Even while facing absolute defeat, Wu Gang stubbornly repeated to himself that he would survive. Watching the horrifying scene unfold, Munchio could only scream Wu Gang's name in despair. Then suddenly, a calm voice echoed across the battlefield. The voice praised the disciples for enduring long enough and told them to rest. In the next instant, a colossal blue sword energy appeared from nowhere. The overwhelming strike blasted the greater demon away and saved Wu Gang just before the finishing blow landed. Even the monster itself was stunned by the sudden power. A figure slowly descended onto the battlefield. Beakley Woon had arrived. His face remained completely cold as he looked over the battered disciples and casually questioned why they had all ended up there in the first place. At that moment, a mysterious demonic woman emerged from within the greater demon's body. Smiling calmly, she remarked that Beakley Woon had grown far stronger than before. Although her plans had encountered a slight obstacle, she seemed completely unconcerned. Turning toward a demonic gate in the distance, she declared that she looked forward to what would happen next, hinting at an even greater conflict waiting ahead. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Beakley Woon calmly raised his hand and gave a single order. Charge! Immediately afterward, cloaked warriors descended upon the battlefield like a storm, launching a full assault to eradicate every remaining demon beast. Beakley Woon personally led the assault, releasing streaks of white sword light that cut through the demon ranks with overwhelming force. As he fought, he realized that Black Knight's sudden appearance had disrupted everything and forced him to speed up his plans far earlier than intended. After the night parade of 100 demons ended, rumors spread throughout the Miram world. People found it impossible to believe that only 5 disciples from Martial Hall had managed to hold back an entire demon army. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, Guang Yun was speaking with an alliance official. The official ordered that the public announcement should claim the Murian disciples were useless during the battle. Guang Yun immediately opposed the decision. As the Yaoyang branch chief, he firmly insisted that the disciples who fought on the battlefield were genuine warriors of the Miram Alliance, and that the truth would eventually come out. Deputy Advisor Yong Jin furiously argued that the Murian disciples must never become heroes because the demonic faction was already searching for an excuse to start a war. He grabbed Guang Yun by the collar and demanded to know why those children had been pressured to lose the inter-school tournament for the sake of political stability. He even claimed the order had come directly from higher authorities. Guang Yun calmly brushed his hand away and reminded him that Murian was still one of the pillars of the alliance. Even after being rejected, the official could only shout Guang Yun's name in frustration. Despite his injuries and bruised face, Guang Yun stubbornly maintained that the disciples he witnessed that day were true martial artists, not immature children. Elsewhere, the surviving disciples gathered at a tavern to celebrate. The atmosphere quickly turned lively as everyone exaggerated their achievements. One disciple proudly claimed to have defeated 20 demons, while another immediately insisted he had taken down 25. Wu Gang apologized to Beakley Woon for the noisy atmosphere, but their master casually replied that such behavior was normal after surviving a life-and-death battle. Then Beakley Woon suddenly brought up a serious topic. He directly asked whether they had already heard that the Miram Alliance wanted them to lose the tournament. The cheerful mood vanished instantly. Every disciple fell silent as their expressions darkened. Beakley Woon calmly drank his tea before confirming that it seemed they already knew the truth. He then asked them what they planned to do about it. Wu Gang explained the dilemma they faced. If they deliberately lost, the demonic faction would avoid invading for an entire year. But if they won, allied sects could potentially suffer severe consequences. Beakley Woon responded coldly. He pointed out that if the Miram Alliance truly respected them, they would have at least explained the situation openly and asked for their understanding. Then he revealed the harsh reality behind everything. The reason nobody bothered asking for their opinion was because they were considered weak. He further reminded them that for the past 4 years, the Murian disciples had never once defeated the Mujang Martial Hall disciples. Since their defeat was already assumed from the beginning, nobody felt the need to consider their feelings. The disciples could only remain silent after hearing the brutal truth. Beakley Woon continued by telling them that this was the true level the Miram Alliance believed they possessed. Then he asked one final question. What do they truly want? Wu Gang's eyes immediately burned with determination as he gave a firm answer. At once, the entire group shouted together. They wanted to win. Hearing that response, Beakley Woon slowly smirked and raised his teacup. Then he ordered them to do exactly that. He told them to crush the Mujang Martial Hall disciples and prove to the fools within the Miram Alliance that they were wrong. They were also rising stars of the Miram world. With a challenging expression, he asked whether anyone objected. The entire group shouted in unison that they did not. Satisfied, Beakley Woon announced that the Yaoyang branch chief would cover all expenses for the night and told everyone to eat and drink freely. The disciples immediately erupted into cheers. Elsewhere, Guang Yun suddenly broke into a cold sweat despite the bandages covering his eyes. He sensed an ominous demonic aura nearby. At the same time, Beakley Woon quietly declared that everyone should enjoy the remaining month because hellish training would begin again tomorrow. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. Thanks to the disciples' recent achievements, the Sect's reputation had risen dramatically, allowing the Sect's system to upgrade. A domineering laugh echoed as the system presented him with an important decision. He now had to choose the Sect's future development path. The first option focused on expansion and influence. By establishing multiple branch halls, the Sect would rapidly increase its fame and greatly improve disciple recruitment. The second option focused on elite development. Instead of quantity, it emphasized raising a small number of exceptional disciples while improving martial arts mastery and transmission efficiency. As this decision appeared before him, The group remained gathered together inside a bustling and near the Murim Alliance headquarters. Lanterns hung high across the inn, while the lively atmosphere continued around the disciples. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon remained focused on analyzing the system panel until one of the disciples informed him that the food had finally arrived. Deciding to postpone the important decision for later, he joined the others before the meal became cold. Inwardly, he concluded that the system's choice was not something that needed to be rushed. During the gathering, Sua suddenly asked whether the Mujang Marshall Hall disciples were truly as powerful as the rumors claimed, since everyone already assumed they would win the tournament. Instead of answering directly, Beakley Woon asked if she remembered the tournament format. Sua confidently replied that she had participated before and believed it was simply a series of dull one-on-one matches. Beakley Woon smirked faintly before correcting her. He explained that the Intersect tournament was far more important than ordinary matches. It existed to train the future pillars of the Murim world. According to him, the goal was not merely to find strong fighters, but to develop future leaders capable of strategy, judgment, and real combat experience. He then broke down the structure of the tournament. The competition consisted of 3 main rounds. The first was a speed-based trial. The second focused on individual duels to display personal martial skill, and the final round was a large-scale team battle involving all participants. Whichever faction won at least 2 out of the 3 rounds would become the overall champion. At that moment, a large man interrupted the conversation while mocking Mujang Pavilion for failing to win a single round during the last 4 years. He then casually asked Beakley Woon about the betting odds for this year's tournament. The man loudly declared that Mujang Pavilion finally had a real chance of winning. To everyone's surprise, he addressed Beakley Woon like an old acquaintance. Sua looked confused until it was revealed that the man was Pianguk, the young lord of the Pine Clan and a former fellow disciple, as well as one of Beakley Woon's old rivals from 7 years earlier. Pianguk swaggered confidently, convinced that Beakley Woon still remembered him clearly. However, Beakley Woon stared at him expressionlessly and calmly asked who he was. As Sua quietly repeated Pianguk's name, the man immediately became furious and corrected her loudly. Beakley Woon then pretended to finally remember him while deliberately mispronouncing his name again. He casually explained to Sua that this man had once been his so-called rival back in Murin Pavilion. Trying to recover his dignity, Pianguk laughed awkwardly and threw an arm around Beakley Woon's shoulder. The moment he did, Beakley Woon released internal energy, so overwhelming that Pianguk's body instantly stiffened in place. Even while struggling to move, Pianguk loudly continued boasting about Mujang Pavilion's guaranteed victory this year and proudly praised the strength of his generation. After listening quietly, Beakley Woon finally responded with a cold remark. To him, they simply sounded easy to defeat. Then, with a mocking smile, he directly asked whether Pianguk's generation had ever successfully defeated Miriam before. Without waiting for an answer, he calmly pointed out that they never had. Pianguk was left speechless. Furious, he insisted that things were different now. Beakley Woon immediately used that opening to propose a wager, while an intimidating pressure filled the atmosphere around him. Suspicious that Beakley Woon was plotting something, Pianguk hesitated for a moment. Beakley Woon then struck him psychologically by calmly asking whether he was actually afraid. Pianguk's eyes burned with anger as he clenched his fists under the provocation, while Sua quietly watched the confrontation unfold. Unable to back down, Pianguk accepted the bet. Beakley Woon immediately revealed the wagered item, the Divine Physician's healing card, a legendary treasure rumored to possess the power to bring even the dead back to life. Pianguk was completely stunned after seeing the legendary item Beakley Woon placed on the table. Beakley Woon then calmly stated the condition for the wager. In exchange, Pianguk would have to stake the Pine Clan's precious cold iron. Hearing that, Pianguk immediately broke into a cold sweat. He admitted that his clan did possess cold iron, but hesitated because it was far too valuable for him to gamble away on his own authority. Beakley Woon calmly delivered the final push by repeating the same provocative question while looking down at him like a superior. Was he scared now? Completely provoked, Pianguk slammed the table in frustration and officially accepted the bet. He then loudly demanded to know where Beakley Woon's disciples were hiding. Beakley Woon casually replied that they were currently undergoing special training and were still on their way. Pyanguk was left speechless by the answer. The scene then shifted to the disciples as their special training officially began. One of them looked bewildered and asked whether they truly had to leave immediately. Beakley Woon simply smirked before giving them an unexpectedly simple mission. All they had to do was safely reach the Murim Alliance headquarters. Wu Gang could hardly believe what he was hearing. Beakley Woon confirmed the task and immediately began dividing everyone into teams. Wu Gang and Munchio were assigned to the first team. Unjin and Oryong became the second team, forming a surprisingly balanced pair. Dan Ryan was completely shocked after learning she would travel alone as the entirety of Team 3. After organizing the groups, Beakley Woon announced the deadline. Everyone had 10 days to arrive, and they were required to reach the Murim Alliance at least 3 days before the tournament began. The disciples responded energetically and accepted the mission. As night fell, their difficult journey officially started through dangerous mountain terrain. Later, while sitting around a campfire, Munchio directly asked Wu Gang whether he was worried about the upcoming tournament. Wu Gang admitted his concerns without hesitation. Although he had changed his sword path, he still carried unresolved ties to the Bloodsword Sect and could not stop wondering how its leader would react. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from deep within the forest. Munchio instantly became alert and asked whether Wu Gang had heard it too. At that moment, a red-robed figure appeared silently on a nearby slope and coldly remarked that their awareness was not bad. Wu Gang and Munchio immediately assumed defensive stances while demanding to know who was there. The woman calmly revealed her identity. She was Moyong Hyen, leader of the Heavenly Squad. Her appearance left Wu Gang stunned. Drawing her sword in one smooth motion, Moyong Hyen bluntly declared that she had come to request a training match with the disciples of Murin Pavilion. Moyong Hyen landed directly before Shan Wu Gang and Soman Chuk, immediately ordering them to draw their weapons. Shocked, Wu Gang questioned why a Heavenly Squad leader would personally challenge disciples like them. Moyong Hyen calmly explained that she was repaying a debt because the two of them had saved members of her squad during the night parade of 100 demons. According to the Alliance's rules, she was obligated to return the favor. Without wasting another moment, she launched her attack. Shan Wu Gang could barely follow her movements and was stunned by her overwhelming speed. From afar, Beakley Woon casually revealed that all the disciple teams were currently interacting with members of the Murim Alliance as part of their training. Moyong Hyen continued her relentless assault, and Wu Gang finally understood that this was the welcome Beakley Woon had mentioned earlier. With no room to retreat, Shan Wu Gang and Soman Chuk steadied themselves and accepted the training match seriously. Moyong Hyen responded with a faint smirk as her sword radiated killing intent. The scene then shifted to a crowded entrance where another group of martial artists arrived, including the disciples of Mujong Martial School. One ponytailed disciple complained about the noisy crowd, wishing they could have entered quietly. Namong Hyen simply laughed and explained that the crowd had gathered to cheer for them because everyone already expected their victory. Confidently, Namong Hyen declared that Mujong Martial School would easily crush Murio Martial School this year. He tried involving Beakley San in the conversation, but she coldly brushed him off, saying he would only bring bad luck. A gray-haired senior lightly scolded the group for speaking carelessly, but Chang Ryu quickly corrected the others with a serious expression. He warned them that this year was completely different because Beakley Woon was now guiding the Murio Martial School disciples. Baker San froze the moment she heard Beakley Woon's name. Chang Ryu then reminded her that Beakley Woon was technically part of her family and mentioned that he had become the instructor of the Murio disciples. Remembering Beakley Woon's unpredictable nature, Chang Ryu admitted that no matter how difficult the situation became, Beakley Woon always found a way to reverse it and secure victory. Realizing the danger, Chang Ryu warned his disciples that they were no longer the hunters. The Murio disciples had now taken that role. He ordered them to become stronger predators capable of devouring those hunters instead. Meanwhile, Beakley San quietly muttered to herself with mixed frustration and unease, unable to believe that Beakley Woon had truly returned. The scene then shifted again as the sound of horse hooves echoed through the quiet road, accompanied by a long yawn filled with boredom. A convoy of carriages moved steadily toward Murim Alliance territory. Lying lazily on the roof of one carriage, the unorthodox Alliance leader complained about boredom and even wished for bandits to appear for entertainment. One of his subordinates, Great Sword, reminded him to maintain some dignity now that they had entered Murim Alliance territory. The unorthodox Alliance leader casually asked Great Sword whether he disliked attending the inter-school tournament. Great Sword bluntly replied that the entire wager was meaningless because their side had nothing to gain and everything to lose. He argued that agreeing to a ceasefire was foolish when the unorthodox Alliance could likely crush the Murim Alliance within another 6 months. The unorthodox Alliance leader laughed and responded that if defeat meant a ceasefire, then they simply needed to win. However, Great Sword pointed out that victory was unlikely because the righteous faction would never allow the Murio martial school disciples to succeed. Since the Murio disciples did not come from influential clans, they could easily be sacrificed to protect the interests of the larger sections. Hearing this, the unorthodox Alliance leader admitted that the ceasefire agreement itself was genuine, but firmly declared that he had no intention of losing the bet. He then shifted the conversation toward a disciple he had once failed to recruit. An image of a black-haired young man with a ponytail appeared in his mind. The unorthodox Alliance leader reflected that the Murim Alliance had become too vast and corrupt to recognize true talent standing right before them. Sitting atop a rooftop later that night, he revealed his next plan. He intended to make a simple request that the Murim Alliance would find difficult to reject. In his eyes, even planting a small seed of doubt would eventually create cracks within the Alliance itself. The scene then shifted to Murio Martial School's office, where Iguin paced anxiously while waiting for news of the disciples. His assistant, Jigalp, tried to calm him down, but Iguin remained frustrated because the disciples had still chosen to participate despite being told not to win. When Vice Principal Hai entered and announced that someone had arrived, Iguin initially relaxed, believing the students had finally returned from training. However, Hai quickly corrected himself and revealed that the unorthodox Alliance leader had arrived before the disciples. Iguin immediately exploded in frustration and turned toward the person he blamed most for the situation. Meanwhile, Bakley Woon sat calmly in the corner, leisurely drinking tea as though nothing was wrong. When Iguin demanded to know where the disciples were, Bakley Woon casually assured him they would arrive on time. Although Iguin admitted that Bakley Woon was talented at training disciples, he still argued that the opening ceremony could not simply be ignored. Bakley Woon remained unconcerned and replied that arriving before the competition itself was enough. He also dismissed concerns about the arrival of Mujong Martial School and the unorthodox Alliance delegation, bluntly stating that the unorthodox Alliance leader would not care about meaningless ceremonies anyway. Soon after, a subordinate entered and reported that the opening ceremony would begin in 30 minutes, and the unorthodox delegation was already approaching. While Iguin could only grit his teeth in frustration, Bakley Woon confidently instructed them to leave the Murio Martial School seats empty because every disciple would arrive without fail. At the same time, the unorthodox Alliance delegation finally arrived at the Murim Alliance headquarters. Seeing rows of people lined up to welcome them, the unorthodox Alliance leader found the display amusing and dismissed it as a childish political performance. Standing beside him, Great Sword immediately recognized it as a deliberate attempt by the Orthodox faction to establish psychological pressure before the tournament even began. The Murim Alliance chief advisor, Ouyang Juk, personally greeted the delegation and politely welcomed them inside for a banquet. Under his command, the enormous gates of the Murim Alliance slowly opened. Inside, the unorthodox Alliance leader admired the scale of the Alliance headquarters. Waiting for him were two legendary figures, Sword Emperor Bakley Gang and Sword Empress Qian Sirion. Amused by the honor being shown to him, the unorthodox Alliance leader joked that he never expected Bakley Gang to personally guide him one day, as he had always imagined they would meet as enemies on the battlefield. Bakley Gang remained cold, while the unorthodox Alliance leader mocked the current generation of disciples training nearby. After observing them, he openly criticized their quality and claimed that only a handful among them were truly impressive. Bakley Gang assumed his confidence meant he felt pressured by the wager, but the unorthodox alliance leader instead claimed that the bet guaranteed his victory. Then, without warning, he suddenly announced that the real participants had arrived. 5 figures descended from the sky and landed directly in the arena between the orthodox and unorthodox factions. Their arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. The disciples of the Muzhong martial school, led by Xian Wu Gang, knelt and formally announced the completion of their training. The unorthodox alliance leader was visibly pleased by their entrance, considering it far more impressive than expected. Nearby, other disciples watched in shock. The Murim Alliance's main gates had not opened like this since the declaration of war against the unorthodox alliance, making the event historically significant. Wu Gang briefly recalled the brutal training that led to this moment. During the past week, his team had constantly evaded powerful pursuers while moving through forests and crowded cities. The moment they were discovered, they immediately escaped across rooftops using Qigong techniques. Back in the present, the disciples completed their dramatic landing in the arena, officially announcing their return after surviving the harsh training prepared by Bakley Woon. All 6 disciples landed heavily in the center of the arena, their presence instantly dominating the martial arts hall. Led by Xian Wu Gang, the group formally announced that they had completed their brutal training and successfully returned. Exhausted from the journey, Wu Gang collapsed to the ground and muttered that everyone had apparently arrived with the same idea, saving him the trouble of gathering them himself. When he finally looked up, he was stunned to find both the unorthodox alliance leader and Bakley Woon standing directly in front of him. From outside, a senior disciple from a Muzhong martial school watched with amusement, silently wishing luck to the younger generation that would soon have to face them. The unorthodox alliance leader laughed loudly, admitting that the disciples of the Muzhong martial school had finally shown qualities worthy of the Murim world. Ouyang Juk, the Murim alliance strategist, explained that because the unorthodox alliance leader had shown unusual interest in those disciples, the alliance deliberately arranged such a dramatic entrance for them. The unorthodox leader then directly questioned the disciples, asking whether they truly believed they could win. He reminded them that he had placed everything on this wager and demanded a clear answer. Without hesitation, Xian Wu Gang stepped forward and firmly declared their intention to win. The unorthodox leader asked whether he understood the weight behind those words, but Wu Gang answered without wavering. The unorthodox alliance leader then pushed further, asking what they would do if the Murim alliance itself interfered with their victory. Wu Gang immediately rejected the idea. He declared that their victory would belong entirely to the disciples of the Muzhong martial school, and that they would not allow anyone to take that away from them. The rest of the disciples stepped forward together, fully supporting his resolve. Bakley Woon then warned them that their bold declaration had changed everything. By openly challenging the strongest faction, they had forced the entire Murim world to acknowledge them as real contenders instead of insignificant underdogs. According to him, they had thrown away the safety of being underestimated. However, Wu Gang answered without regret. He explained that they did not want the Muzhong martial school to lose later while making excuses about underestimating their opponents. Seeing their determination, Bakley Woon finally dismissed them and ordered them to rest after their long training. He then left alone, casually mentioning that he had another matter to deal with, and perhaps an old friend to visit. Elsewhere, a silver-haired swordsman confronted Bakley Woon directly. It was Chang Ryu, the genius instructor of the Muzhong martial school. The moment they met, tension filled the air. Chang Ryu mocked Bakley Woon for still enjoying provoking others after all these years, and reminded him that he had never managed to defeat him in the past decade. Bakley Woon simply smirked and immediately proposed a new wager. Instead of wasting time on ordinary matches, he suggested settling everything through a direct elite battle between 5 disciples from each side. Chang Ryu was shocked after hearing that most of the disciples from the Muzhong martial school had disappeared, leaving only 5 active participants. He accused Bakley Woon of deliberately creating a ridiculous situation. Bakley Woon calmly confirmed it, and then twisted the situation further by claiming the numerical imbalance was actually a handicap in Chang Ryu's favor. He taunted him by saying that failing to win despite superior numbers would only be embarrassing. When Chang Ryu questioned whether Bakley Woon seriously believed he still had a chance to win, Bakley Woon mocked him even more. According to him, there was no need to evaluate the disciples because simply looking at Changryu as a teacher already revealed the likely outcome. He further criticized Changryu's teaching methods, claiming that his habit of handling everything personally had caused his failures in the past and made him unfit to properly train disciples. The insults finally struck Changryu's pride. Furious, he slammed the table and rejected the 5-on-5 proposal entirely, while criticizing Baek Lee-woon for his terrible management of disciples. Baek Lee-woon remained completely calm even after the refusal, accepting it with an almost mocking confidence that only irritated Changryu further. Baek Lee-woon then proposed a completely different wager. Raising a single finger, he suggested that for one day, both sides would exchange disciples and personally train the opposing team. He immediately began pressuring Changryu psychologically. Baek Lee-woon pointed out that even if the Mujong Martial School won normally, nobody would truly acknowledge Changryu's ability because everyone already expected their victory. However, if the handicap conditions were announced publicly beforehand, the entire story would change. In that situation, any victory would become undeniable proof of Changryu's skill as an instructor. Changryu was stunned by the proposal. He could not believe Baek Lee-woon seriously thought one day of observing and teaching the opposing disciples would be enough to overcome the massive difference in both numbers and ability. Baek Lee-woon confidently confirmed that it was enough. He even brought up their past friendship before delivering one final provocation by questioning whether Changryu was actually afraid of losing. The remark struck directly at Changryu's pride. Furious, he exploded and demanded to know how far Baek Lee-woon intended to push him. The scene then shifted elsewhere. A stone dropped into a steaming bath where Baek Lee-san quietly soaked in hot water while lost in thought. She reflected that trying to confront Baek Lee-woon directly would likely accomplish nothing because he would never willingly answer her questions. After changing back into her martial attire, she walked through the corridor while deciding that her plans had accelerated sooner than expected. At the same time, Baek Lee-san remained determined to defeat the disciples of the Mujong Martial School before confronting the man who had abandoned the clan. She resolved not to face him until her task was complete and focused entirely on the upcoming battle. Soon after, Baek Lee-woon suddenly appeared before the disciples of the Mujong Martial School with an unusually friendly smile and introduced himself as their temporary instructor for the day. His appearance immediately shocked Baek Lee-san. One disciple, Chong-young, arrogantly questioned why elite disciples from the Mujong Martial School needed instruction from someone associated with their rivals. However, it became clear that Changryu himself had arranged the exchange in order to broaden his disciples' perspectives. Baek Lee-woon calmly addressed the group and stated that anyone unwilling to accept his teaching was free to leave. Despite the tension, not a single disciple moved. Seeing their silence, Baek Lee-woon casually called Chong-young forward. Inside the training arena, he ordered Chong-young to spar with him one-on-one. Baek Lee-woon claimed he would lower his strength to match his opponent's level and challenged him to last as long as possible. Filled with confidence, Chong-young rushed forward immediately and launched a direct punch at Baek Lee-woon with full force. But the difference between them was overwhelming. Baek Lee-woon effortlessly avoided the attack and casually countered with a palm strike to Chong-young's chest, defeating him so easily that the exchange looked almost playful. Chong-young took the full impact of Baek Lee-woon's counterattack and collapsed in confusion. Baek Lee-woon had claimed he would lower his strength to match his opponent, yet Chong-young realized he had not even managed to touch him once. Lying on the ground in frustration, he bitterly admitted that Baek Lee-woon was completely beyond his level. Baek Lee-woon looked down at him with a faint smirk before calmly asking who wanted to challenge him next. Namgung Hyen stepped forward immediately and attacked with his sword in a flash. For the first time, Baek Lee-woon showed slight interest, but his reaction remained effortless. With a simple movement, he parried his sword and knocked it away, leaving him stunned before he could even understand what had happened. Without giving him time to recover, Baek Lee-woon casually called for the next challenger. Another bald disciple from the Mujong Martial School rushed in, refusing to give him any rest. However, the result remained the same. Baek Lee-woon overwhelmed disciple after disciple with ease, defeating each opponent almost instantly while repeatedly demanding the next fighter. After crushing the entire group one after another, He stood alone in the middle of the arena while the defeated disciples stared at him in disbelief. Many silently admitted that his strength might even surpass their own masters. Baek Woon then commented that their fundamentals were actually solid and acknowledged that several among them possessed genuine talent. He initially declared the sparring session finished, but suddenly changed his mind. Then Baek San suddenly throwed her sword in front of Baek Woon, saying that the battle was not over yet. Then his gaze locked onto Baek San. With a faint smile that carried both familiarity and hostility, Baek Woon quietly greeted his younger sister as if meeting her after a long separation. The atmosphere instantly changed as killing intent spread through the arena. Baek San coldly warned him that if he did not want to die, he should finally draw his sword. Memories suddenly resurfaced. As a child, Baek San once argued with a clan servant after being forbidden from going outside to play because she was expected to focus only on study and discipline. Upset, she hid away and quietly wished her mother were there instead. At that moment, young Baek Woon secretly appeared and invited her to sneak out with him. Excited, Baek San followed her older brother as he carried her through the city at night, warning her to keep it hidden from the clan servants. He promised that whenever she wanted, he would always take her out to play. That night, Baek San lay awake happily planning their next outing together. But the mood shattered when a servant rushed into her room in panic and revealed that Baek Woon had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The news left her completely stunned. 12 years later, those memories returned the moment Baek Woon called her name again. Before their confrontation, another disciple from Yuzhong Martial School tried speaking with Baek San, casually mentioning they were classmates. She ignored him coldly and continued preparing for training, her killing intent already overflowing. The disciple could only awkwardly note how much she had changed over the years. Then Baek Woon appeared. The moment Baek San saw her long-lost brother, she immediately pointed her sword at him without hesitation. Her eyes burned with anger as she demanded that he draw his weapon. Baek Woon calmly faced her with his sword already coated in inner energy and casually greeted her after all those years. Baek San attacked instantly, but Baek Woon blocked every strike effortlessly. The gap between them was obvious from the start. Refusing to back down, she continued unleashing fierce sword attacks until she finally used her ultimate technique, White Flower Chaos. Her sword energy erupted violently and engulfed the entire training ground in a massive explosion that shook the area and filled the air with dust. As the dust cleared, Baek Woon remained standing completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Baek San was left breathing heavily after exhausting her strength. Baek Woon calmly acknowledged her improvement and admitted she must have trained relentlessly, but he immediately criticized the martial art she was using. According to him, the Blazing Fire White Flower art was a pure yang technique focused on overwhelming force, making it unsuitable for her. His words only enraged Baek San further. She accused him of having no right to lecture her after abandoning the clan and rushed forward again in anger. Even while she attacked frantically, Baek Woon continued blocking every strike with ease, treating the battle almost casually. During the fight, Baek San bitterly brought up the promise he once made to always take her out to play whenever she wanted. With tears mixed into her anger, she demanded to know why he had disappeared from the clan. Baek Woon avoided answering directly and simply stated that he could not explain the reason. Already expecting that answer, Baek San attacked once more with even stronger killing intent. Her sword moved at blinding speed, but Baek Woon still parried everything effortlessly. The difference in skill between them was overwhelming. With a simple push, he knocked her off balance and sent her flying backward. Refusing to give up, Baek San realized he still had no intention of seriously hurting her and decided to exploit that hesitation. She unleashed a strange black aura shaped like a demonic beast and sent it charging toward him. For the first time, Baek Woon looked genuinely surprised by her technique. Without hesitation, he finally drew his sword. A brilliant blue sword energy erupted and collided head-on with the demonic aura, creating a massive shockwave. When the attack dispersed, Baek San was blown far back while the disciples watching nearby were stunned that Baek Woon had finally been forced to use his sword. Baek Woon silently analyzed her technique and realized it was no longer the martial art he remembered. He understood that Beakley Sen had advanced far enough to create new techniques of her own. Even so, the gap between them remained immense. Just one exchange left her coughing blood from internal injuries. After suffering a complete defeat, Beakley Sen finally admitted that she could not beat him. Bakley Woon coldly replied that things would always remain that way. Still trying to defend her pride, she argued that she had only lost to him and questioned whether anyone else in the pavilion could defeat her alone. Bakley Woon bluntly declared that the pavilion would lose regardless because he personally intended to make sure of it. Standing in the center of the training ground, his overwhelming presence silenced all the disciples secretly watching the battle. Even so, as he looked at his younger sister, Bakley Woon quietly acknowledged how much she had grown. Memories resurfaced of the little girl who used to cling to him and ask him to watch her sword dances. Now, however, the two siblings stood on opposite sides as enemies. Back in the present, Bakley Woon glanced at the disciples of Mujong Martial School who were whispering among themselves and sarcastically asked whether they planned to train at all. He ordered everyone to continue practicing while there was still time and stated that he would personally check on each of them and answer any questions they had. Unexpectedly, a disciple named Namgung Hyen stepped forward and bluntly asked why Bakley Woon had left home 25 years ago. Another disciple quickly apologized for the rude question, but Bakley Woon calmly brushed it aside, understanding that such curiosity was natural. From behind, Beakley Sen coldly challenged him to try making excuses. Internally, Bakley Woon thought that revealing the truth now would only destroy everything his mother had sacrificed for. Quietly apologizing to his sister in his heart, he avoided answering directly. Namgung Hyen then stepped forward again and stated that he had something more important to discuss. He analyzed the upcoming tournament and admitted that Mujong Martial School held the advantage because it had fighters like Beakley Sen, Chung Yong, and himself. However, to everyone's surprise, he sincerely asked Bakley Woon to defeat Mujong Martial School. He explained that Beakley Sen had changed too much over the years, and after witnessing her fight today, he finally understood the reason she continued wielding her sword. As long as her hatred remained focused on Bakley Woon, even total victory for Mujong Martial School would solve nothing. The real problem would still remain unresolved. With complete sincerity, Namgung Hyen repeated his request and asked Bakley Woon to crush Mujong Martial School. Confused, Bakley Woon questioned why he cared so much about Beakley Sen despite already having a fiancée. A brief memory surfaced of a younger Beakley Sen energetically challenging Namgung Hyen to fights. Looking ahead quietly, Namgung Hyen admitted that she had been his very first friend. He knew his request was unreasonable, especially considering the strength of Mujong Martial School, but Bakley Woon confidently cut him off before he could continue. According to him, there was no need to ask because their side was already going to win. At a crowded marketplace, Accountant Zhang Bang stopped in front of a hairpin stall. The expensive price immediately made him hesitate, and his expression tightened in frustration. Seeing his indecision, the vendor turned attention to another customer, which pushed Zhang Bang into hurriedly buying one anyway. After leaving the stall, he complained inwardly about how overcrowded the Murim Alliance territory had become. Even the inns were completely full. Eventually, he found a restaurant and asked for a seat, only to be told that every table was occupied. The owner suggested sharing a table with another customer instead. Though reluctant, Zhang Bang accepted after hearing there were no other options. The owner approached the remaining guest for permission. Sitting there was a long-haired man with an eye patch and an unusually friendly demeanor. However, Zhang Bang immediately felt uneasy, suspecting the stranger would constantly try to start conversations during the meal. He almost decided to leave and search elsewhere, but the man enthusiastically called him back and insisted he sit down since there were truly no available seats left. Unable to refuse, Zhang Bang joined him. The moment he sat down, the stranger confidently ordered not only noodles, but also a large serving of 5-spice pork, surprising him. When Zhang Bang looked worried about the cost, the man generously declared that he would pay for everything, casually calling their meeting fate. Relieved, Zhang Bang accepted the offer. The stranger then suddenly asked for his name. Noticing Zhang Bang's caution, he explained that since he was paying for the meal, he should at least know who he was eating with. After relaxing slightly, Jiang Bang introduced himself as an accountant. As the conversation continued, Jiang Bang realized the stranger seemed knowledgeable about martial sect affairs and gradually opened up. He revealed that one of his disciples, Dan Ryan, was currently studying at Murio Martial Hall. Hearing that, the stranger abruptly leaned forward in surprise and loudly asked whether Jiang Bang was truly Dan Ryan's master. But when Jiang Bang asked if he knew Dan Ryan personally, the man casually denied it, making the sudden reaction feel even stranger. The awkward exchange startled Jiang Bang, but the stranger simply laughed it off and urged him to continue eating as the food arrived. During the meal, the stranger brought up rumors spreading through the martial world that Murio Martial Hall was at a disadvantage in the upcoming tournament. Jiang Bang sadly admitted that it was probably because their disciples lacked the support of prestigious sections. The stranger then directly asked whether he personally believed Murio Martial Hall would lose. Contrary to expectations, the man confidently stated that Murio Martial Hall would absolutely win. Jiang Bang was so surprised that he briefly wondered whether he had misheard and assumed the man actually meant Muzhong Martial School. Embarrassed, he said there was no need to comfort him because the reality was obvious. Murio Martial Hall was weaker overall. The stranger calmly replied that he had no reason to flatter Jiang Bang and explained his reasoning instead. According to him, in team battles, coordination and collective strength mattered far more than individual talent. Jiang Bang still remained unconvinced, arguing that Muzhong Martial School's teamwork was equally strong. The man only smiled and quietly mentioned that Murio Martial Hall possessed someone who never entered a fight unless victory was guaranteed. Only then did Jiang Bang realize he still did not know the stranger's name. At first, the man jokingly introduced himself as the charming young master. But seeing Jiang Bang's serious expression, he finally revealed the truth. After a brief pause, he introduced himself simply as Cian before finally giving his full name with a faint smile. He was Beakley Cian. At the same time, a figure sitting on a rooftop yawned while looking toward the arena, noting that the long-awaited friendly match was finally about to begin. Inside the observation area, the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance sat casually while Great Disaster Sword reminded him to maintain proper decorum. The Alliance leader dismissed the concern, claiming no one was paying attention anyway. However, Great Disaster Sword seriously warned that a person's habits eventually reveal themselves in public, and that small mistakes build up over time. The Alliance leader only gave a half-hearted response before changing the topic. He asked Great Disaster Sword about the upcoming match, and specifically mentioned the disciple from Murio Martial Hall who had confidently declared victory from the very beginning. Great Disaster Sword admitted that the disciple's talent for suppression and killing even exceeded his own in some ways, but he still dismissed it as immature behavior. More than anything, he hoped the disciple's weak mentality would eventually be corrected. The Unorthodox Alliance leader mocked his cold attitude and brought up the ceasefire agreement that depended on Muzhong Martial School winning the tournament. Laughing to himself, he revealed that the ceasefire would happen regardless of the outcome. What truly interested him was creating even the smallest disturbance within the Murim Alliance. With that thought, he stood up and declared it was finally time to see what Beakley Woon had prepared. Meanwhile, inside Murio Martial Hall's preparation area, Beakley Woon asked his disciples whether they were ready. He reminded them of everything they had endured during training and encouraged them not to be intimidated by their previous defeats. According to him, losing many times meant nothing as long as they won in the end. With complete confidence, he sent them forward and told them to prove themselves. The disciples of Murio Martial Hall entered the arena to thunderous cheers from the crowd. As the massive gates opened, the enormous battlefield was revealed before everyone. The teams were then officially introduced. Murio Martial Hall entered first with Captain Cian Wu Gang and only 4 other disciples, totaling just 5 members. Immediately afterward, Muzhong Martial School registered its team under Captain Namgong Haiyan with 15 additional disciples, creating an overwhelming numerical advantage. The leader overseeing the tournament began the opening speech. He explained that the event was intended as a friendly competition and a place where future allies could sharpen themselves together. According to him, victory would build confidence and caution, while defeat would create determination and motivation for improvement. Even though circumstances had changed this year, the purpose of the tournament remained the same. His only instruction to the disciples was simple: give everything they had. The arena responded loudly in unison as the tournament officially began. Soon afterward, a colossal stone structure released intense purple energy, stunning the disciples watching below. Bakley Woon calmly explained that it was an illusion talisman formation created to allow the judges to observe every aspect of the battle. Purple talismans rose into the air and released magical currents that covered the battlefield. The chi formation activated, and a brilliant light swallowed both teams whole. The first mission was immediately announced. The disciples had to seize a secret martial manual hidden within the tomb of Gilg, one of the 10 heavens who had disappeared 2 centuries ago. According to the scenario, unorthodox sects were attempting to steal the manual, and both sides had been tasked with securing it first. As the light faded, Nam Gong Hyen opened his eyes inside a dark, ancient tomb. Without wasting time, he immediately ordered every squad to report their numbers while the disciples of Muzhong Martial School quickly confirmed their attendance and prepared to move deeper into the tomb. The Muzhang disciples quickly confirmed their status. Everyone was safe, and not a single member was missing. The squad leader immediately turned toward the trap specialist, Tang Sol, and asked whether the talismans could be handled. While carefully examining the wall, Tang Sol began inspecting the mechanisms in detail. Without hesitation, the squad leader issued orders. Squad 2 would focus on disarming the traps, while the remaining members guarded the rear and advanced carefully behind them. At the same time, he confidently analyzed Marion Hall's situation. In his eyes, the enemy had fewer members and weaker overall strength, leaving them with only 2 realistic options: ambushes or traps. Because of that, he finalized his strategy quickly. Muzhang Martial School would use its numerical advantage to search for the secret technique first, denying Marion Hall any opportunity for a direct confrontation. Tang Sol soon reported that the smaller traps could be neutralized without much difficulty. However, he also discovered a major problem. The pillars supporting the structure were connected. If even one collapsed, the entire formation would likely come down with it. Before anyone could react further, a deafening explosion shook the entire tomb. Dust and debris filled the air as the battlefield suddenly descended into chaos. Through the smoke, the squad leader stared in disbelief at a figure slowly approaching. A familiar voice calmly greeted the team. Sun Wu Gang emerged from the dust, his clothes torn and covered in black soot. With complete calm, he explained that he had simply disarmed every trap along the way. The entire Muzhang group was stunned. Elsewhere, Bakley Woon had previously explained the strategy to Marion Hall's disciples. He pointed out that large-scale illusion formations consumed enormous resources, meaning most traps inside the tomb would rely on poison rather than direct physical destruction. Then, with complete confidence, Woon pointed directly at Wu Gang and assigned him the role no one else could handle. Since Wu Gang possessed overwhelming internal energy, he would simply force his way through the traps while enduring the poison directly. The other disciples could only stare in disbelief at the absurd plan. Back in the present, the Muzhang squad leader angrily called Wu Gang insane for charging through deadly traps after merely adding a few extra layers of clothing for protection. Even the ponytailed warrior beside him agreed that the idea was ridiculous. Still, despite acknowledging Wu Gang's recklessness, the squad leader quickly regained composure. Pulling out a talisman, he declared that they would capture Wu Gang alive and force answers out of him. Wu Gang casually raised his hand in response, showing no fear as he prepared for battle. From the squad leader's perspective, Wu Gang's overwhelming presence completely dominated the battlefield. His aura remained perfectly steady despite being surrounded. Wu Gang smirked confidently and made it clear that their plan would not succeed so easily. Suddenly, he rushed forward with explosive sword energy. Confused, the squad leader shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what he was trying to do. The Muzhang disciples behind him panicked immediately. Some screamed that Wu Gang was trying to kill everyone, including himself. Wu Gang quietly repeated the word sacrifice, as though mocking the idea itself. The squad leader snapped, insisting that no strategy could possibly justify something so insane. He immediately ordered the entire team to attack. In an instant, he lunged forward, but Wu Gang narrowly avoided the strike. Surrounded from every direction, Wu Gang fought alone against the encirclement while tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming force. Then, with a confident grin, he shattered the ground beneath them and calmly suggested changing the battlefield entirely. The scene shifted back to a lesson where Bakley Woon asked his disciples what was necessary to win the interschool tournament. The Marian Pavilion disciples answered unanimously that strength was the key. Woon agreed that strength was important, but immediately challenged their thinking by asking whether they truly believed they were stronger than Mujang Martial Hall. With a calculating smile, he explained that strategy was the weapon the weak used to overcome the strong. More importantly, victory belonged to the side that possessed information the enemy lacked. He then threw down a massive stack of documents and ordered everyone to memorize them. The disciples, including Sun Wu Gang, stared at the mountain of records in disbelief. Woon calmly revealed that illusionists were still human and therefore limited by reality. Every terrain used in the tournament's illusion formations was based on real locations that had already been documented and archived. Seeing the enormous amount of material, Sun Wu Gang questioned how anyone could possibly memorize everything within a single week. Woon simply dismissed the concern and activated a system enhancement that boosted the disciples' memory abilities. Kian Munchiok skeptically questioned whether that counted as cheating. Woon casually explained that it was simply a reward earned through their contributions during the demon suppression campaign. He then taught them his philosophy directly. Opposing the examiner's intentions did not make an answer wrong. As long as the objective was achieved, the method itself did not matter. To him, it was no different from cramming before an exam. With a sly smile, Woon concluded that ignorance only guaranteed defeat. Back inside the battle, Sun Wu Gang unleashed a devastating attack that shattered part of the terrain itself. The Mujang squad leader watched in horror, unable to believe the sheer destructive force Wu Gang displayed. The explosion sent the squad leader crashing to the ground. Bruised and battered after taking the full impact, he struggled back to his feet while staring at Wu Gang in disbelief. Namong Hyun could only curse under his breath, shocked that Wu Gang had become even more monstrous after the recent training. Elsewhere in the tomb, the bald Mujang warrior moved cautiously through a dark corridor. Convinced the enemy had prepared some hidden trick, he debated whether to search for the secret technique alone or regroup with his teammates. Before he could decide, a cold voice stopped him. A leather whip cracked across the ground directly in front of him. Startled, he immediately turned toward the source. Oryong stepped forward and blocked his path, warning that if he reunited with the others, Marian Hall's plan would fall apart. The bald warrior recognized her immediately, and Oryong confidently confirmed her identity. Although impressed by how much she had improved, he still arrogantly declared that she alone was not strong enough to defeat him. Oryong simply smirked and replied that she was not alone. At that moment, Dan Ryan appeared behind the enemy, while Wu Jin moved in to complete the encirclement. Oryong even held up a Mujang Martial Hall token, confidently declaring that 3 against 1 was more than enough. Even while surrounded, the bald warrior stubbornly insisted that true martial artists never gave up. He charged forward recklessly, refusing to surrender. However, the moment he moved, cold sweat ran down his face as he realized the overwhelming disadvantage he faced. Panicking, he awkwardly suggested settling things as a draw instead. No one entertained the suggestion. Oryong immediately swung her whip and ruthlessly eliminated Pang Jin from the match. In the monitoring area, Hyo Chong, the third advisor of the Murim Alliance, slammed the table in outrage and declared the situation unacceptable. While Wang Juk remained calm and silent, Hyo Chong continued criticizing Marian Martial Hall. He admitted that Mujang Martial Hall had always been considered a model for martial artists because of how quickly its disciples analyzed situations and organized formations. However, he argued that collapsing the sword tomb and eliminating half of the Mujang disciples through the terrain itself could hardly be called a proper strategy. Wang Juk finally intervened, reminding the third advisor that the tournament had already begun and that the officials were expected to remain completely neutral and fair. He then calmly analyzed the battle. Marian Hall's disciples had destroyed the pillars, causing the ground to collapse and triggering a random teleportation illusion that scattered everyone across the battlefield. Immediately afterward, they regrouped and began systematically hunting isolated Mujang survivors. From his perspective, that absolutely qualified as strategy, and making emotional accusations would only embarrass their own side. Privately, however, Wang Juk admitted that he had already suspected Bakley Woon was planning something unusual when he exchanged shifts with Chung Ryu. Even so, he never imagined preparations this extreme. The illusionist had sworn under binding charms not to reveal the tournament terrain before the match. Yet Marion Hall's disciples moved through the battlefield as though they had already studied everything in advance. At that moment, Wang Juk realized a terrifying possibility. Bakley Woon might have memorized hundreds of possible terrains, created strategies for every single one, and somehow forced all that information into his disciples within only 1 week. The realization left him speechless. He could only wonder how far Bakley Woon's preparations truly went. Meanwhile, Marion Hall's operation continued smoothly. The team had already collected the 6th Mujang token and admitted that the hunt was progressing even more easily than expected. Oh Ryong proudly explained that their success came from landing directly on one of the random teleportation formations. Because the Mujang disciples were scattered and confused, Marion Hall had been able to track them down one by one with ease. This had all been part of Bakley Woon's instructions. If the team became separated, they were to immediately establish a rendezvous point and reverse the situation by hunting isolated enemies instead. Even the Marion disciples themselves were unsettled by how precisely their master had predicted everything. Still, they pushed forward, determined to reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible. At the same time, the Mujang squad leader began sensing that something was wrong. The bait he had sent out, Dan Ryan, had failed to return, leaving him with a growing sense of unease. He soon realized the enemy's true strategy. Marion Hall had used a fast-moving fighter to lure Mujang members away before ambushing them individually. Then he discovered Dan Ryan collapsed on the ground. Moments later, Oh Ryong and Wu Jin were shocked when the Mujang squad leader suddenly appeared before them. Neither could understand how he had tracked them down so quickly. Without hesitation, the squad leader drew his sword and charged forward. Realizing the situation had become desperate, he resolved to fight. After the sword tomb collapsed, a flash of light engulfed the battlefield. When the Mujang squad leader opened his eyes again, he found himself alone in a completely unfamiliar location. As he searched for the secret technique by himself, 2 Marion Hall disciples suddenly ambushed him as though they had been waiting for his arrival from the beginning. A sword strike cut across his shoulder, and he immediately realized one of the attackers was Kian Munchiok, one of Marion Hall's strongest fighters. Moments later, another heavy blow slammed into his face, forcing him to cough violently. Even so, the squad leader remained convinced the situation was still manageable. Deep down, however, he had to admit that Marion Hall's disciples were far stronger than he originally expected. At that moment, he recalled Bakley Woon confidently telling his disciples that there was no need for excessive explanations because victory already belonged to them. Only now did the squad leader realize Woon had not been bluffing at all. Grinding his teeth, he admitted the enemy's strategy was impressive. However, he still arrogantly claimed that such tricks would never work in later rounds and that the final match would end in a complete victory for Mujang Martial Hall. Sun Wu-gang immediately mocked him, pointing out how ridiculous it looked for someone of Namong Hyun's status to stall for time through conversation. Then Wu-gang coldly informed him of the truth. He was the last remaining member of his team. Another Marion disciple sarcastically added that it was only natural to save the strongest opponent for last. Namong Hyun was stunned. He could hardly believe his entire team had been eliminated so quickly. Although he could not fully trust their words, he understood one thing clearly. The 2 standing before him were the core of Marion Martial Hall. Immediately, Namong Hyun began circulating his internal energy seriously for the first time. A massive surge of blue energy erupted from his body, completely overwhelming Sun Wu-gang and Kian Munchiok. Cornered, Namong Hyun resolved himself to fight to the death. Even if he lost, he intended to drag at least one enemy down with him. Just as he prepared to unleash his finishing attack, another figure suddenly burst onto the battlefield with terrifying speed and intercepted the attack directly. The newcomer was Bakley San. With a single strike, she shattered the incoming technique, leaving Sun Wu Gang shocked by her sudden appearance. Bakley San glanced at her teammates coldly and remarked that they were late. Wu Gang immediately grinned in excitement. With Bakley San finally present, he declared they could now have a proper fight. He soon noticed that one of her arms appeared badly injured, but Bakley San dismissed the concern. Since everything inside the illusion formation was temporary, the wound would disappear once the match ended. The two stood side by side, preparing for battle together. Wu Gang then reminded her that the original plan had been for Ouyang to stall the enemy, while they focused on defeating Namong Hyun. The moment Ouyang's name was mentioned, Bakley San's expression visibly darkened. Holding the hilt of her sword between her teeth while carrying a collection of eliminated participants' tags in one hand, she coldly revealed that she had seen Ouyang hiding nearby like a frightened rat. The Mujang squad leader froze when Bakley San casually tossed down the collection of tags. He immediately realized that the rest of his remaining team had already been completely wiped out. Sun Wu Gang warned that there was little time left and that the unstable ground beneath them was close to collapsing again. Bakley San showed no concern. Her expression remained completely emotionless as killing intent spread from her body and her crimson eyes glowed fiercely. To her, none of it mattered. It would not take long to finish the remaining enemies anyway. The scene shifted into a flashback. Countless corpses covered the battlefield, while a young Munchiak struggled to crawl out from beneath the fallen bodies. Desperate and terrified, he begged for mercy, but the men standing ahead ignored him completely. Instead, they mocked him coldly, saying that even righteous warriors were forced to beg for their lives eventually. The memory dragged Munchiak back into the misery of his childhood. He had grown up surrounded by death and poverty. To survive, he either had to beg for scraps or throw himself into violent conflicts. The battlefield became the only place where he could prove his worth. He learned early that emotions had no value when survival itself was uncertain. Showing feelings would never fill an empty stomach. After enduring countless near-death experiences far from home, he eventually joined the Murim Alliance in hopes of finding a proper life. To him, becoming a martial artist was the only escape from living as a helpless beggar. Survival was the only thing he truly excelled at. Fortunately, after entering Murian martial school and meeting trustworthy comrades, he slowly forgot the constant fear of death that had followed him throughout childhood. However, during the recent 100 Demons incident, that terror returned. The brutal reality he had tried to bury resurfaced completely. His hands trembled as he gripped his spear, and his thoughts froze under the pressure of mortality. Somewhere deep inside, he began believing that everyone should experience that same fear at least once. Returning to the present, Munchiak suddenly charged directly toward Bakley San. Looking at her in disbelief, he questioned why she showed absolutely no fear of death. Outside the battlefield, the leader of the unorthodox alliance calmly observed how the original 16 versus 5 imbalance had unexpectedly turned into an even 2-on-2 confrontation. He admitted that exploiting the enemy's panic and scattering them apart was an impressive strategy. In fact, the scheme was clever enough to make him consider recruiting the mastermind himself. He even joked that perhaps Bakley Woon deserved to be called the leader of the Righteous Heaven Sect already. From his perspective, the situation now heavily favored Murian martial school. He then asked the Great Disaster Sword for his opinion. The Great Disaster Sword immediately questioned whether he was being tested. Then, after analyzing the battle carefully, he gave a blunt answer. Bakley Woon's strategy was nearly perfect, but battles could never be controlled entirely through calculations. No matter how carefully an army prepared, there would always be people who clawed their way back from death itself. Those individuals were the ones who ultimately determined their own fate. Because of that, he concluded that Mujang Martial School could no longer defeat Murian Martial School. The only thing capable of stopping someone driven by desperation was an opponent who no longer cared about their own life. Back inside the battlefield, Namong Hyun clashed fiercely with Sun Wu Gang and mocked him for losing the confidence he showed earlier. Annoyed, Wu Gang immediately told him to stop talking. As the fight continued, Wu Gang remembered Bakley Woon's earlier warning to hide his true swordsmanship as much as possible. At the time, Wu Gang had complained that it had taken enormous effort to purge the evil aura from his martial arts, only for Woon to suddenly tell him to conceal everything again. Woon explained that the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance would personally attend the martial assembly. If he noticed the changes in Wu Gang's martial arts, serious consequences could follow. Wu Gang responded confidently that it no longer mattered to him. After the tournament, he intended to leave Mujiang Martial School entirely. He had no desire to remain in the Murim Alliance only to kill his own master, nor did he wish to return to the Bloodsword Sect. Hearing that, Woon decided not to argue further and admitted that Wu Gang had already made up his mind. However, he still warned that if the Unorthodox Alliance discovered his martial arts had changed, they might forcibly take him away. Back in the present, Wu Gang remembered Woon's final instruction. If Mujiang Martial School wanted any chance of victory, he absolutely had to remain hidden and avoid revealing his true trump card. Now facing Namong Hyun directly, Wu Gang realized the fight was becoming far more difficult than expected. At this rate, he might genuinely lose. Even so, he forced himself to trust Kian Munchiok. He only needed to hold out until Munchiok finished dealing with Bakley San and regrouped with him afterward. Meanwhile, Namong Hyun carefully assessed the battlefield. From his perspective, the momentum had finally shifted in their favor. The real issue now was locating the secret manual. If Maria Hall's claims were true, they had already searched every nearby area except this location, meaning the manual was most likely hidden somewhere close by. However, another problem remained. The excessive use of internal energy earlier had badly weakened the surrounding structure. Any reckless attack could collapse the entire area instantly. Because of that, Namong Hyun warned Bakley San to restrain her power and avoid damaging the fragile ground further. Bakley San showed little concern. To her, the only thing that mattered was finishing the battle before the terrain collapsed completely. Namong Hyun tried calling out to her again, but Bakley San remained fully focused on destroying her enemies. Even a brief opportunity was enough for her. Without hesitation, she unleashed the 100 Flowers Strike sequence, followed immediately by the Divine Emperor 5 Forms Unification technique. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield. Seeing the destruction spread further, Namong Hyun immediately shouted for her to stop before everything collapsed. At that exact moment, Sun Wu Gang seized the opening and rushed forward. Namong Hyun was confused to see him moving again and demanded to know whether he intended to destroy the battlefield a second time. As Wu Gang flashed past him, Namong Hyun suddenly realized the true danger. Bakley San had already begun gathering energy for another devastating 100 Flowers attack. The sheer force behind the technique was overwhelming. Kian Munchiok barely managed to react before the attack slammed into him and sent him flying backward in pain. Even after unleashing such power, Bakley San continued breathing heavily while preparing herself to continue fighting. Munchiok was shocked that she still possessed that much strength despite everything that had happened. Then the wall behind Bakley San suddenly began collapsing. Namong Hyun immediately understood what had happened. Her previous attack had accidentally revealed a hidden entrance. The secret manual was behind that wall. He urgently called out for Bakley San to secure the manual first, but her mind was elsewhere entirely. To her, defeating the enemy mattered more than obtaining the objective. At that moment, Namong Hyun realized the truth. Bakley San had become completely consumed by hatred. Before he could move toward the manual himself, Sun Wu Gang rushed in and blocked his path. Namong Hyun ordered him to move aside immediately, but Wu Gang refused and instead entrusted the battle against Namong Hyun to Kian Munchiok. Meanwhile, Munchiok could not understand Bakley San at all. He questioned why she fought with so little regard for her own life. Bakley San quietly admitted that even she no longer understood herself. All she knew was that she had to win. Something she had searched for painfully over many years and now stood directly before her, and she refused to let it disappear again. Outside the battlefield, Bakley Woon silently watched the scene unfold while quietly calling Bakley San's name under his breath. Back inside the battle, Bakley San declared that she could not simply stand by and lose what had finally appeared before her eyes. Moments later, she launched another fierce attack toward Kian Munchiok. Munchiok immediately realized that surviving required absolute focus. If someone wanted to live, they had to move before death reached them. He remembered Sun Woo-gang and Bakley Woon, then slowly forced himself to calm down. Rather than relying on others, he decided to trust himself completely. Gathering all his remaining strength, Munchiok unleashed the deadly six-fire lotus technique. The clash of power tore through the battlefield with overwhelming force. Even while screaming in pain, he refused to stop and followed up with the divine five thunder strike aimed directly at Bakley San. At the same time, fragments of an old memory surfaced in Bakley San's mind. A woman quietly stated that she intended to settle all unfinished matters before returning. Bakley gang warned her that once she left, she might never come back. The woman then asked whether he would accompany her if necessary, and he answered immediately that he would. Half-conscious, Bakley San listened to the fragmented voices as the woman continued speaking about how their actions could bring an even greater disaster. She insisted everything needed to end with her generation and warned that the children should never learn the truth. Bakley gang replied that San had already overheard part of the conversation, though she was still far too young to understand any of it at the time. Back then, Bakley San had only been a child, completely unaware of the burdens and secrets surrounding her family. Meanwhile, Bakley gang could only worry about what would eventually happen to the children once the little girl, slowly regained consciousness while voices echoed around her. Confused, Bakley San asked where she was, and Namgung Hyen calmly explained that she was currently at Murian Martial School. As soon as she tried to sit up, he warned her not to move recklessly. Even inside the illusion formation, she had exhausted an enormous amount of internal energy, and on top of that, the shock of being pierced through the chest had caused her to faint. Hearing that, Bakley San immediately remembered her clash with Shimin Chiak. Her expression darkened as she realized she had lost. In her mind, she blamed herself for allowing even a single mistake. She believed that if she had completely ruined Bakley Woon's plans, perhaps he would have acknowledged her at least once. To her, victory had to be absolute. Only then would he finally recognize her. As those thoughts consumed her, she unconsciously dug her nails into her own hands. Bakley Woon stepped in and stopped her, reminding her that a swordsman's hands were their life and should never be damaged carelessly. Startled by his sudden appearance, Bakley San looked up at him in disbelief. Bakley Woon then asked Namgung Hyen and the others to leave the room for a while, wanting to speak with her alone. After everyone stepped outside, Bakley San remained lying in bed, still unable to process the outcome of the match. Bakley Woon quietly observed her while she glared at him with resentment and questioned why he had come. Elsewhere, the shadowless swordsman Jang Bang was shocked by Murian Martial School's overwhelming performance. He could not understand how they had created such an effective strategy in such a short time. However, the head of the Nam family remained calm. He explained that the first round of the tournament heavily favored adaptability and tactics, which naturally gave Murian Martial School an advantage under Bakley Woon's leadership. He further explained that Bakley Woon had always possessed exceptional strategic talent ever since his time studying with the Eagle family. More importantly, he was obsessed with victory and would use every possible method to achieve it. Because of that, the later stages of the tournament would become far more difficult. The elders still struggled to understand the bigger picture, so the Nam family head pointed out the reactions of the surrounding spectators. Murian Martial School, once looked down upon because of its modest background, had now become the symbol of hope for the mid-sized sections. Meanwhile, Mujang Martial School, supported by major sects, had been placed in an embarrassing position. Public opinion was beginning to shift toward the underdogs, and the Murim Alliance would soon face criticism no matter how it handled the situation. At a tavern, Pingjuk slammed his cup onto the table in frustration, bitterly admitting their defeat. Another man beside him casually remarked that the loss had been obvious from the beginning, though knowing it in advance did not make it hurt any less. Despite speaking calmly, he silently questioned what all his hard work had truly been for. At that moment, the bald guy awkwardly asked what kind of person the Righteous Heaven sect leader truly was, having only heard rumors about how formidable he was. Pingjuk immediately reacted with irritation, describing Bakley Woon as someone who had always been troublesome. According to him, Bakley Woon constantly provoked Murian Martial School, stirred conflict between both schools, and then casually disappeared to destroy nearby evil sections. The bald guy listened curiously as Ping-ju continued complaining about Bakley Woon's cunning personality. He admitted that Bakley Woon was incredibly talented, which only made him more irritating to deal with. Despite that, nobody genuinely hated him, not even the disciples of Mujang Martial School or Miriam Martial School. The man explained that Bakley Woon's greatest strength was not his martial arts or intelligence, but his ability to recognize people's potential and unite them. He had a natural talent for drawing out the very best in others and often treated martial arts as something that should be enjoyed rather than feared. Growing even more curious, the bald guy asked why someone like that treated his own sister so coldly. Ping-ju clarified that he was referring to Bakley-san. From what he had heard, Bakley Woon had left home years ago while she was still a child. Yet despite leaving, he constantly spoke proudly about his siblings. To him, that could only mean Bakley Woon carried some deep burden and had a reason he absolutely could not return home. Meanwhile, Bakley Woon sat beside Bakley-san and quietly admitted that he had once worried her personality would leave her isolated. However, after seeing her comrades, he realized she had managed well. Bakley-san coldly asked why he had come, assuming he was simply there to boast about victory. Bakley Woon denied it immediately, asking whether he truly seemed petty enough to do that. Her irritation only deepened. She demanded that if he was so capable, he should stop interfering and leave her alone. Bakley Woon answered honestly that if his sister was injured, he needed no other reason to come. Bakley-san responded with disgust, reminding him that he had not returned home even once in 15 years. Bakley Woon quietly admitted that he had his reasons. When she demanded an explanation, he hesitated before admitting he still could not tell her the truth, at least not yet. His answer only made her angrier. Bakley Woon then reflected on the events from 15 years earlier. After learning of their mother's death, he had investigated the truth and discovered that the killer was connected to one of the 10 great evils, specifically the Iron Blood Sect Master tied to the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance. Despite the Bakley clan possessing enough power to seek revenge, their father had abandoned the matter entirely. Suspicious of the many hidden details surrounding their mother's death, Bakley Woon left the clan to investigate on his own. His search eventually led him through the Eagle family, Miriam Martial School, and even merchant groups before he finally reached the Miriam Alliance front lines, beyond the Bakley clan's influence. There, he uncovered the truth behind his mother's death and understood why his father had forbidden him from returning home. After witnessing truths tied to endless demons and the hidden darkness of the martial world, Bakley Woon realized some knowledge could never be ignored once discovered. He believed Bakley-san was different from him and would never be able to overlook those truths. Still unable to explain everything directly, Bakley Woon instead proposed a bet. Bakley-san looked at him suspiciously as he explained that she was not yet ready to hear the truth behind his disappearance. Assuming he was simply creating excuses again, she dismissed him coldly. Bakley Woon then set the condition. If Mujang Martial School won the tournament, he would reveal everything, including the reason he could never return home. But if they lost, Bakley-san would have to return with him to the Righteous Heavens Sect. Elsewhere at the tavern, Dan Ryan celebrated enthusiastically after their victory and loudly ordered another jar of alcohol. Wu Jing immediately warned him to calm down because too many people were already watching them. Dan Ryan paid no attention at all, casually reminding everyone that the sect leader himself had ordered them to rest and enjoy themselves. In another scene, Namong Haiyan stood on the mountaintop, staring into the distance as he noticed the reconnaissance team was taking too long to return. From behind, Peng Jin casually joked that they had probably already been wiped out, but Namong Haiyan immediately snapped at him for taking the situation lightly. Peng Jin then noticed something strange. The one returning wasn't a scout, but Bakley-san herself. That realization quickly changed the atmosphere. Namong Haiyan pointed out that Bakley-san had already been gone for over half an hour. Even if the scouts were delayed, someone with her speed should have returned by now. Though he tried to stay optimistic and suggested she might simply be returning with the reconnaissance team, his uneasiness continued to grow. After a short silence, Namong Haiyan ordered everyone to increase their vigilance. Peng Jin protested that raising their guard too much would expose their position, but Namong Haiyan insisted that something about the situation felt wrong. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from nearby, telling them not to worry about being discovered because they had already been found. The entire Mojang Martial School group was shocked as the disciples of Murian Martial School suddenly appeared before them. Namong Hyen quickly looked around and realized Dan Ryan was nowhere in sight. Smirking slightly, he assumed Murian Martial School had left the flag with Dan Ryan alone and underestimated Mujang Martial School's reconnaissance abilities. At the same time, Xian Wu Gang stepped forward and questioned whether their scouts even had the strength left to continue searching. His words immediately made Namong Hyen uneasy. For the first time, he began to suspect that the entire reconnaissance team might have already been defeated. Then his eyes landed on the object strapped to Xian Wu Gang's back. He mocked him, asking if he had abandoned swordsmanship to carry around random equipment. Xian Wu Gang casually revealed that the object was actually the victory flag. Namong Hyen froze in shock as the truth dawned on him. Xian Wu Gang calmly explained that Murian Martial School lacked manpower and secure storage locations, so they simply carried the flags with them at all times. Namong Hyen immediately looked towards Cyan Munchio and Dan Ryan's group and realized they were all carrying identical bundles. Only then did he understand strategy. Any one of them could be holding the real flag. Xian Wu Gang reminded him that Murian Martial School had already declared they would win from the beginning. Even Namong Hyen had to admit the plan was beyond anything he expected. Without hesitation, he shouted orders for Mujang Martial School to target everything the Murian Martial School disciples were carrying, because one of them had to possess the real flag. At the same time, Xian Wu Gang turned back toward his allies and ordered them to proceed according to plan. Dan Ryan smirked as the atmosphere instantly became tense. He told everyone to leave the outcome to luck as Mujang Martial School charged forward in fury. Namong Hyen directly challenged Xian Wu Gang, asking why he wasn't retreating. Xian Wu Gang calmly drew his weapon and declared that he would personally handle him. Namong Hyen immediately realized they were deliberately forcing a one-on-one confrontation. He proposed that if Mujang Martial School defeated the other two first, then he would fight Xian Wu Gang afterward. Dan Ryan accepted the condition without hesitation. Namong Hyen mocked them, reminding everyone that he alone had overwhelmed them during the first match. But Xian Wu Gang coldly replied that things were different now. His confidence caused even the observers to wonder if Murian Martial School had been hiding its true strength all along. Meanwhile, in the audience area, Young Chin slammed his hand down in anger. He demanded an explanation for how Murian Martial School had managed to carry the flag around so freely while also deciphering Mujang Martial School's communication signals. Suspicion quickly spread, and Young Chin even questioned whether there was a spy within the military office leaking information. The military advisor immediately warned him to choose his words carefully. He pointed out that many people had personally witnessed Murian Martial School gathering and decoding signals from the beginning of the tournament. Accusing Mujang Martial School of secretly leaking information without proof would only damage their own dignity. Even so, Young Chin could not suppress his suspicion toward Bakley Woon. He found it hard to believe that someone could decode signals that quickly unless Bakley Woon himself had orchestrated everything. However, when Young Chin complained about the flag being moved around constantly, the Murim Alliance's strategist immediately clarified that the rules never prohibited moving the flag. At that moment, the Great Disaster Sword finally understood the entire strategy and turned toward Bakley Woon with narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Bakley Woon simply smiled calmly as if everything was still unfolding exactly according to his plan. Meanwhile, Xian Wu Gang swung his sword lightly and forced back the surrounding opponents. Seeing this, Namong Hyen immediately rushed forward himself. Even he was shocked that Xian Wu Gang was boldly taking on 3 people at once without hesitation. Before Namong Hyen could fully react, Xian Wu Gang suddenly struck again. The impact instantly knocked Namong Hyen's weapon from his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized something was clearly different. Xian Wu Gang had become far stronger than before, and it was not merely because of sword energy. Xian Wu Gang stepped forward calmly, his gaze unwavering as he declared that Murian Martial School would win this battle today. Elsewhere, the unorthodox alliance leader quietly muttered that Xian Wu Gang had truly changed, and that the opponents standing before them now was no longer the same person as before. Below the arena, Jiang Bang looked upward in disbelief before excitedly declaring that his disciple was winning. Overcome with emotion, he grabbed Bakley Cian tightly while praising Dan Ryan as the backbone of Murian Martial School. Bakley Cian laughed and told him to calm down before he accidentally suffocated him. Embarrassed, Jiang Bang quickly apologized and released him. Bakley Cian then calmly explained that the strength of a group was never determined by martial skill alone. Victory also depended on strategy and on maximizing the abilities of each individual. Dan Ryan's observation skills, the disciples' martial abilities, and the unity of Murian Martial School had all been combined properly to create the current result. However, Bakley Cian then warned Jiang Bang that the truly important matter was what would happen after the battle ended. Jiang Bang immediately felt uneasy. If Murian Martial School won, would they not be branded traitors once again if the wager between the alliances collapsed because of this outcome? Bakley Cian only smiled faintly and avoided giving a direct answer. Instead, he told Jiang Bang to simply continue watching how Dan Ryan fought. At the same time, Bakley Cian continued chasing Dan Ryan through the forest at full speed. Frustrated by the constant evasions, she shouted angrily, asking how much longer Dan Ryan intended to keep running after deliberately waiting for her there. Hearing that, Dan Ryan finally slowed down and quietly turned around to face her. At the stadium, Bakley Woon watched the battle calmly and gave a faint smile. He explained that Bakley Cian had exhausted herself scouting in every direction throughout the battlefield, so her stamina had already dropped significantly. Because of that, she was growing increasingly impatient. Beside him, Sayo curiously asked whether he actually knew who was carrying the real flag. Bakley Woon casually admitted that he had left the detailed strategy entirely to Dan Ryan. However, he believed there was a high chance the real flag was with her because her speed made her the safest option. He added that protecting the flag was even more important than capturing one. As long as Dan Ryan could keep Bakley Cian occupied, the entire strategy would already be a success because Bakley Cian represented the majority of Mujang Martial School's combat strength. Meanwhile, Bakley Cian continued chasing Dan Ryan through the forest and angrily questioned how long she intended to keep running. Dan Ryan kept retreating desperately until she suddenly stopped near the edge of a cliff. Seeing this, even Bakley Woon's expression changed slightly while Jiang Bang anxiously called out Dan Ryan's name in worry. Bakley Cian looked at her calmly and mocked her for finally stopping. She questioned whether Dan Ryan had finally decided to fight seriously or whether she was simply too exhausted to continue running. Dan Ryan slowly tightened her grip around her sword hilt. She realized Bakley Cian was right. Endless retreat would never lead to victory. Cold determination appeared in her eyes as she raised her sword and declared that instead of continuing to run, she would finish the battle right there. Elsewhere, Peng Jin and Oh Ryong were locked in a fierce confrontation. In the middle of the clash, Oh Ryong suddenly released the flag and threw it toward him, calmly saying that if he wanted it so badly, he could have it. Peng Jin immediately rushed toward the flag with excitement, convinced he had succeeded. But Oh Ryong only laughed quietly to himself, thinking that Peng Jin's greed had made him fall straight into the trap. In the next instant, Peng Jin's body was violently pulled away. On another battlefield, Cyan Munchio relentlessly drove his spear toward the remaining enemies. Before they could properly react, the spear tip had already pierced through their formation. After forcing them back, Cyan Munchio calmly observed the battlefield and concluded that even if Murian Martial School lost all of the fake flags, the battle was essentially over already. His only remaining concern was whether Dan Ryan had safely escaped from Bakley Cian. Meanwhile, Dan Ryan lowered her body and struggled to catch her breath. Even while exhausted, she raised her head and stared directly at Bakley Cian, admitting to herself just how powerful her opponent truly was. Bakley Cian looked down at her indifferently and questioned whether that was truly the limit of her strength. Dan Ryan's hands trembled slightly, but her resolve only strengthened. She realized that if she continued running forever and never confronted Bakley Cian directly, she would never forgive herself. With that decision made, Dan Ryan deliberately threw the flag onto the ground behind her. Then she lowered her stance, tightly gripping her sword with both hands. She resolved to move forward not only for Bakley Woon, but also for herself. Seeing that determination, Bakley San let out a quiet laugh and finally acknowledged her seriously. She raised her own sword and admitted that Dan Ryan now looked worthy of a real fight. Elsewhere, Namong Hyen stared at Xian Wu Gang in disbelief after witnessing him handle multiple opponents alone. He realized that if the flag Xian Wu Gang carried was actually the real one, then his confidence was terrifying. Namong Hyen gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since the first match, he had constantly been second-guessing himself. If only he could confirm whether Xian Wu Gang truly carried the real flag, the entire battle might have unfolded differently. At that very moment, a loud shout echoed across the battlefield. Xian Wu Gang immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Cyan Munchio arrived and calmly reported that they had already dealt with the remaining opponents. He also confirmed that all the fake flags on their side had been eliminated as planned. Hearing this, Namong Hyun was left stunned. He could hardly believe that Mujang Martial School's entire side had already been overwhelmed. His mind raced rapidly as he analyzed the situation. If every fake flag had already been destroyed, then the only possible real flags remaining belonged to Xian Wu Gang and Dan Ryan. However, Dan Ryan's location was still completely unknown. At that moment, Namong Hyun regretted sending Bakley San away to investigate the reconnaissance team. If she had remained there, the situation might never have spiraled out of control. Just then, another group suddenly arrived. Namong Hyun immediately recognized them as surviving members of the reconnaissance team and rushed forward. The disciples hurriedly explained that they had returned after Bakley San warned them their communication signals had been exposed. Hearing that, Namong Hyun instantly understood why the reconnaissance units had disappeared one after another without being able to report back. Miriam Martial School had deciphered their entire signal system. When he asked about Bakley San, they explained that she had already gone ahead after identifying Dan Ryan's location. They also confirmed that the only remaining flags should now be the ones carried by Xian Wu Gang and Dan Ryan. Namong Hyun's expression immediately hardened. If Miriam Martial School truly carried the real flags on their bodies the entire time, then the battle had been manipulated from the beginning. Without hesitation, he ordered everyone to leave Dan Ryan to Bakley San and focus entirely on taking Xian Wu Gang's flag. Namong Hyen stepped forward calmly, battle intent rising in his eyes. Looking into the distance, he remarked that if any Mujang Martial School disciples were still alive nearby, they would probably return once they saw the signal. Namong Hyun immediately launched a flare into the sky before pointing his sword directly at Xian Wu Gang and challenging him openly. At the same time, he understood that the longer the battle dragged on, the worse the situation would become for Mujang Martial School. There was no longer any room for hesitation. Their only objective now was seizing Xian Wu Gang's flag. Without wasting another second, Namong Hyun charged forward aggressively. Xian Wu Gang skillfully avoided the incoming attacks while calmly admitting that Namong Hyun was far stronger than most opponents he had faced. Namong Hyun suddenly unleashed another fierce strike and warned him that running would accomplish nothing. His eyes remained locked onto Xian Wu Gang's movements as he delivered a powerful finishing blow. Watching the exchange, one of the Mujang Martial School disciples believed victory was finally within reach. But in the next instant, Cyan Munchio suddenly appeared from behind and drove his spear directly through Namong Hyun's defense. Cyan Munchio coldly pointed out that Namong Hyun had let his guard down. As the attack landed, despair filled Namong Hyun's mind. In his final thoughts, he could only place all his hopes on Bakley San. Meanwhile, Bakley San and Dan Ryan's battle had grown increasingly intense. Bakley San swung her sword downward with overwhelming force, splitting the ground apart instantly. Even so, she remained calm and confidently declared that while Dan Ryan might be fast, she still lacked the strength to seriously threaten her. Then suddenly, Bakley San sensed something behind her and instinctively turned around in shock. Dan Ryan had already slipped behind her unnoticed. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately launched a slash toward Bakley San. The strike connected. Pain flashed across Bakley San's face as her body was violently thrown backward. For the first time, Dan Ryan realized her attack had actually worked. Bakley San suddenly noticed a signal ordering all Mujang Martial School disciples to return immediately. Realizing the main group might already be under attack, She hesitated for only a moment before deciding that the enemy standing before her was the greater priority. Turning back toward Dan Ryan, Bakley San attacked fiercely and warned her to stop trying tricks. She declared that if necessary, she would cut down both Dan Ryan and the flag together. Her blade narrowly grazed Dan Ryan's throat as the pressure intensified. Elsewhere, the Great Disaster Sword calmly thought that Murion Martial School appeared to have already secured victory. The unorthodox leader let out a faint laugh and admitted the battle had dragged on long enough. Both sides were exhausted, and it was time to bring everything to an end. He understood that the wager behind this tournament existed to maintain peace without humiliating the Murim alliance too heavily, but the current situation had already pushed things to the limit. After quietly commenting that the outcome was somewhat boring, Wu Gang suddenly grabbed the wooden flag plank and snapped it in half without hesitation. At that exact moment, Bakley San's blade was still pressed against Oryong's neck. The spectators watching from afar were completely bewildered when Oryong suddenly raised the broken flag high into the air. Nobody could understand what had just happened. It looked as though Murion Martial School had personally destroyed its own flag. The arena immediately descended into chaos. For a moment, the unorthodox leader grinned, then he burst into laughter, admitting it had been a long time since he had met someone as bold and interesting as Bakley Woon. Meanwhile, Bakley Woon remained silent, a sly smile forming at the corner of his lips. The entire stadium erupted in shock and disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Bakley San froze when she saw Orion personally snap the flag in half. For a moment, she couldn't comprehend the absurd scene unfolding before her. From atop the cliff, Xian Wu Gang watched calmly. His expression relaxed as though everything had unfolded exactly as planned. The audience descended into chaos. No one could believe that Murion Martial School would choose such a humiliating method of conceding. Even the referee sighed helplessly, preparing to announce the bizarre result. However, just as he was about to declare Murion Martial School the winner, a commanding voice ordered him to stop. The unorthodox alliance leader descended into the arena, surrounded by a menacing violet aura that instantly silenced the referee. Looking at the battlefield with contempt, he dismissed the outcome as a meaningless result created through petty schemes. Landing in the center of the arena, he openly mocked the so-called righteousness of the orthodox factions for forcing their students into such a situation. He challenged the crowd, questioning why no one dared to speak against the injustice occurring before their eyes. At that moment, Bakley Woon stepped forward and calmly told him to restrain his arrogance. The two men faced one another, instantly creating a tense atmosphere throughout the arena. The unorthodox alliance leader asked for the identity of the person daring to confront him. Bakley Woon introduced himself without hesitation. The leader immediately recognized the name. He had already heard about the man responsible for Murion Martial School's dramatic transformation and admitted that he was impressed by the clever tactics used during the tournament. Bakley Woon modestly credited his disciples for their success, though he acknowledged the flawless teamwork that had produced such results. The leader then questioned why Bakley Woon had willingly offered victory in such a manner. Bakley Woon explained that he was preparing for the next 10 years and wanted to protect the younger generation of the Murim world from internal suppression and political struggles. The leader sneered and asked what would happen if he simply refused to show mercy. Bakley Woon's expression hardened. He firmly declared that he would never forgive anyone who harmed his disciples. The unorthodox alliance leader fell silent for a moment, wondering what an ordinary instructor could possibly do against someone like him. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so bold and interesting. Rather than punishing him, the leader invited Bakley Woon to join the unorthodox alliance as the supreme commander of its military forces. Bakley Woon rejected the offer without hesitation and sarcastically replied that he would consider it only after the unorthodox alliance submitted to the righteous path. The leader's expression darkened, but Bakley Woon immediately presented another proposal that would allow both sides to save face. He suggested a ceasefire agreement that would preserve the balance between the two factions. He further proposed a wager. If Murion Martial School won the tournament, the unorthodox alliance would grant him a small favor. Later, the unorthodox alliance leader sat atop a rooftop and asked the opinion of the Iron Blood Sect leader, who had quietly observed everything. The Iron Blood Sect leader simply told him to decide for himself, since he was the Alliance leader. The unorthodox Alliance leader complained about his companion's cold attitude before suddenly asking about the whereabouts of the Great Disaster Sword. Ajin informed him that the swordsman had already slipped away on his own and had even shaken off his attendants. The leader clicked his tongue in disappointment at the wasted talent, but decided to give him a surprise after the tournament. With a booming laugh filled with confidence and arrogance, he departed. The unsettling laughter lingered in the air long after he was gone, sending chills through the spectators. Nearby, Dan Ryan watched the entire spectacle with exasperation, wondering why powerful figures always enjoyed creating such dramatic scenes. Meanwhile, Xian Wu Gang and Simon Chiak were surrounded by excited spectators asking about their newly earned nicknames. Fans loudly cheered titles such as Golden Dragon Sword Xian Wu Gang and Murian Spear Demon Simon Chiak. Wu Gang looked visibly embarrassed while Dan Ryan stood nearby, observing him carefully. Oh Ryong, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased with her own nickname, Shadowblade, and proudly claimed that the second match's victory had largely been thanks to her efforts. At the same time, Wu and Jin enthusiastically bragged about receiving the nickname Bald Monk, much to Oh Ryong's annoyance. Simon Chiak reminded everyone to stop obsessing over nicknames and focus on the upcoming third match. Oh Ryong immediately began assigning future opponents, insisting that the Murian Spear Demon should personally handle Namong Hyun in the next round. She declared that now that they had earned nicknames, they had a responsibility to live up to them. Suddenly, Xian Wu Gang received a sonic transmission ordering him to appear at Guanj Temple at 10 o'clock that night. The message left no room for refusal. Wu Gang immediately turned pale. Sweat ran down his face as he recognized the voice of his former master. That night, Guanj Temple was eerily quiet. In the middle of the flower garden stood the Great Disaster Sword, waiting silently. As he walked through the garden, he spoke about the importance of balance and harmony. While speaking, he casually uprooted several rare flowers, dismissing them as weeds that ruined the scenery. Then he asked whether a hunting dog that had befriended a bear should be disciplined by its owner. Before Wu Gang could answer, a young child ran over and scolded the strange old man for destroying the flowers. The moment Wu Gang saw the child confronting the terrifying figure, he panicked. He rushed forward, pushed the child away, and told him to return inside before his sister became worried. Only after ensuring the child was safe did Wu Gang return and kneel respectfully before the master to whom he still owed a great debt. The leader watched the departing child in silence, seemingly contemplating how much Wu Gang had changed. Gathering his courage, Wu Gang declared that he would never use the blood sword sex techniques again and was willing to accept whatever punishment followed. However, the Great Disaster Sword demanded something else entirely. He ordered Wu Gang to withdraw from the tournament immediately and return under his command. No matter how much the righteous path had changed him, he insisted that Wu Gang belonged to the same darkness as before and should return to it. Wu Gang trembled, but his resolve remained firm. Memories of his past surfaced. Endless days of hatred, merciless training, and emotionless swordsmanship. Back then, revenge had been the only purpose of his life. But now he understood that such a path had never belonged to his father. His father had wielded the sword to protect justice and safeguard those he cared about. With fury in his voice, Wu Gang declared that the swordsmanship he wished to follow was a path of protection, not destruction. He bowed deeply and begged his former master to let him continue pursuing the ideals he had finally found. Killing intent erupted instantly. Enraged by the rejection, the Great Disaster Sword unleashed a devastating attack and declared that Wu Gang should die where he stood. A massive cloud of dust exploded across the garden. For a moment, it appeared as though Wu Gang had no chance of surviving. However, when the dust settled, a familiar figure stood before him. Beakley Woon had arrived at the last possible moment and effortlessly blocked the attack. Then he looked at the Great Disaster Sword leader and gave him a defiant, slightly smug smile. The two forces collided fiercely, sparks erupting as their energies clashed. The overwhelming pressure spread throughout the garden as the two powerful figures locked eyes. With a defiant smile, Beakley Woon made it clear that he would not allow any harm to come to Xian Wu Gang. The unorthodox alliance leader called Beakley Woon a rat and demanded to know whether he was responsible for changing his disciple's mind. Beakley Woon calmly admitted that he had only given the young man a small push to help him see the truth. He then suggested ending the confrontation before it attracted unwanted attention. Enraged, the leader declared that traitors could not be tolerated and reminded everyone that Xian Wu Gang was the successor of his sect. However, Beakley Woon found the situation strange. Someone so important should never have been sent away as a mere spy. He recalled that the sect already had another successor candidate, the famous Blood Butterfly. From this, Beakley Woon deduced the truth. The real plan had been to force Xian Wu Gang in a conflict with his own ally and use that struggle to awaken him and secure his position. The leader openly confirmed the accusation. He admitted that he had deliberately sent his disciple into enemy territory because he believed the young man's personality was too soft and needed to be hardened through cruelty and hardship. Hearing this, Xian Wu Gang collapsed to the ground in shock, unable to believe he had been manipulated for such a purpose. The leader coldly stated that conscience was merely an excuse and that no traitor would be spared. Observing him closely, Beakley Woon pointed out that his words did not match his actions. With a faint smile, he remarked that killing Xian Wu Gang would gain him nothing. He argued that the leader's stubborn insistence seemed less like punishment and more like an attempt to drag his disciple back under his control. Picking a flower from the garden, Beakley Woon suggested another approach. He described Xian Wu Gang as someone foolishly honest who would certainly repay any debt in the future. He then presented two choices. The first was to kill Xian Wu Gang for a moment of satisfaction. The second was to create suspicion within the Murim alliance and deepen the cracks in the newly established ceasefire. Beakley Woon added that if the leader insisted on taking his disciple's life, he would personally intervene, even if it cost the leader one of his arms. The leader calmly admitted that the unorthodox alliance leader had judged Beakley Woon correctly. He called him a madman, but also acknowledged his insight and determination. In the end, he accepted the proposal. However, he warned that Xian Wu Gang still needed to prove his worth. Turning to his disciple, he ordered him to demonstrate his abilities during the third round of the tournament. Only after that match, he declared, would he decide Xian Wu Gang's final fate. Later, Xian Wu Gang slowly walked across the courtyard toward the exit, deep in thought about his future. As he reflected on the encounter, he noticed the strange expression on his master's face and realized that the conditions of the agreement had never truly been meant for him. That night, beneath the moonlit sky, Xian Wu Gang spotted one of his companions training alone on a rooftop. Shan Wu Gang says frustration, feeling that he had become a burden to the sect leader and that he needed to defeat Beakley San to prove herself. Wu Gang was shocked to learn that Beakley San had stopped eating and drinking because of her disappointment and sadness. Meanwhile, outside another room, Namong Hyen stood guard at the entrance and immediately blocked Beakley Woon's path, telling him to leave. Inside, Beakley San made it clear that she did not want to meet anyone. When Beakley Woon heard her response, he learned that he was the very last person she wanted to see. At this, Beakley Woon told them to inform Beakley San that their promise still stood and that they would still crush Mujong Martial School. However, he smiled and added that the original plan had always been to win, regardless of any personal request. Inside the room, the white-haired man asked Beakley San whether she truly had no desire to speak with her brother. Trembling with frustration, she admitted that even after giving everything she had in the arena, she still couldn't win. Gripping the bedsheets tightly, Beakley San bitterly declared that the forced victory no longer held any meaning for her. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger and demanded to know whether everyone had simply been playing around and mocking all of her efforts. Before she could do anything reckless, a firm hand seized the blade and stopped her. The white-haired man calmly asked whether she hated Beakley Woon and whether she truly wanted to land a blow on that infuriating man. The unexpected question left her stunned. He then explained that if she was willing to risk everything she had learned and experienced so far, she might be able to achieve it. With an intense gaze, he promised to help Beakley San break through her current limits and surpass her weaknesses. Soon, the day of the third match arrived. Throughout the arena, people continued discussing Beakley Woon's extraordinary abilities. The unorthodox alliance leader asked the Great Sword whether he had met him personally. The Great Sword replied that the young man's talent reminded him of the former Murim Alliance leader from 20 years ago. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon calmly observed the crowd with a faint smile. The Great Sword continued his analysis, noting that everyone knew Beakley Woon had no intention of letting victory slip away. Even while making enemies throughout the Murim Alliance, he seemed to thrive amid danger and constant recklessness. However, one fact remained undeniable. In the upcoming survival match, Murim Martial School would be at an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of numbers. The Great Sword couldn't help but wonder how they could possibly win. The survival match had a unique rule. Challengers remained in the arena until they were defeated, meaning there were no easy retreats. Because of that, the opening battles were often used to test the enemy's strength through sacrificial participants. As preparations began, Orang twirled her whip and volunteered to enter first, confident that she could eliminate an opponent immediately. Beakley Woon ignored the suggestion and instead turned toward Seowa, asking who she believed should open the match. After a moment of thought, she touched a finger to her lips and suggested Simon Chiok. Beakley Woon immediately accepted her recommendation and ordered Simon Chiok to enter the battlefield. Simon Chiok turned around in confusion when Beakley Woon suddenly mentioned a limit of only 3 seconds. Holding up 2 fingers with a smile, Beakley Woon casually instructed him to finish everything and return within 3 seconds. At that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Unlike the previous rounds, the third match was not conducted inside an illusion. The danger was completely real. As Simon Chiok looked toward his opponent, he reflected on everything that had happened so far. The seemingly certain victory of Mujong Martial School had already been overturned through the first and second matches. More importantly, the survival match was being fought in reality rather than within an illusion formation. That meant every injury would be real. Death itself was also a possibility. Faced with such circumstances, Simon Chiok realized that there was probably only one person who could enter the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. Bakley San. Standing beside Bakley San, Namgung Hyen was visibly surprised when he saw Simon Chiok chosen as Murim Martial School's vanguard. The decision seemed unusual, especially with so many stronger fighters still available. The moment the signal rang out, the battle began. Simon Chiok immediately launched himself forward without hesitation, treating every exchange as if his life depended on it. His reckless determination paid off, overwhelming his opponent in a single fierce clash and securing another victory for Murim Martial School. However, his victory only earned criticism from the spectators and even his opponents. Many felt that his fighting style was bordering on madness, as a single mistake could have left him permanently crippled. Yet Simon Chiok didn't care. With 15 opponents still remaining, his goal wasn't merely to win. He intended to reduce Mujong Martial School's numbers as much as possible before Bakley San was forced to step onto the battlefield. One opponent after another fell beneath his spear. The battles became increasingly brutal as exhaustion accumulated in his body. Every strike consumed more stamina than the last, but he refused to stop. Even after defeating 10 opponents in succession, Simon Chiok continued fighting purely through determination. Watching from the sidelines, Xian Wu Gang couldn't help but feel concerned. It was obvious that Simon Chiok was pushing himself beyond his limits to prove his worth. Meanwhile, Mujong Martial School finally decided enough was enough. After a brief discussion among their members, Namgung Hyen volunteered to personally end Simon Chiok's rampage. Chung Ryu approved the decision immediately. As Namgung Hyen stepped into the arena, his thoughts drifted toward Bakley San. Ever since the second round ended, she had undergone mysterious training under Chung Ryu's guidance. Although nobody knew what happened during that training, the strain it placed on her was impossible to ignore. Determined to spare her from fighting if possible, Namgung Hyen resolved to finish the battle himself. Across the arena, Simon Chiok was surprised to see Namgung Hyen appear so early. He hadn't expected one of Mujong Martial School's strongest fighters to enter before the final stages. Namgung Hyen, however, understood the danger of allowing Simon Chiok any more time to recover. The moment the duel began, he pressed forward aggressively, refusing to give his opponent even a second to gather his internal energy. Realizing he couldn't afford a prolonged battle, Shimin Shiok immediately unleashed his strongest spear technique. The terrifying attack surged toward Namgung Hyen with overwhelming force. But Namgung Hyen remained calm. Blue sword energy erupted around him as he activated one of the strongest techniques of the boundless heavenly sword art. The entire arena seemed to tremble beneath the pressure. A brilliant arc of sword energy sliced through the battlefield, tearing apart everything in its path. The instant Shimin Shiok saw the attack, he understood that escape was impossible. A deafening explosion followed. The ground shattered beneath the impact as dust and debris filled the arena. When the smoke finally began to settle, the spectators fell silent. The warrior who had defeated 10 opponents consecutively had been brought down in a single overwhelming strike. As the dust settled, Namgung Hyen looked down at the fallen Shimin Shiok with an indifferent expression. To him, the outcome was nothing special. He simply remarked that he had been in a hurry to end the fight and had failed to properly control his strength. However, Xian Wu Gang immediately realized how close his friend had come to death. The only reason Shimin Shiok was still alive was because he had instinctively used his spear to absorb part of the devastating attack. The sight filled Xian Wu Gang with anger. Nearby, Orion tightened her grip on her whip and prepared to enter the arena herself. Witnessing her teammate's condition had ignited a desire for revenge, and she was ready to confront Namgung Hyen personally. Before she could step forward, however, Bakley Woon calmly turned towards Siowa and asked for her opinion on who should fight next. The unexpected question caught everyone off guard. After a brief moment of thought, Siowa pointed directly at Xian Wu Gang. The answer stunned him. Even Xian Wu Gang himself hadn't expected to be chosen. Across the arena, Namgung Hyen narrowed his eyes. He couldn't understand what Bakley Woon was planning. To him, Xian Wu Gang represented the greatest remaining threat. If he could eliminate him now, the rest of Miriam Martial School could be dealt with afterward. As preparations for the duel continued, Bakley Woon used the opportunity to explain the nature of the Namgung clan's greatest martial art. The boundless heavenly sword art was a technique that utilized overwhelming internal energy with incredible efficiency. To outsiders, it appeared as though its users possessed endless reserves of power. More than a sword style, it was a manifestation of the Namgung clan's pride and belief that they stood above everyone else. Listening to the explanation only made Xian Wu Gang more uneasy. The technique sounded nearly impossible to overcome. Yet Bakley Woon offered no direct solution. Instead, he told his disciple to discover the answer himself and reminded him of the sacrifices Shimin Shiok had just made. The message was clear. Others had already risked everything to create this opportunity. Now it was Xian Wu Gang's turn. Meanwhile, Namgung Hyen had already finished his preparations. Seeing the discussion continue, he impatiently waited for the battle to begin. In his mind, defeating Xian Wu Gang would effectively secure victory for Muzhong Martial School. Despite the pressure weighing on him, Xian Wu Gang stepped onto the battlefield. He knew there was no room left for retreat. More than anything, he wanted to prove that he deserved the trust Bakley Woon had placed in him. Watching from afar, both the unorthodox alliance leader and the great disaster sword remained silent. Their attention was fixed entirely on the upcoming clash. The signal was finally given. Instantly, both fighters collided. Swords flashed through the air as sparks exploded from repeated impacts. Xian Wu Gang attacked aggressively, launching himself forward with everything he had, but Namgung Hyen remained frighteningly composed. Every movement was controlled. Every dodge was efficient. As the battle progressed, Xian Wu Gang noticed something important. Although Namgung Hyen possessed enormous reserves of energy, gathering and focusing that power still required brief moments of concentration. It wasn't a weakness, but it was something. Unfortunately, Namgung Hyen quickly seized control of the pace. Refusing to give his opponent any breathing room, he continuously pressured Xian Wu Gang while questioning whether he truly intended to rely solely on his own strength. Moments later, a brutal counterattack struck home. The impact sent Xian Wu Gang staggering backward. Refusing to yield, he immediately charged again, desperately searching for a way through the seemingly flawless defense. Then the arena shook. A brilliant blue aura erupted from Namgung Hyen's body, sending violent shockwaves across the battlefield. From the sidelines, Bakley Woon calmly observed the exchange and pointed out that Xian Wu Gang had already lost the initiative. He continued questioning Xiaohua, encouraging her to analyze the battle herself. As she watched, Xiaohua gradually began understanding the weaknesses hidden within the boundless heavenly sword art. While the technique was overwhelmingly powerful, repeatedly unleashing such arrogant attacks inevitably reduced their precision and efficiency over time. Recognizing the principle was one thing. Finding an opening within the relentless assault was another matter entirely. Before either of them could reach a conclusion, another violent collision shook the arena. A massive cloud of dust erupted into the sky. Xian Wu Gang immediately used the cover to reposition himself, desperately attempting to regain control of the fight. Yet Nam Gung Hyen's pressure followed him relentlessly. At that moment, a memory surfaced. He recalled Bakley Woon's teachings. The best opportunity to strike was often hidden within an opponent's greatest display of strength. Remembering those words, Xian Wu Gang suppressed his presence and disappeared into the thick dust cloud. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Nam Gung Hyen frowned. The visibility had become terrible. For the first time since the duel began, uncertainty entered his mind. As he searched through the smoke, he suddenly noticed something else. His arm felt unusually heavy. The repeated use of an advanced sword technique beyond his normal limits was beginning to take its toll. And for the first time in the battle, Nam Gung Hyen felt the effects of fatigue creeping into his body. The thick cloud of dust became Xian Wu Gang's greatest ally. While Nam Gung Hyen's vision remained obstructed, Xian Wu Gang quietly concealed his presence and patiently waited for the opportunity his master had taught him to seek. Rather than confronting overwhelming power head-on, he chose to strike at the exact moment his opponent's concentration faltered. Then he moved. Like a shadow emerging from nowhere, Xian Wu Gang burst through the smoke and launched a precise attack. Nam Gung Hyen's eyes widened in disbelief. Until that very instant, he hadn't even realized where Xian Wu Gang had repositioned himself. The battlefield erupted into another fierce exchange. Their swords collided repeatedly as both fighters pushed themselves beyond their limits. Exhaustion weighed heavily on their bodies, yet neither side was willing to retreat. The duel had reached a point where a single mistake would determine everything. As their weapons clashed once more, Xian Wu Gang suddenly altered his approach. Instead of pursuing a direct attack, he closed the distance and trapped Nam Gung Hyen in close quarters. The unexpected maneuver caught Nam Gung Hyen completely off guard. Before he could recover, Xian Wu Gang used the opening to break his balance and force him into a vulnerable position. In the next instant, the tip of Xian Wu Gang's sword stopped directly against Nam Gung Hyen's chest. Silence descended over the grand courtyard. The countless spectators who had been shouting moments earlier could only stare in disbelief. The outcome had been decided. Both fighters were exhausted, but Xian Wu Gang understood the situation better than anyone. Nam Gung Hyen had already pushed his body to dangerous limits by repeatedly using advanced techniques that exceeded his current condition. Another exchange could easily result in a permanent injury. Rather than pressing the attack, Xian Wu Gang chose to offer his opponent a way out. He acknowledged Nam Gung Hyen's talent and future potential, making it clear that there was no reason to throw everything away in a single tournament match. More importantly, he reminded him that this battle wasn't solely about pride anymore. His gaze shifted toward the sidelines. Bakley San was still watching the arena in silence. Xian Wu Gang entrusted the remainder of the battle to her, believing that the future of Muzhong Martial School now rested in her hands. For a long moment, Nam Gung Hyen remained silent. Then he slowly lowered his weapon. The tension that had gripped the arena finally broke. Accepting the outcome, Nam Gung Hyen chose to surrender and place his faith in Bakley San. A moment later, the judge officially declared Xian Wu Gang the victor. The announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Very few had expected Xian Wu Gang to overcome someone as formidable as Nam Gung Hyen, especially after witnessing the overwhelming power of the boundless heavenly sword art. Yet the impossible had happened. Standing in the center of the arena, battered and exhausted, Xian Wu Gang turned toward the final obstacle standing between Murian Martial School and victory. His eyes locked onto Bakley San. Without hesitation, he issued a challenge for the final battle of the round. However, Bakley San's reaction was completely different from what everyone expected. Rather than showing excitement or anger, she appeared mildly annoyed by the commotion surrounding her. A moment later, Bakley San stepped into the arena. The referee announced the start of the match, and the two competitors faced each other at the center of the stage. Before the battle began, Xian Wugang asked about the rumors that she had stopped eating and drinking. Bakley San downplayed the issue, prompting a relieved smile from him. Confused by his reaction, she questioned him, only for Wugang to explain that she seemed to be doing better than before. Bakley San let out a laugh at his confidence before suddenly activating the fiery white flower secret art. A tremendous wave of pressure erupted from her as the fiery world technique engulfed the arena. Wugang immediately responded with the seventh technique of the Tempest Sword Art, Whirlwind Surge, and the two martial arts collided head-on. As the clash continued, Bakley San's eyes turned red with anger. She rushed forward and unleashed a series of relentless slashes. Wugang narrowly avoided them, but her frustration only grew. She accused him of treating the fight like a game and even dragged Bakley Woon into her outburst. Hearing her words, Bakley Woon could only stare in shock. Meanwhile, Wugang struggled under the relentless barrage. Sweat dripped from his face as he realized that Bakley San was on an entirely different level from Nam Gung Hyen. The endless torrent of flames left him no opening, and he knew the battle could not continue like this forever. Watching from the sidelines, Bakley Woon calmly stated that the momentum would soon shift. Xiaohua was surprised by his assessment, since Wugang appeared to be losing. However, she soon explained that flames burn brightest before they die out. The fiery white flower secret art did not suit Bakley San, and she was burning her own meridians to force out the flames necessary to fully utilize the technique. Concerned, Xiaohua questioned why nobody close to Bakley San was stopping her. At this rate, her future as a martial artist was at risk. Bakley Woon replied with a tense expression that such interference was impossible because Bakley San's master was none other than the head of the Bakley clan. At that moment, Bakley San recalled her master's teachings. She remembered being told that fire naturally extinguishes once it runs out of fuel, and that only by firmly controlling herself could she avoid being consumed by it. Filled with emotion, she accused Wugang of pretending to care while never truly paying attention to someone like her. Another memory surfaced. She recalled Chung Ryu explaining the two paths available to her survival. The first was abandoning her yang cultivation and switching to yin cultivation, sacrificing some proficiency but greatly increasing her chances of success. However, when he realized she could not abandon her pride, he presented a second option: burn away all her meridians and destroy her enemy together with herself. Returning to reality, Bakley San unleashed the chain flame will strikes. She rejected the idea of stability entirely, declaring through her actions that surpassing her limits mattered more than preserving herself. A massive explosion erupted across the arena. When the smoke cleared, Bakley San stood panting heavily. Veins bulged around her eyes as exhaustion overtook her. Wugang pointed out that her body had already reached its limit, but she refused to care. Seeing her condition, Wugang seriously urged her to forfeit. He admitted that he wanted to fight her at her best and even offered to withdraw himself if necessary. Instead of calming her, his words only fueled her anger. Furious, Bakley San unleashed the ultimate technique of the fiery white flower secret art, Grand Flames. As she charged forward, she remembered Chung Ryu once more and resolved not to become a pawn in his schemes. Wugang desperately warned her not to push herself any further. Suddenly, blue flames surged toward him. Shocked, Wugang leapt aside. The energy felt neither like ordinary fire nor pure yin energy, but something entirely different. At the same time, Bakley San grasped her sword and activated the Azure Moon heavenly art. Closing her eyes, she concentrated deeply as a blue radiance spread from her blade. The crowd erupted into confusion. Nobody could understand how she was simultaneously using yang and yin energy. Bakley Woon's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized traces of a wudong technique. Moments later, he realized the truth. Chung Ryu had taught her the dual inner energy arts. Nearby, Chung Ryu watched with a smug grin, pleased that she had succeeded. He mocked the greed of the Bakley clan for pushing her this far. Before he could continue, a sword suddenly rested against his neck. The newcomer demanded an explanation and questioned whether Chung Ryu had truly taught Beakley San the dual inner energy arts. He warned that both teacher and student could face punishment, depending on the circumstances. Calmly, Chung Ryu explained that he had merely pointed her in the right direction and that she had discovered the rest herself. The answer only made the man angrier. If the technique had not been properly taught, all of her meridians could have become twisted and ruined. Chung Ryu simply replied that she was already burning her entire body as though this were her final battle. The furious man shouted his name once more. Ignoring the anger, Chung Ryu turned toward Beakley Woon and reminded him of his own belief that a martial artist without ambition could never truly grow. Back in the arena, Nam Gung Hyen desperately shouted for Beakley San to stop. However, Beakley San felt the burning sensation in her meridians gradually cooling. Realizing she could still fight, she declared that victory was finally within reach. Watching the situation unfold, Beakley Woon became increasingly tense. Although the Yin energy had cooled her meridians, repeatedly switching between opposing energies would ultimately destroy them. Realizing the danger, he shouted at Wu Gang to end the fight with everything he had and prove his true nature. Hearing his master's command, Wu Gang looked back in surprise. At that very moment, Beakley San launched herself forward and unleashed the ultimate technique, engulfing heavens. Faced with the incoming attack, Wu Gang clenched his teeth. He resolved to use everything he possessed and activated the ultimate technique of the Blood Sea Azura sword art, Blood Azura. The Great Disaster sword watched in visible shock. Moments later, the two blades collided. Wu Gang struggled desperately to withstand the overwhelming force. As the clash intensified, he realized that one of them would die if things continued this way. He refused to let Beakley San be that person. Both fighters moved simultaneously. Then, as though sharing the same thought, they acted at the exact same moment. Their ultimate techniques collided, triggering a deafening explosion that shook the entire arena. After some time, the dust finally settled. The spectators anxiously tried to determine the winner while the referee prepared to make an announcement. However, after taking a closer look, he suddenly stopped. Both competitors had lost consciousness. As Beakley San collapsed, Beakley Woon appeared instantly and caught her before she hit the ground. At the same time, Oryong and the bald monk rushed to Wu Gang's side and tried to wake him. Half-conscious in Beakley Woon's arms, Beakley San weakly called out to him and begged him not to leave. Looking down at her, Beakley Woon responded with a rare warm smile. From afar, the Great Disaster Sword observed that either fighter could easily have died. Yet their hesitation to kill one another may have been the very reason both survived. With a satisfied smile, he noted that Wu Gang's soft-hearted nature remained unchanged. The unorthodox alliance leader, standing beside him, was confused by how pleased the Great Disaster Sword seemed. Meanwhile, Wu Gang slowly regained consciousness. The moment his eyes opened, he instinctively apologized to his master before collapsing in pain again. Confused, he looked toward Shimanchiak and wondered why the man was standing. At that moment, several disciples descended into the arena. Shimanchiak immediately demanded answers. He ordered Wu Gang to personally deny the accusation spreading among the disciples. According to the rumor, Xian Wu Gang was a spy of the Bloodsword Sect. Hearing such an absurd accusation, Wu Gang could only stare in complete shock. The arena descended into chaos as members of the Murim Alliance suddenly began attacking the students. Amid the confusion, Shimanchiak grabbed Xian Wu Gang by the collar and desperately demanded that he deny the accusations himself. However, Wu Gang remained silent, only glancing away with an irritated expression. His silence alarmed Shimanchiak even further, causing him to shout again. At that moment, Beakley Woon stepped in and blocked an attack from a Murim Alliance member. The man insisted that the supposed spy should be executed immediately. Beakley Woon angrily rebuked them. He pointed out that these were merely children who had just finished the inter-school tournament and had not even been given time to recover. He condemned the adults of the Murim Alliance for allowing themselves to be manipulated by the unorthodox alliance leader and called their actions disgraceful. He then declared that the students were innocent and demanded that their treatment be prioritized. If they still refused to trust him, he offered himself for arrest instead. Not long afterward, Beakley Woon found himself sitting inside a prison cell. Holding the bars in frustration, he cursed the elders responsible for the situation. Meanwhile, at the Murim Alliance Medicine Hall, Shimin Chiak explained everything that had happened while Wu Gang was unconscious. The inter-school tournament had continued without interruption. 3 students from Murian Martial School and 4 from Yuzhong Martial School participated in the survival match. Ryong managed to defeat 2 opponents despite struggling, and Dan Rian also secured victory. The atmosphere remained positive until Woon Jin won the final match, drawing all the attention and leaving Ryong feeling somewhat dissatisfied. According to Shimin Chiak, the real problem began afterward. Having won the bet through Murian's victory, the unorthodox alliance leader stepped into the arena and demanded the return of Xian Wugang, claiming him as a rising martial artist of the unorthodox alliance. Laughing loudly, he expected the Murim alliance to honor the agreement. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The student who had displayed the most impressive performance in Murian Martial School was suddenly being exposed as an unorthodox alliance spy. This happened just as the Murim alliance was struggling to calm those who demanded his immediate execution. As Shimin Chiak finished explaining, he noticed Wu Gang regaining consciousness. Sitting up on the bed, Wu Gang struggled to comprehend the situation. He could not understand why the unorthodox alliance leader would make such a demand. Shimin Chiak then asked him directly whether the accusation was true. Wu Gang admitted that he had originally belonged to the Bloodsword sect, but insisted that he had never acted as a spy. He explained that he had planned to leave the sect after the tournament. According to him, if he demonstrated his abilities during the competition, his master had promised to let him go. Calmly, Shimin Chiak asked whether the current situation looked like the fulfillment of that promise. He then informed Wu Gang that Ryong was collecting signatures to prevent his return to the unorthodox alliance. Fortunately, the Heavenly Squad captain and the Yaoyang branch leader were also helping them. Hearing this, Wu Gang lowered his head in guilt and gratitude. He revealed that Beakley Woon had actually discovered his origins on the very first day of training. Suddenly realizing something, he asked where the sect leader was. Shimin Chiak looked away awkwardly and admitted that he had no idea what Beakley Woon was planning. Meanwhile, inside the prison cell, Beakley Woon sat cross-legged in front of a wall, muttering that his attempt to scratch through it were not going as well as expected. A familiar voice mocked him for acting superior. Recognizing the voice instantly, Beakley Woon turned toward Beakley San and asked if she was feeling better. Still upset, Beakley San folded her arms and refused to accept his concern. She reminded him that she had not forgotten how he had manipulated her during the tournament. Beakley Woon simply smiled and pointed out that everyone had managed to grow thanks to her efforts. That answer only irritated her further, causing her to draw her sword. Ignoring her anger, Beakley Woon reached through the bars and gently patted her head. He explained that the plan could never have succeeded without her and praised her growth as a martial artist. He acknowledged that she must have gone through many hardships. As Beakley San struggled to respond, Beakley Woon revealed that he had finally obtained an excuse to take her with him, something he had been waiting for a very long time. The unexpected confession brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, an elderly voice interrupted them. The newcomer remarked that despite hearing rumors about their poor relationship, reality seemed quite different. Startled, Beakley San instinctively swung her sword before realizing who had arrived. The visitor was none other than the Murim Alliance leader, Sword Saint Weiji Hack. With a smile, Weiji Hack informed them that he had heard someone was looking for him. Beakley Woon immediately turned serious. He instructed Beakley San to trust him no matter what happened and to wait at the Righteous Heaven sect. As she demanded an explanation, Beakley Woon formally requested an audience with the Alliance leader. Sometime later, Weiji Hack entered the prison cell and sat across from him. The Alliance leader remarked that it had been a long time since they had spoken like this. He recalled how Beakley Woon had always acted independently during his Heavenly Squad days and eventually left on his own terms. Beakley Woon apologized briefly before getting straight to the point. He declared that Xian Wugang was already his disciple and that he intended to take him to the Righteous Heaven sect. Weiji Hack questioned whether such a thing was truly possible. In response, Beakley Woon announced that the Righteous Heaven sect was prepared to withdraw from the Murim Alliance entirely. The statement caused Ouija Hack to pause. He explained that the unorthodox alliance leader had requested Wu Gang as payment for winning the bet. The alliance now faced a difficult choice: return him, execute him as a spy, or refuse both options. The alliance leader then asked whether Beakley Woon was prepared to bear the consequences of leaving the Murim alliance and making an enemy of the unorthodox alliance. Beakley Woon answered without hesitation. He believed this decision was necessary for the future. Ouija Hack immediately recognized the similarity to the reasoning Beakley Woon had used when founding a new sect. Beakley Woon confirmed it and made one final request. He asked that the other Murian martial school disciples not be punished. They had never known Wu Gang's true background and had only protected a fellow disciple. Their loyalty and potential had already been proven. Ouija Hack agreed to show leniency despite the disciplinary violations. Beakley Woon thanked him sincerely. Before leaving, Ouija Hack asked how he intended to escape from the very center of the Murim alliance. In response, Beakley Woon casually smashed part of the prison wall and promised to leave quietly as long as the alliance leader honored his word. Ouija Hack burst into laughter, realizing that Beakley Woon had intentionally allowed himself to be captured just to secure this conversation. With that, Beakley Woon departed. Watching him leave, Ouija Hack reflected on how much the boy who once arrived at the Murim alliance consumed by vengeance had matured. Back at the medicine hall, a new commotion erupted. Several people demanded that treatment for Wu Gang stop immediately and called for his execution. Some even suggested delivering his head to the unorthodox alliance. The escalating hostility shocked Wu Gang. Then, without warning, one of the troublemakers was sent flying by a powerful kick. Everyone turned in surprise. Beakley Woon had arrived. Ignoring the crowd, he calmly announced that he had come to retrieve Cian Wu Gang. Wu Gang hesitated, blaming himself for all the trouble he had caused. Beakley Woon dismissed the concern and extended his hand. He boldly declared that nobody had the right to stop him from taking his own disciple back to the Righteous Heavens sect. Hearing those words, Wu Gang was stunned. Nearby, Shiman Chiok silently gave him a thumbs up. Finally making his decision, Wu Gang accepted Beakley Woon's hand and agreed to leave with him. Afterward, the two walked through the halls of the Murim alliance. Looking around at the chaos, Wu Gang questioned whether this was truly acceptable. Beakley Woon simply stepped over the unconscious troublemakers and urged him to hurry. Soon, more people rushed toward them. Among them, Siowa greeted them cheerfully. Others immediately demanded that they stop. Beakley Woon laughed and made his position clear. From that moment onward, Cian Wu Gang belonged to the Righteous Heavens sect. Any attack against him would be treated as a declaration of war against the sect itself. Stepping forward, he spread his arms and openly challenged anyone with objections to visit the Righteous Heavens sect personally. From atop a nearby building, the unorthodox alliance leader watched the scene unfold. Amused, he remarked that the outcome had made the bet far more entertaining than expected. He then asked the Great Disaster Sword whether he was truly willing to let his disciple leave. The Great Disaster Sword smiled and answered that as long as the child was happy, nothing else mattered. The response caused the unorthodox alliance leader to burst into laughter. Nearby, Wu Gang could not hide the bright smile on his own face. At that moment, Ouija Hack appeared before everyone. Speaking as the Murim alliance leader, he announced that although the Righteous Heavens sect had withdrawn from the alliance, everyone still owed them a debt for helping secure the war truce. Therefore, in his authority as alliance leader, he officially absolved both the Righteous Heavens sect and Cian Wu Gang of all guilt. As the declaration echoed across the area, a system notification appeared before Beakley Woon. The system informed him that the future direction of the sect had been decided. The chosen path was multiple successors. Meanwhile, elsewhere that night, an unknown man desperately shouted that everyone was being deceived. Another person stared in horror and claimed that the individual they were discussing was no longer a human being. Meanwhile, Beakley Woon received a system notification revealing the chosen direction for the sect. The path selected was multiple successors, a sect built around martial masters following different paths rather than being confined to a single martial art tradition. The system explained that disciples would receive tremendous growth bonuses when learning martial arts suited to their individual talents. In addition, periodic martial art exchanges would greatly improve the creation of boundary arts between different techniques. After reading it, Bakley Woon smiled in satisfaction. This was exactly what the current Righteous Heaven sect needed. His own martial art demanded mastery of both yin and yang before one could even begin because it originated from lightning energy. He had been concerned about how to raise disciples with completely different talents and inclinations, but this system direction solved that problem. While leading the disciples, he quietly reflected that allowing everyone to cultivate techniques matching their own characteristics would let them reach their full potential. The realization pleased him enough to laugh. Siwa asked what amused him, but Bakley Woon brushed the question aside and announced that they had arrived. As promised, they would commission her named weapon. They stood before a blacksmith shop. Immediately, the system displayed another notification. Leave for a new business partner. Bakley Woon introduced the blacksmith as Old Man Shion, reputed to be the greatest blacksmith in Sangshan. Instead of greeting them, Old Man Shion refused immediately and ordered them away. Bakley Woon looked confused and asked why. The blacksmith pointed at the disciples and declared that their accumulated karma was far too low. Until they earned more, he would never forge weapons for them. At that moment, a new quest appeared. What goes around comes around. The quest explained that all outcomes were determined by accumulated karma. The special attributes applied to weapons forged by Old Man Shion would depend entirely on the type of karma gathered during the quest period. Time limit, 90 days. Minimum requirement, mid-low grade karma or higher. Reading the details, Bakley Woon crossed his arms and sighed. The meaning was obvious. The greater the karma they accumulated, the greater the rewards. Then a familiar voice mocked him for enjoying declaring war against the Murim Alliance. Turning around, Bakley Woon recognized Bakley-san. She said she had returned because she had made a promise, but warned him not to misunderstand. She still had not forgiven him for disappearing without explanation and intended to uncover everything he was hiding before deciding whether to forgive him. Instead of arguing, Bakley Woon suddenly hugged her. Caught off guard, she froze. He quietly welcomed her back and promised that he would never leave without saying anything again. He asked her to stay by his side. His words brought tears to her eyes, and memories surfaced, childhood days when she constantly followed her older brother and demanded piggyback rides. After a while, Bakley Woon released her and gently remarked that she had grown up. Embarrassed and irritated, Bakley-san changed the topic and questioned his future. Even if the Murim Alliance leader had pardoned him, his reputation was ruined and work opportunities should have vanished. She also questioned the pile of books around the sect, noting they were theory texts instead of martial manuals, and wondering if he intended to raise scholars instead of martial artists. Bakley Woon simply remarked that she had become much more nagging over the years. Ignoring her reaction, he reflected inwardly. Now that the sect had chosen the multiple successors direction, his most urgent task was creating foundational martial arts tailored to each disciple. The system began differentiating basic arts. For Siwa, who possessed the ultimate Yin body, he designed an azure art to draw out greater Yin energy. For Xian Wugang, whose long experience with blood energy made certain methods natural, he created a crimson art. For Wang Pao, whose energy perception was weaker, he developed a reverse energy art suited to his condition. By building proper foundations, the disciples could eventually grow beyond him. The problem was money. He had already spent an entire month's food budget buying books. With more people in the household, expenses had risen rapidly. Bakley-san suggested that it was not too late to return and kneel before the Murim Alliance leader. Bakley Woon grinned and proposed something entirely different, blackmailing Yuriang. Shocked, she could only stare. At the Hawun merchant group, Yuriang welcomed him with amusement. He had already heard about Bakley Woon declaring war in the Murim Alliance and even taking the Bloodsword Sect's young leader as a disciple. Bakley Woon laughed and explained he had come looking for work. Yuriang asked how he expected to receive work after turning the entire Murim world against himself. Bakley Woon clarified that he wanted requests from the Hao faction. Yuriang fell silent. The Hao faction consisted mainly of lower-class networks, beggars, thieves, and swindlers. Though lacking elite martial artists, they controlled information and underground trade. Yuriang questioned whether Bakley Woon could truly handle such work. Then, smiling calmly over tea, He reminded him that investments always required returns. Bakley Woon answered immediately. The reward would be the position of Hao faction leader. Yuriang smiled. Bakley Woon explained that Yuriang's massive support before the sect was even founded had already revealed his ambition. Since the Hao faction constantly lacked martial masters, investing in him had always been strategic. Yuriang laughed and admitted they understood each other well. He revealed that several requests had already arrived. Bakley Woon was surprised by the number. Yuriang explained that because of recent events, his relationship with Bakley Woon had become public knowledge. He handed over an envelope and suggested choosing something safe. But Bakley Woon rejected that instantly and grabbed him by the collar. His disciples were eating too much, and what he needed was immediate income. Sweating, Yuriang hurriedly recommended a request. The sky-piercing dragon sect in Manhwa County wanted help stopping Blood Eagle Manor. Bakley Woon questioned why one underworld group would target another. Yuriang explained that the sky-piercing dragon sect stood somewhere between orthodox and unorthodox factions and acted like local protectors. Blood Eagle Manor, meanwhile, was a genuine criminal organization known for atrocities. Bakley Woon concluded that the sky-piercing dragon sect would be destroyed before outside help arrived. Yuriang agreed and proposed turning them into a branch sect. The Righteous Heavens sect lacked stable income, and branch sect management fees could provide long-term support while expanding influence. Bakley Woon considered the idea. Yuriang advised him not to decide immediately and instead visit personally to judge their character. At that moment, danger detected in request. Danger level, medium. Bakley Woon's expression hardened. Returning to the sect, he informed everyone that a request specifically naming the Righteous Heavens sect had arrived. The mission involved protecting a region and carried considerable danger. Because of that, he decided to test them. Bakley San immediately questioned why she had to participate. Balancing casually atop a stick, Bakley Woon announced the challenge. The four of them had 1 week. If they could work together and touch even the tip of the Righteous Heavens sword, he would bring them along. Confidently, he declared the task easy. Bakley San attacked immediately with her fiery white flower secret art. The test began. Bakley Woon remained seated and avoided the attack barehanded. Everyone was shocked. The others rushed in competitively, while Siowa tried to organize a strategy instead. Wang Pao also joined. Siowa eventually decided to exploit openings created by the others. For days later, all 4 disciples collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Bakley Woon casually ate dumplings while criticizing how slow they were. Siowa admitted their approach was failing. Frustrated, she wished she had enough strength to at least sacrifice herself for everyone and wondered how they could possibly win. Bakley Woon quietly watched. Eventually, they stood again. Bakley San reasoned that the test could not be impossible. If there was a key variable, it had to be Siowa. Confused, Siowa pointed at herself. Bakley San explained that among them, Siowa understood Bakley Woon best. She was always the person he turned to first and the only one capable of sharing his perspective. Siowa quietly repeated the words to herself. Then Bakley San questioned whether they could keep living in the manor after destroying it repeatedly. Siowa casually explained that every morning everything simply returned to normal. Alarmed, Bakley San asked whether something was wrong with the manor. Siowa casually mentioned that it had originally been famous as a haunted manor. Before anyone could react further, Bakley Woon approached. He announced that the Righteous Heavens sword had been stolen by bandits. Everyone stared. He then changed the rules. They now had only 2 days. If they failed to retrieve the sect's sacred treasure, the Righteous Heavens sword would disappear forever. Bakley San was stunned. Then the system appeared and informed that the test is begin. The scene shifted to a bridge over the river in Manhwa County, Hunan. A man settled his debt by saying that this would repay the advice he had received. Sitting at the edge of the bridge, Bakley San asked whether he would truly be all right. The Blood Eagle Manor had been pressuring him to increase collections. Jin Wung explained that he had submitted a request to the Hao faction exactly as advised and admitted surprise that his situation had been predicted so accurately. Curious, he asked who Bakley San really was. Bakley San only smiled and introduced himself as a wandering fortune-teller. He told Jin Wung that he had done well. The cost would be far lower than dealing with Blood Eagle Manor directly. Then his gaze shifted elsewhere as he remarked that dark clouds were gathering and preparations were necessary. Confused, Jinwoon looked up at the clear sky. Bakley Cian quietly clarified that the darkness was not above them, but buried deep underground. His expression turned unreadable as he spoke of something created by human hands and destined to be destroyed by human hands, a massive accumulation of karma. Internally, however, he thought about the martial master who would soon arrive in Manhwa County and the choice waiting ahead. Would that person choose hypocrisy for the greater good, or self-righteousness for the sake of one? Rising from the bridge, Bakley Cian smiled and said they should look forward to the martial master sent by the Hao faction and see whether he could truly disperse those dark clouds. Elsewhere, the disciples gathered around a campfire in the forest. Bakley Cian explained their target. The Red King Fortress was a mountain stronghold on Mount Mufu with roughly 200 members. Though not particularly large, it served under one of the 72 strongholds of the Green Forest and regularly delivered offerings to them. The next offering shipment would depart in 2 days. She suggested that the Righteous Heaven Sword would likely be included. A direct confrontation would be difficult, so they needed either to reduce enemy numbers or avoid fighting altogether. Siwa proposed attacking indirectly and escaping before being caught. Bakley Cian rejected the idea. Bandits specialized in fighting stronger opponents and surviving through underhanded methods. They would not be easy to deal with. Cian Wugang complained that they needed every available person and questioned why Wang Pao had been excluded from the test. Bakley Cian assumed Bakley Woon either believed Wang Pao was not ready yet, or that there was no need for him to participate. Back at the Righteous Heaven's Sect Manor, Wang Pao trained alone with a wooden log. Bakley Woon approached and instructed him not to go to Red King Fortress. Instead, he handed over several books and assigned him a separate task. This would help him understand the reverse energy art. Wang Pao looked confused. Bakley Woon explained that although Wang Pao's energy detection could not yet perceive elemental energy, these texts would become useful foundations. Holding the books, Wang Pao silently resolved to work harder than anyone else. Back in the forest, Bakley Cian proposed waiting until the offering transport began. Since the bandits would not want attention, they would likely move in a smaller elite group. Siwa agreed and asked for everyone's thoughts. When questioned directly, she hesitated before agreeing. Bakley Cian reminded her that Bakley Woon entrusted this test to her because he believed in her. As the eldest disciple, if she did not want to become a burden, she had to act. She assured Siwa that everyone would support whatever decision she made. After thinking quietly, Siwa finally smiled. She proposed burning all of Mount Mufu. Everyone paused. Cian Wugang pointed out that such a plan required resources. Siwa spread out a map and explained. The weather had been dry for days. There were no civilians near the bandit territory, and streams surrounded the area on all 4 sides. If they controlled the surroundings properly, they could limit the spread while creating enough chaos. Bakley Cian accepted the idea, but she added that retrieving the sword remained the real issue. She argued that moving during the offering transfer would still be better. Siwa looked at her and pointed out something else. If offerings were being delivered, then Green Forest must regularly inspect and maintain authority over the Red King Fortress. Bakley Cian understood immediately. If that timing overlapped, there was a risk that Green Forest martial masters would appear. Then Siwa asked the key question. Could they actually defeat them? Bakley Cian admitted that regardless of strategy, they still had to locate the sword. Siwa rolled up the map and smiled. There was no need to search. They simply had to force the enemy to bring the sword to them. Elsewhere, Yiriang followed behind Bakley Woon. He reported that the disciples had visited and only gathered minimal information about Red King Fortress. Then he finally asked the obvious question. Why had Bakley Woon personally handed the Righteous Heaven Sword over to them? Bakley Woon explained. During the previous test, the disciples had failed to form a proper strategy because they worried too much about each other and lacked coordination. They needed real pressure. Yiriang pointed out that Red King Fortress was too dangerous for them alone and that they would probably lose most of the time. Bakley Woon agreed, but what they needed was not guaranteed victory. What mattered was finding the one path to win. Even if they failed 99 times out of 100, they needed the ability to discover an answer instead of depending on luck. This was not only a test for the Righteous Heaven Sect, It was also a test for the future of the Hao faction. He asked Yang to watch over them as well. Reaching a mountain overlook, Yang sighed and pointed out that Bakley Woon had probably chosen a scale he could personally handle if things went wrong. Then he casually reported that Green Forest would arrive either today or tomorrow. At the main gate of Red King Fortress, preparations continued. Inside, Jin Woon questioned whether the morning's business had been suspicious. The bald leader dismissed the concern. The sword had been too valuable for its previous owner, and the fact that it was handed over so easily made him assume it had been stolen. He laughed and bragged that the owner must have been intimidated by Red King Fortress. Since the sword appeared to belong to an orthodox faction, he reasoned that once it reached Green Forest, no one would be able to reclaim it. When Jin Woon kept worrying, the leader snapped and ordered him to stop thinking and focus on welcoming Green Forest. Then he angrily ordered salt to be scattered at the gate to ward off bad luck. Jin Woon muttered that they barely had enough food already. As he stepped outside, he noticed smoke. Moments later, panic erupted. A forest fire was spreading. The bandits rushed to carry water. The leader shouted orders and demanded they extinguish it before the road became unusable. Then, arrows suddenly flew in. Every water container shattered. The bandits froze. Furious, the leader demanded to know who was responsible. The answer appeared immediately. The three disciples stood above. Siawa calmly told them that if they wanted to put out the fire, they should return their sect leader's sword immediately. The leader froze before realizing what they meant. Trying to buy time, he agreed to discuss things after extinguishing the flames. An explosion landed beside him. Panicked, he challenged them to come fight directly and mocked them for refusing. Privately, however, he only wanted to capture one hostage. Siawa looked at him calmly. He was just a bandit. There was no reason for them to fight on his terms. If he wanted to save the mountain, he should bring the sword. The leader grew desperate. He explained that he had already reported obtaining a valuable offering and offered money instead. Bakley-san attacked casually and dismissed his excuses. Their circumstances were irrelevant. Jin Woon panicked. Realizing they had no choice, the leader ordered the sword brought out immediately. Jin Woon hurried away and returned carrying it, but before he reached the front, a punch struck him across the face. A scar man appeared. Holding the sword, he examined it with interest and laughed. He introduced himself as Demon Swallow, captain of the Wind Forest Inspection Squad under the 72 strongholds of Green Forest. Looking toward the disciples, he smiled and remarked that the sword seemed to be the offering he had come to receive. Seeing him appear, Siawa's expression turned serious. At that moment, the fire spread throughout the bandits' stronghold. Bandits ran in panic as flames consumed the area. Watching from a distance, Bakley Woon commented with satisfaction that Siawa was performing as impressively as ever and seemed to be handling the situation well. Yang looked at him in disbelief. From his perspective, she had started a forest fire, threatened the bandits, and prevented them from putting it out. Bakley Woon simply grinned. Since this was bandit territory with no civilians nearby, only the bandits would suffer losses. Although the method differed from what he originally expected, he admitted it was an excellent strategy. Yang laughed and asked how he would have solved the situation himself. Bakley Woon answered casually. If it had been him, he would have walked straight through the front gate, introduced himself as a member of the Righteous Heaven Sect, and explained that the sect leader was a former Murim Alliance combat squad captain. Since combat squads frequently subjugated bandits, they likely would have returned the sword immediately rather than invite trouble. Then he explained further. Anyone with enough experience in Jianghu would think that way. What impressed him was not Siawa's martial ability, but her willingness to choose an unconventional solution. To him, the qualities of a first disciple were not overwhelming talent or unmatched intelligence. A first disciple had to lead when no path existed, voice opinions others would hesitate to say, and still continue questioning themselves. Considering all of that, Siawa was perfectly suited for the position. Yang observed the battlefield through binoculars and nodded. Then he suddenly pointed something out. If the sword already had Righteous Heavens engraved on it, shouldn't the bandits have realized where it came from? Smiling, he concluded that the sect's reputation clearly had not spread that far yet. Bakley Woon instantly became offended and declared that he should personally go deal with those ignorant bandits. Yang hurriedly stopped him. Then his expression shifted. Someone was approaching. At Red King Fortress, Demon Swallow unsheathed the sword and admired it. It was a fine weapon, and the name engraved on it felt strangely familiar. Then he looked up at the disciples with a mocking smile and invited them to come down, or suggested he could go up instead. The disciples descended from the cliff. Siwa immediately realized her mistake. She had relaxed too much after everything followed her calculations and failed to account for Demon Swallow arriving earlier than expected. The bald leader stared at them in disbelief. They looked even younger than expected. Demon Swallow smiled coldly and suggested that before questioning them, perhaps they should kill one first. The bald leader awkwardly objected. They were still children. If their sect leader came looking for them later, things could become troublesome. Breaking their limbs and crushing their spirits would be enough. Before he could finish, Demon Swallow stepped on his head and drove him into the ground. The bald leader cried out. Demon Swallow asked whether they did not realize the real problem. Even children looked down on bandits now. Bandits were supposed to inspire fear. Then he shouted at everyone to stop standing around and put out the fire before the entire mountain burned. The bandits scrambled away. Demon Swallow glanced back at the disciples. He did not care about this small fortress, but if offerings decreased, that would become his problem too. Then his smile widened. He told them to convince him. They needed to give him a reason not to kill them. Without warning, Bakley San rushed forward. The others shouted her name. While attacking, she declared that they had already expected things to reach this point, and that he was the only real martial master present. She struck. Demon Swallow effortlessly deflected her attack, moved behind her, and placed a dagger at her neck. Bakley San immediately realized how fast he was. Xian Wu Gang charged in. The moment Demon Swallow pressed the blade closer, Wu Gang changed direction and stopped. Angrily, he accused him of taking hostages. Demon Swallow suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his face. Then he slammed him into the ground. Coughing in pain, Wu Gang heard Demon Swallow calmly explain this was not a duel. What stood before them was a bandit. Without warning, Demon Swallow attacked Siwa next. She blocked with her sword, but was forced back. Then she grabbed his wrist and activated her martial art. Ice rapidly formed across his hand. Demon Swallow looked surprised. Immediately afterward, he kicked Siwa away. After licking his frozen hand, he looked at her with interest. She knew how to use her comrades as bait. He assumed the fire had also been her idea. Breathing heavily, Siwa retreated to regroup. Demon Swallow folded his hands behind his back. Different martial arts, coordinated tactics, he found them strangely unlike ordinary orthodox disciples. Then his expression darkened. If they survived, they would become troublesome later. And if their sect had lost the sword and only sent children to recover it, their sect leader could not be much either. He declared that he would kill them first and deal with their sect leader afterward. Siwa's thoughts raced. He was stronger than expected. Then she remembered. This was a test. If she imagined what Bakley Woon would do, then somewhere nearby, Demon Swallow activated his Wind Force kick art and launched his first technique. He mocked them and said that if they endured long enough, he might spare them. Xian Wu Gang braced himself. But suddenly, Siwa lowered her sword. She surrendered. Sweat ran down her face, but she smiled. Demon Swallow frowned. The bald leader burst into laughter and mocked her for expecting mercy from bandits. Then, lightning crashed down. Bakley Woon descended directly onto the bald leader. Heavenly lightning descent. Pressing the man into the ground, he calmly looked at Siwa. Did this mean she was giving up the test? Siwa answered honestly. She had succeeded in recovering the righteous heaven sword, but she had no way to escape while protecting everyone. She moved behind him and explained that she could not endanger her fellow disciples simply because she refused to admit defeat. Bakley Woon asked how she knew he was nearby. After thinking briefly, she answered confidently. This was a test, but she believed that if he truly gave them this challenge, he would never allow them to be seriously hurt. Bakley Woon smiled. She passed. Siwa blinked in confusion. Without explaining further, he turned toward Demon Swallow and said they would discuss the rest after dealing with him. Pinned beneath him, the bald leader desperately begged Demon Swallow to kill them. But Demon Swallow turned and ran. The bald leader stared in disbelief. Activating Wind Force Stride, Demon Swallow escaped at full speed. Internally, panic overwhelmed him. What exactly had those idiots stolen? He had to get away immediately. No one could catch him once he used mobility arts. Then, something crashed down in front of him. Bakley Woon. Demon Swallow was smashed into the ground. Bakley Woon stepped on his head and asked calmly, earlier, who exactly did he say he was going to kill? At the same time, Bakley Woon quietly wondered, had this man truly never heard of the Righteous Heaven's Sect? The scene shifted to a dark forest. A robed figure sat silently. Someone approached and addressed him. Rakshasa. Rakshasa turned and asked what it was. The man reported that recent events had made the area unstable and cautiously suggested moving up their plans. Before he could finish, a red flash appeared. His arm separated instantly. As he screamed, Rakshasa calmly walked forward. Restless? If this was about Blood Eagle Manor, it did not matter even if the Unorthodox Alliance had begun paying attention. He stopped. 5 years had passed since the seeds were planted. Only after enough karma accumulated could the fruit finally bear results. Rakshasa revealed his face and smiled. The date of the grand plan would not change. The hungry ghosts only needed to remain where they were. With pure terror, he would tear apart filthy flesh and purify the world. Inside, his true thoughts surfaced, he would wash the world in blood.